Chapter 316. Extreme Een Royal Family. Gu Chang'e asked unhurriedly. At the same time, he took a step forward. Terrifying fluctuations of aura covered the sky and covered the earth, oppressing them to the point of suffocation. Even after guessing the other party's identity, he didn't care at all. What Gu Chang'e was more interested in was whether or not there was a leader among this group of Een-terminating beings. Although the man in front of him was very strong, he didn't look like the leader. "Outsider, what do you want to do?" The man in the purple gold armor looked at Gu Chang'e in fear. The extreme Een aura appeared in his hand, condensing into a spear with quasi-supreme level laws. The power of a quasi-supreme was too terrifying. However, it was difficult for Gu Chang'e to be afraid of it. The other extreme Een beings behind him were much weaker than him, and there were even some who had just entered the Saint Realm. Boom! However, Gu Chang'e didn't care, and his expression was casual. "You appeared at the right time. I want to see your leader." As he raised his hand, a bright light lit up in his hand. Then, a pitch-black long saber appeared, condensed by all kinds of terrifying runes and laws, and slashed forward. It was peerless and seemed to be able to split the universe and the sky. The expressions of many people who came down from the black boat changed. But they didn't have time to react. When the saber slashed down, everyone was directly cut in half at the waist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Not even a wisp of the saber could withstand it. Even the purple golden armored man, who was a quasi-supreme, groaned as the spear in his hand broke. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was extremely shocked and in disbelief. It was the first time he saw a human who wasn't afraid of the extreme Een aura and started a massacre here. Moreover, facing a group of people, he wasn't afraid at all and even took the initiative to kill them. This made the man's heart palpitate. Who did he provoke? He was just about to use his divine sense to investigate. "At this time, you still don't want to come out?" Gu Chang'e's figure moved, and the void froze. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the man. On the black saber, supreme offensive law energy circulated. Because of the existence of the transcendence bone, Gu Chang'e didn't need to waste time comprehending it. Therefore, although his cultivation base was only at the Great Saint Realm, his comprehension and control of the laws far surpassed those quasi-supremes. Even though this person was a quasi-supreme, he was still unable to detect the spatial fluctuations that Gu Chang'e had displayed. Puff! The black long blade descended, hacking horizontally. It was unstoppable, instantly piercing through. Light gray blood splashed out. However, his vitality was strong, and he did not die. He was in incomparable fear and pain. His body was filled with chaotic laws within the black saber, and it was difficult for him to heal. Ah, he looked at Gu Chang'e with a terrified expression as if he was looking at a demon. He was even more terrified than when normal cultivators saw absolute Een beings. However, Gu Chang'e's gaze did not land on him, as if he did not care. "Still not coming out?" he said again. He exerted force in his hand and his dermic powers surged. The saber chi suddenly pierced through, almost tearing the man in front of him apart. The other absolute Een beings witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They were already extremely shocked and felt a chill from head to toe. They were extremely fearful of Gu Chang'e and did not dare to go forward at all. "Royal sister, save me," the purple gold armored man was extremely terrified. He asked for help from the small boat behind him in an obscure language. He was truly afraid of Gu Chang'e. This person was simply unreasonable. He did not care about anything else and injured him first. His strength was unfathomable and extremely powerful. He still had many tricks up his sleeve, but he did not have time to use them. What a piece of trash! Accompanied by a cold and emotionless voice, fluctuations came from the black boat again. This time, it was even more vast and terrifying than before. It was as if a large piece of the sky had fallen and overturned everything. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. "You're finally willing to show yourself?" The black saber in his hand shattered and he casually threw it away. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and pushed out his palm. It covered the sky and the sun, and a rumbling sound exploded in this space. Every inch of the void was filled with a vast and terrifying aura and rules. Under this palm, many terrifying phenomena appeared. Mountains and rivers, divine mountains, the heavenly court, and even the evolution of a world. Boom! The black boat shook violently. Some of the runes in it were destroyed. Even if it came from the land of absolute Een, it was still difficult to block. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, a saber light suddenly appeared. It was very long and very bright, as if it was opening the sky and the earth. A figure in a long black dress with a bell tied to her fair ankles appeared. She was extremely tall, her black hair was like a waterfall, her waist was slender, and her face was as white and delicate as jade. However, her eyes were cold and noble like a god. She looked very slender, but her attacks were very fierce and invincible. Facing Gu Changa, she directly took out a black demonic saber and poured it forward. It was incomparably brilliant and terrifying. The supreme power shook heaven and earth, as if it was going to collapse this space. This attack collided and easily destroyed Gu Changa's attack. The remaining power did not decrease and continued to fall. "Greetings, eldest princess." The moment this black-dressed woman appeared, the surrounding Een creatures immediately knelt down with respectful expressions. Even when facing the terrifying situation of the battle, they did not care at all. They were incomparably respectful. "What a bunch of trash," the black-dressed woman said coldly. She did not speak much. The purple-golden armored man was very afraid of her and did not dare to say much. A true supreme being, and not just any supreme being. The living beings that appeared in the imperial court of absolute Een this time are not weak. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. The weapon formed by runes broke instantly, and it was difficult to resist the other party. However, he was not worried. His figure flashed and he had already dodged, but the other party quickly chased after him. Fortunately, the space in the crack was incomparably vast. This black-dressed woman was at least at the 5th or 6th heaven of the supreme realm. Her eyes were cold and aloof, as if she was a god looking down on everything. "Stop!" She snorted coldly and displayed her supreme means. She sealed the sky and locked the earth, and even space was bound. She wanted to suppress Gu Changa, but suddenly there was a clear cracking sound. A demonic halberd with monstrous demonic aura had unknowingly slashed in front of her. Many of the seals were instantly broken, causing the black-dressed woman's pupils to shrink. Soon, the demonic saber resisted, but it let out a terrifying cracking sound. It could not withstand it. It was not that she was not strong. It was that the other party's weapon was terrifying to the extreme. At the moment of collision, there was a monstrous murderous aura. This caused the black-dressed woman's expression to change slightly, and she stopped attacking. The young man in front of her clearly did not have a strong cultivation, but he made her feel fear and danger. Seeing this, Gu Changa also stopped attacking and said unhurriedly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The black-dressed woman snorted coldly and replied in the common language, "I am the eldest daughter of the imperial court of absolute Een." "Who are you?" "The eldest daughter of the imperial court of absolute Een." "That is the eldest princess." Gu Changa came to a realization, but he did not answer her question. The black-dressed woman in front of him was indeed a supreme being, and a very powerful one at that. She had cultivated for countless years and was unfathomable. However, it was still not enough for him to take her seriously. What he wanted to know more was the reason why she left the imperial court of absolute Een and came to the outside world. Was it a coincidence? Or was it because of the purple crown of providence? "Who are you? Did you use the reincarnation divine ability just now?" The black-dressed woman frowned and asked coldly when she saw that Gu Changa did not speak. It doesn't matter who I am. I want to know the purpose of your visit. Gu Changa also guessed the other party's purpose. It was obviously related to the matter he had learned from Yu Mingkong. The timeline had indeed been brought forward. Soon, he had a plan in his heart. Since the other party intended to find the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Wasn't he the successor? All of these coincidences were reasonable. Of course, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara might not recognize him as his successor. Who exactly are you? The black-dressed woman's eyes became even colder when she saw that Gu Changa did not mention anything about himself. Although she was afraid of the mysterious Gu Changa in front of her, it did not mean that she needed to be afraid of him. This time, she left the imperial court of Absolute Yin because she had things to do. She did not want to cause more trouble in this place. Therefore, when facing such a powerful enemy, she would try her best not to provoke him. How did you see that I used the reincarnation divine ability just now? Gu Changa still did not answer. Instead, he asked with a slightly strange expression. Of course, he did deliberately use it to see how the other party would react and also to verify his guess. Reincarnation divine ability? Hearing this, the black-dressed woman's expression eased a little. She sized up Gu Changa from head to toe. All kinds of divine lights flickered in her godlike cold eyes as she tried to see through him. However, what surprised her was that she could not even see Gu Changa's face clearly. This kind of method made her feel that the situation was a little tricky. She could only guess in her heart whether Gu Changa had some secret treasure that could hide his true appearance and aura. Although the imperial court of Absolute Yin was located in a completely different place from the outside world, the cultivation methods and many Dharma artifacts were the same as the outside world. Ordinary cultivators would definitely not appear in the land of Absolute Yin, and it was impossible for them to display such powerful strength like Gu Changa. That good-for-nothing younger brother of hers, after cultivating for so many years, was at the very least a quasi-supreme. In the end, he could not withstand a single blow and was instantly injured. What do you want to say? Gu Changa asked indifferently. You are the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. The black-dressed woman spoke again, and her cold tone softened a little. At this time, she was still a little confused in her heart. After all, this time, she left the imperial court of Absolute Yin to find the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. However, she had just left not long ago and planned to use this temporarily open passage to descend to the outside world. In the end, she met someone who could use the reincarnation divine ability here. This was too much of a coincidence. However, except for the royal family of the imperial court of Absolute Yin, almost no one knew her purpose this time. Gu Changa should not be waiting for her here. Was all of this really just a coincidence? Or was it that her luck was too good? Oh. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Gu Changa had a strange look in his eyes as he asked calmly. At this time, he also understood the function of the purple crown of providence. Although he did not know what the relationship between the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara and the imperial court of Absolute Yin was, he needed the imperial court of Absolute Yin. However, there was no doubt that the divine court of Ju Yin needed his help. At this time, if the real successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, Yi Ling, was not dead. If he encountered the imperial court of Absolute Yin, it would not be so easy to talk to. After all, no matter how powerful Yi Ling was, he could not be a match for the eldest princess at this time. Not to mention the eldest princess, even the quasi-supreme man in the purple gold armor could easily suppress Yi Ling. However, Gu Changa was different. He could easily negotiate with the imperial court of Absolute Yin and even ask for a large amount of benefits. This would be of great help to Gu Changa in controlling the Absolute Yin sky in the future. So this is the effect of the purple crown of providence, he thought to himself as his gaze fell on the woman in the black dress. He began to think about how to get a large sum of money from her. The establishment of the imperial court of Absolute Een was actually related to the Absolute Een origin. It just so happened that he needed this thing now. Judging from the current situation, the woman in the black dress in front of him was also very afraid of him and was unwilling to speak about many things easily. However, Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. It seems that you are the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Other than his successor, no one can use the reincarnation divine ability. Don't worry, I mean no harm. The woman in the black dress spoke again, and her tone was much gentler than before. In order to show her sincerity, she even dispersed her supremacy aura. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e raised her eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. I have indeed obtained many inheritances from the ancient celestial lord of Samsara. It makes sense for you to say that I am his successor. The woman in the black dress did not know why Gu Chang'e said that. However, from his words, she understood that Gu Chang'e was the person she was looking for. She heaved a sigh of relief. As for why Gu Chang'e would appear in this place, it was not something she needed to consider. Eldest princess. Eldest sister, the black boat sped over from afar, parting the gray fog and rushing over. Just now, the woman in the black dress and Gu Chang'e exchanged blows, and they were thousands of miles away in an instant. Many of the Absolute Een living beings, including the purple golden armored man, did not know what had happened. Why did the two people who were fighting suddenly stop? How about we make a deal? The woman in the black dress did not care about the person behind her and directly said. Gu Chang'e also asked directly. What kind of deal? Actually, I left the Absolute Een divine court this time to find you. Back then, the Samsara ancient heavenly lord of Samsara left behind, the woman in the black dress had a very straightforward personality. She directly told Gu Chang'e her purpose and did not intend to beat around the bush. If Gu Chang'e did not agree, she could only choose another more forceful method. You don't have to tell me these things. I am not interested. I just want to know what kind of deal you want to make with me. However, the woman in the black dress was slightly stunned. What surprised her was that Gu Chang'e interrupted her and did not listen to her explanation. This kind of personality surprised her. Was he too confident in himself, or was Gu Chang'e only interested in benefits? My tribe needs the Samsara ancient heavenly lord to help us build the Samsara platform. The Samsara ancient heavenly lord is nowhere to be found and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. Now, we can only look for you for this kind of thing. 2. As for the conditions, as long as the Absolute Een divine court can satisfy you, we can do it. Even if it is to help you destroy the great orthodoxies, there is no problem. The woman in the black dress spoke with a hint of arrogance in her voice. Build the Samsara platform? Gu Chang'e was enlightened. This kind of thing involved the secret of the Absolute Een divine court. The woman in the black dress would definitely not tell him, but he did not really care. Gu Chang'e only cared about the benefits that the Absolute Een divine court could bring him. Destroy the other great orthodoxies. This kind of talk was quite big, but considering the uniqueness of the Absolute Een divine court, they might really be able to do it. No problem. I agree to this deal. Gu Chang'e didn't hesitate. He just wanted to say, please come a little more, when it came to sending warmth from such a long distance. You agree? The woman in the black dress was stunned. She did not expect him to agree so quickly. But since Gu Chang'e agreed, this matter was easy to handle. Then, the two of them directly swore on their most severe Taoist heart. It was the most terrifying oath. Even the living beings of the Absolute Een divine court had things to be afraid of, and the woman in the black dress was no exception. She did not have any other thoughts, so there was no possibility of her being fake. And without a doubt, Gu Chang'e naturally swore on his Taoist heart that he had swore countless times. As for the consequences, he naturally made it up. Anyway, the more severe the better. After all, it would not be effective against him. Seeing that Gu Changa's attitude was sincere and did not seem to be fake, she felt a chill down her spine when she heard about the consequences of breaking the oath. The woman in the black dress was also relieved. She had a better impression of Gu Changa. Such a straightforward character was very much to her liking. So, should we carry out the deal first? Gu Changa then looked at her and asked. The woman in the black dress nodded. She did not know what Gu Changa wanted. My name is Jia Nan. How should I address you? She took the initiative to introduce herself. Chapter 317. She glanced at Kanan in confusion. Gu Changa did not speak. At this time, he would definitely not tell her his name. After all, he had even concealed his true appearance. Even if the eldest princess of the imperial court of Ultimate Een investigated this matter, she might not necessarily know his current identity. After all, he should be recuperating in the Black Tortoise ancient country and could not go anywhere. Therefore, Gu Changa did not answer her question. Instead, he made his request. The Een terminating origin of the Een terminating land. How many of these do you have? Een terminating origin. Kanan was stunned. She did not really care about Gu Changa's lack of explanation. However, when she heard these words, she was honestly a little surprised. She did not know why Gu Changa asked about this. Logically speaking, as a human cultivator, no matter how mysterious and powerful Gu Changa was, he should avoid something like the Een terminating origin that could devour many substances like the Een terminating origin. Could it be that his purpose of coming here was to find the Een terminating origin and find a way to break it? Other than that, what other explanation could there be? When she thought of this, Kanan was a little impressed by his courage. The Een terminating origin was something that even the Imperial Court of Ultimate Een was unwilling to touch. Moreover, the birth of the Een terminating origin was very mysterious. Even if they sealed the Een terminating origin, there was not much of it. Sometimes, in order to create some disasters, they had no choice but to use it and place it in a certain area. This was because once the Een terminating origin spread, it was like a mountain fire encountering a strong wind. It was unstoppable and could not be resisted at all. For example, the Een terminating fog that appeared in the upper realm now had nothing to do with the Imperial Court of Ultimate Een. Her arrival this time was all thanks to the sudden outbreak of disasters in 21. We also lack the Een terminating origin, but if you want, we can give you some. As for the consequences of touching the Een terminating origin, you should know. I don't want you to be devoured by the Een terminating origin before the transaction is completed. Kanan said. Gu Changa nodded and said indifferently, Eldest princess, you don't have to worry. I know these things very well. That's good. Jia Nan nodded. At the same time, he withdrew a dark black token from beneath his sleeve. They looked like chess pieces, but Gu Changa could sense the spatial fluctuations contained within them. This is the space chess. If anything happens, I will use it to inform you. At the same time, I will send you the Een terminating origin that you need through this item. Said Jia Nan. He handed the black chess piece made of an unknown material to Gu Changa. Gu Changa took it and sized it up before nodding. Made from the bones of a void beast, no wonder it has such a miraculous effect. A trace of surprise appeared in Jia Nan's eyes when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. Forging the reincarnation platform would not be that simple. There were still many things that needed to be arranged. Furthermore, Gu Changa's current cultivation level was not high enough to do it. As such, Jia Nan directly bid farewell and left. She took the black boat and the people of the Een terminating imperial court back the way they came. She had no intention of descending to the outside world. The purple gold-armored man glanced at Gu Changa in fear from afar. The fear and terror from before still lingered in his heart, and he could not forget it for a long time. He did not know what his sister said to him that made her choose to turn back and return to the imperial court of Een terminating imperial court. However, the shadow that Gu Changa left in him would probably haze him for a period of time. Interesting. The existence of the interminating imperial court is indeed a chess piece to me. Seeing Jia Nan leave, Gu Changa withdrew his gaze and looked at the black chess piece in his hand. His smile was thought-provoking. Afterwards, he casually threw the chess piece into his sumera ring and sealed off all senses within it. Jia Nan's thoughts could not be hidden from him. She had left her senses on this chess piece. Of course, it could also be a strand of her soul. As a sovereign, she had many methods. Gu Changa was too lazy to pull it out. Perhaps this strand of soul would have other value in the future. However, considering that this strand of Jia Nan's soul might be able to detect his tracks and so on, Gu Changa sealed this spatial chess piece and sealed off her senses. It was equivalent to trapping her within it. At this time, perhaps Jia Nan herself did not know that she had taken the initiative to hand over her weakness to Gu Changa. As for the message that Jia Nan had passed to him, Gu Changa did not plan to care at all. Once he obtained the interminating origin, everything would be up to him. Afterwards, Gu Changa's figure flashed, and he headed towards the interminating origin that he had sensed before. There was a vast aura of darkness surging there. The grey fog was surging, and it was extremely dense. Many runes flickered. They were incomparably ancient, like the purest source of the universe. Its source could not be traced. It was formed by billions of strands of black light, and it could devour everything. The nearby laws, Tao, and order were all collapsing and reforming, and then converging into chaos. Even a sovereign would feel the deepest fear in this place. The interminating origin. Moreover, in terms of size, it was a very large piece. It was at least 5 times the size of the interminating origin that Gu Changa had encountered previously. As it spread and devoured, the void cracked and the laws collapsed. Even all kinds of powerful innate runes would be eliminated within it. Buzz. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared above Gu Changa's head, emitting a terrifying brilliance as if it could devour everything. Even the interminating origin trembled slightly at this moment, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Then, the great Tao treasure bottle descended, and the dark light was like a river of stars, containing it within. Gu Changa sat there quietly and did not move. Boundless divine light descended, enveloping his entire body. He was like an immortal god that had existed since ancient times. His aura continued to rise, and every cell seemed to have awakened, spewing out 5-colored light. Mist flowed, and chaotic mist spread. His entire person was incomparably hazy, exuding a transcendent, mysterious aura. The pitch-black boat sped through the grey fog, leaving this area. A passage that was difficult to find appeared, and it quickly separated the spatial barrier, connecting to another mysterious world. Ordinary cultivators could not see this passage at all. This was the interminating passage that belonged to interminating beings. Imperial Sister, in the boat, the purple gold-armored man stood in front of Jia Nan with a fearful expression. As a quasi-supreme, he seemed to be cowering. Idiot. Jia Nan sat on the throne. Her face was exquisite, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were like that of a god, exuding nobility and coldness. Hearing this, the purple gold-armored man's expression changed, and he became even more fearful. Please forgive me, Imperial Sister. That human is too much of a bully. I did not provoke him at all. He spoke with a trembling voice. He was extremely fearful and afraid of Jia Nan. Who in the Ju-In royal court did not know of the eldest princess's reputation? Even the current old emperor of the Ju-In royal court was somewhat afraid of her. I do not want to pursue this matter. Jia Nan looked at him coldly and said, that human is an important guest of the Ju-In royal court. If you meet him in the future, do not provoke him. Yes, Imperial Sister. The purple gold-armored man hurriedly replied. Although he was sullen, he did not dare to say anything. It was clearly the other party who had attacked first, and had even heavily injured him. As the eldest princess, not only did she not take revenge for him, she even said that the human was an important guest of the Ju-in royal court. This made him feel very resentful and unwilling, but more than that, he was terrified. What was the identity of that human male? You can leave. Jia Nan glanced at him indifferently. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, she did not care and waved her hand to dismiss him. After the purple gold-armored man left, Jia Nan suddenly frowned as a wisp of surprise flashed through her cold face. He noticed. She never thought that the strand of soul she had hidden in the spatial artifact would actually be noticed by Gu Chang'e so quickly and directly seal off her senses. Jia Nan did not doubt Gu Chang'e's oath to the heavenly Tao. After all, an oath to the Tao heart was the greatest oath a cultivator could make. No one dared to overlook it. However, Gu Chang'e's promise was too simple. She had a feeling that something was not right. She felt like she had to keep an eye on him. Due to the uniqueness of the spatial artifact, even if she hid her soul inside it, ordinary cultivators would not be able to notice it. Jia Nan's original plan was to observe Gu Chang'e for a while. It would not matter even if he noticed it later on. But she really didn't expect that this strand of soul would be noticed by Gu Chang'e so quickly and cut off all her perception. Why do I have a feeling that this so-called successor of the ancient heavenly highness of reincarnation is not a good person? If you want to ask a tiger for its skin, you should be prepared to be devoured by the tiger. Jia Nan's brows knit together tightly as he sighed slightly. He quickly recovered from this unusual state of mind, and he kept an eye out for it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the crack, Jiang Chu glanced at the thinning interminating qi and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like Gu Chang'e has solved the problem this time. Even though she had seen Gu Chang'e's method of solving the interminating calamity, Jiang Chu was still worried. After all, the interminating calamity this time was several times more serious than the previous one. Last time, Gu Chang'e was contaminated by the interminating qi and suffered serious injuries. Even if things went smoothly this time, Gu Chang'e would not have it easy. Moreover, it involved the interminating spirit of the quasi-supreme interminating realm. Young prodigies could only choose to flee when facing a great sage. They did not dare to fight back. In front of a quasi-supreme, they were as weak as ants. A breath from them could separate their flesh and blood from their soul and destroy their body and soul. Although Gu Chang'e was powerful, he was not invincible. However, seeing that the interminating mist was getting thinner and the interminating spirits were getting fewer and fewer, Jiang Chu knew that Gu Chang'e should have successfully solved the interminating calamity this time. This allowed her to relax and let out a sigh of relief. Solving the interminating calamity was clearly the responsibility of the human ancestor and the successor of the human ancestor palace. However, it was Gu Chang'e, the successor of the demonic arts, who was solving it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chu felt very conflicted. If it were not for her, Gu Chang'e would not have interfered in this matter. Just as Jiang Chu was letting her imagination run wild, a divine light appeared in the crack and turned into a golden passage. It was vast and boundless, and the interminating mist could not approach it at all. Gu Chang'e came out. His aura did not seem much different from usual, but Gu Chang'e knew that after devouring this interminating origin, his cultivation had improved greatly. Chapter 318. Outside the fissure, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared. There seemed to be a floating light flickering around him. With one step, he appeared beside Jiang Chu. Are you okay? Jiang Chu's figure flashed forward and asked. She looked over Gu Chang'e from head to toe. She found that his aura was calm and stable, and did not seem to be injured. She breathed a sigh of relief. She still remembered that last time when Gu Chang'e was corroded by the ineliminating mist, his shocking injuries. I'm fine. Gu Chang'e waved her hand and smiled naturally. I didn't expect that you, the saintess, would care about a demon like me. I'm really flattered. You're thinking too much. But this is all because of me. If anything happens to you, I'll feel bad. Hearing this, the concern on Jiang Chuchu's face froze. Then, she glanced at Gu Chang'e and revealed a cold expression as she explained. Okay. I know you care about me. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to hold her slender waist. Jiang Chuchu was about to deny it when her body suddenly froze and so did her expression. Like a clay sculpture, she stood rooted to the ground. She was very unaccustomed to Gu Chang'e's intimate actions. A layer of goosebumps seemed to have appeared on her snow-white and delicate skin. She did not know what kind of mood she was in. She clearly felt that Gu Chang'e was extremely annoying, but she could not refuse him. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had bullied her time and time again. When they first met, he suppressed her and imprisoned her in his small world. That was the darkest and most helpless time for her. Then, she witnessed with her own eyes how Gu Chang'e schemed against the reincarnation of the human ancestor and killed him. This caused an indescribable impact on Jiang Chuchu's state of mind after more than 20 years of cultivation. However, the terrifying Gu Chang'e did not kill her, even though she knew many of Gu Chang'e's secrets. He had even taken the initiative to save her, helping her solve the absolute calamity many times. Chu-chu. At this time, Gu Chang'e suddenly called out softly. Jiang Chu-chu, whose mind was in a mess, suddenly came back to her senses. Her cold and beautiful eyes looked at him in confusion. Jiang Chu-chu motioned for him to continue. Don't you have anything to say? Gu Chang'e smiled. Jiang Chu-chu was stunned for a moment before he said softly, thank you. That's it? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows, seemingly dissatisfied with her answer. What else do you want me to do? Jiang Chu-chu looked at him. After tasting the sweetness of last time, she was more and more daring to go against Gu Chang'e. Then it seems that you want to gain something without risking anything? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. Hearing this, Jiang Chu-chu thought about it seriously. It seemed that he was really trying to gain something without doing anything. In the end, Gu Chang'e came all the way here and spent so many days to solve this problem. However, she only said a single word of thanks. Speaking of which, she felt a little apologetic. However, she did not feel apologetic towards this hateful guy, Gu Chang'e. Jiang Chu-chu thought about her words and felt that she had to show some sincerity. Who knows, she might have to trouble Gu Chang'e again next time. Thus, she said indifferently, I don't care about that. This matter is related to you. If you didn't kill the human ancestor, there wouldn't be so much trouble. However, I still thank you very much. Wu, however, she did not say the rest of her words because her mouth was blocked. Jiang Chu-chu's beautiful eyes widened. Her jade-like fist pounded on Gu Chang'e's body, releasing a terrifying wave of energy. If it was an ordinary cultivator at this time, they might have exploded and been destroyed in body and soul. Her strength was not to be underestimated. When caught off guard, the power of her subconscious was still very terrifying. However, no matter how Jiang Chu-chu struggled, she could not break free. In the end, she let out a snort from her nose and was too lazy to struggle. In any case, it was not the first time that Gu Chang'e had bullied her like this. Jiang Chu-chu was also used to it. Chu-chu. Gu Chang'e smiled and called out. Jiang Chu-chu's beautiful eyes stared at him. At this time, she seemed very calm and composed. Even Gu Chang'e's intimate name for her did not mind. She felt that it was normal. Gu Chang'e had always been very picky when it came to women. Naturally, there were even fewer women who could interest him. Jiang Chu-chu was not only useful to him, but she could help him obtain the terminating origin source and make him like her. At this time, Gu Chang'e naturally would not be stingy with some gentleness. Chu-chu, do you want me to do something to you? However, in the next moment, Gu Chang'e smiled. His figure flashed and appeared in another direction. Jiang Chu had already closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. However, she did not know that Gu Chang'e suddenly said this. Her entire body was stunned. She opened her eyes and reacted to all of this. Then, two red clouds suddenly appeared on her delicate and flawless jade-like face. She became angry and resentful, and her eyes immediately turned cold. Gu Chang'e, you are a bastard. Jiang Chu said with anger and a cold voice. What? Chu, are you disappointed? Gu Chang'e smiled and stood in the void in the distance. As his white clothes fluttered, he was extraordinary and had a celestial appearance. He was like a banished immortal who was about to step on the path to immortality. The smile on his face, in Jiang Chu's eyes, was no different from a bastard's. It was extremely hateful. Why do you always like to bully me? Jiang Chu felt wronged, but her expression was still cold. She had already retreated to this extent, but Gu Chang'e still teased and bullied her. This made her, who had always disliked noise, want to grind her teeth and curse Gu Chang'e. However, she forced herself to endure. When did I bully you again? Gu Chang'e said with a calm expression. I dote on you too much. Jiang Chu was very angry at his shameless words. Which man doted on his woman like he did? However, this is the reward I want. In the future, don't think about getting something for nothing. If you want me to help you, you have to pay the price, understand? Then, Gu Chang'e spoke again. After that, he waved his sleeve, and the space blurred and a passage appeared. In the blink of an eye, he had left this place and disappeared. Although it was announced that he was recuperating in seclusion. In fact, except for Jiang Chu, no one knew that Gu Chang'e had been here. However, just in case, he still had to go back first. Jiang Chu was stunned by Gu Chang'e's words, and infinite resentment grew in her heart. What did he mean by don't think about getting something for nothing? She was Gu Chang'e's woman. Did Gu Chang'e intend to get benefits from her? Didn't that mean that in the future, she would be bullied by Gu Chang'e for help like today? He was the one who got rid of the absolute disaster, but now all the credit is thrown to me. He doesn't want anything. Then, Jiang Chu thought of another matter, her eyes fixed in the direction Gu Chang'e left. Ripples appeared in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Before this, she had never thought of letting Gu Chang'e replace the human ancestor. Even if Gu Chang'e took the initiative to mention it, she would directly reject him without hesitation or wavering. But now, when this thought appeared, it was like a raging fire that couldn't be stopped. After all, she was the successor of the human ancestor. With Gu Chang'e's current reputation, she only needed to inform him when the time came. Who knew if it was true or not? How is young Master Chang'e's injury now? After this period of time, young Master Chang'e's complexion is much better than before. I can only say that as expected of young Master Chang'e, even after suffering such a heavy injury. Even with such heavy injuries, he recovered in a few days. Such a strong vitality is even stronger than some ancient races. Yeah, if it were us, we would have died long ago. Black Tortoise ancient country, in a magnificent palace, it was very lively. Many people had come. Many geniuses were gathered, including Yin Mei, Ing Yu, Gu Xian, Qing Feng, and others. There were also several elders of the Immortal Academy who heard the news and rushed here. At this moment, the ones who spoke were the geniuses, all with admiration and admiration. In the center of the palace, Gu Chang'e greeted everyone with a smile. His face was still slightly pale. This was the first time he appeared in front of outsiders in a long time. In front of him was a chessboard, black and white. When everyone came to visit him, he was playing chess with Ji Qingxian to pass the time. After returning to this place, Gu Chang'e started to prepare for the next step of the plan. How could he not secretly add fuel to the fire between the two sons of destiny, Qin Wuya and Chu Hao? What Gu Chang'e wanted to do was to start with Lord of the Purple Sun. Of course, only he knew about this. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Gu Chang'e's cultivation and aura were slightly better than before. However, his injury had not healed completely. The injury this time was quite troublesome for him. Young Master Chang'e's origin was injured. It will take a long time for him to recover. The elder who spoke shook his head slightly and retracted his hand that was checking on Gu Chang'e's injury. With Gu Chang'e's status, he naturally did not lack various divine materials and sacred medicines. However, he was still injured. It showed how terrible his injury was. Hearing this, everyone had different feelings. Thank you for your concern, elders. Gu Chang'e smiled. This injury will heal in at most half a month. It's not a big deal. During this period of time, I wonder if any of the elders have any news about Qing Xiaoyi? Or should I say, news about Purple Sun Lord? Then, Gu Chang'e took the initiative to ask about another matter. Hearing these words, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly changed. Even the few elders who had smiles on their faces froze and were suddenly speechless. Many of the sky prides had complicated and fearful expressions on their faces. Purple Sun Lord. During this time, if one were to say that the inheritor of the demonic arts was the most popular person, then Purple Sun Lord was definitely the second most popular person. Many people even thought that Purple Sun Lord might follow in Prince Ying's footsteps. Not only did he kidnap the immortal demon body Qing Xiaoyi, but he also seemed to be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Purple Sun Lord said that he was going to hunt down the inheritor of the demonic arts, but in the end, he secretly kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. Many people would not believe that he had nothing to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts. In addition, during this time, there were all kinds of rumors and guesses, causing a sensation everywhere. However, Purple Sun Lord still did not appear. In the eyes of everyone, this was a sign of silence and avoidance. Chapter 319. We've been asking the Purple Mansion about Lord Ziyang's whereabouts, but even they don't know anything. Of course, we won't forget about Qing Xiaoyi. However, with Lord Ziyang's whereabouts unknown, it's even harder to find Qing Xiaoyi. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's not that we're slacking off, but this isn't something we can do. An elder couldn't help but sigh. Although a supreme being was strong, it was still very difficult to find the other party when they were deliberately hiding their tracks. There was almost no chance of success. They had also tried to deduce Qing Xiaoyi's whereabouts based on her brother's bloodline. However, they weren't blood-related and weren't related by blood. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. His words made the expressions of many sky prides change as they sensed a subtle meaning. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Young Master Chang'e still won't let this go. As the supreme sect behind Lord Ziyang, how could the Purple Mansion not know about his whereabouts? After all, Lord Ziyang's techniques came from the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion only needed to use a little trick to locate Lord Ziyang. Looks like the Purple Mansion is planning to protect Lord Ziyang. As a supreme sect, they do have the guts and power to do so. The Sky Prides looked at each other and understood what each other meant. Hearing the elder's words, Qing Feng said with a bitter expression, "The Purple Mansion will not care about a small character like me. In front of them, not to mention that my sister was only kidnapped, even if she died miserably in their hands, they would not care. They're superior and look down on everything. In their eyes, Lord Ziyang is the hope of the future. As for me and my sister, we're just ants that they can kill with a wave of their hand." His words made many Sky Prides speechless as they felt the sorrow of being a nobody. It was his sister who was kidnapped, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't even have the right to resist. All 693 people fell silent. The Purple Mansion behind Lord Ziyang was a ruthless person who would rather offend other orthodoxies to protect him. After all, Lord Ziyang could only be related to the inheritor of demonic techniques. However, this possibility could be erased by the Purple Mansion at any time. When that time comes, who would offend the Purple Mansion because of this? It seems that the Purple Mansion is intentionally hiding the whereabouts of the Purple Sun Sovereign. Could it be that the Purple Mansion intends to take the risk of offending the entire world and protect Heavenly Monarch Ziyang? Gu Chang'e pondered for a while, sighed, and then said, "But don't worry. Since I've already made a promise, I naturally won't shirk it. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch and the Purple Mansion behind him are so arrogant. Perhaps the fact that the inheritor of the devil arts sneaked into the true Immortal Academy has something to do with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They didn't expect that even though Gu Chang'e was injured, he was still so strong and didn't forget about this matter. Many people still thought that he would focus on recuperating and would not have the time to care about this matter. But now, it seemed like Gu Chang'e was determined to drag Purple Sun Heaven Monarch out. Young Master Chang'e is a man of his word. I'm truly impressed. The group of Sky Prides clasped their hands and sighed. Many thanks, young Master Chang'e. Qing Fengye understood the meaning behind Gu Chang'e's words and immediately thanked him gratefully. Gu Chang'e waved his hand. The few elders looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In any case, they didn't dare to interfere in this kind of matter. If it was light, they wouldn't be able to please either side. If it was heavy, they would be smashed into pieces and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Then, after visiting Gu Chang'e, everyone left one by one. In the end, only Gu Xian stayed. She looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. Don't beat around the bush in front of me. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. He held the teacup in his hand and took a sip. Other than Gu Xian, Ji Qingxian was standing beside him. Gu Chang'e, with your current condition, can you still interfere in this matter? Gu Xian frowned slightly. She was worried about Gu Chang'e's injuries. However, Gu Chang'e himself didn't care at all. It's just dealing with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. What's there to care about? Gu Chang'e didn't care about this. Gu Xian was still frowning. Don't be so stubborn. If I hadn't agreed to Qingfeng's request, you wouldn't have been dragged into this. She felt a little guilty and blamed herself. Gu Chang'e suddenly smiled. He put down the teacup and said calmly, "Don't think too highly of yourself and think that I did it for you. It's just that Purple Sun Heaven Monarch is blocking my path. Besides, I suspect that he's in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Maybe I can find the inheritor of the demonic arts because of him. Gu Xian, if you don't change your character, one day I will sell you off. Who knows, you might even have to count the money for me." "Alright, I'm thinking too highly of myself. After all, it's your body, not mine. Do you think I care if you're injured?" Gu Xian didn't care about Gu Chang'e's sarcasm. She looked at him coldly. At this moment, her eyes were as cold as ice. After saying that, she looked away. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She left the hall with a celestial aura. This girl is really hopeless. She's cuter when she was a doormat. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, and Ji Qingxian hurriedly filled the teacup for him. "Are Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's junior brothers and sisters still in Black Tortoise Ancient Country?" Gu Chang'e glanced at her and asked calmly. "Yes, they're still here. Do you want to attack them?" Ji Qingxian nodded and asked curiously. The Purple Mansion was a huge entity with a long history. It was one of the most powerful imperishable orthodoxies and supreme great sects. This was also the reason why many elders were afraid of it. Although the reclusive Ji clan behind her was ancient, it had declined. However, even if it hadn't declined, it couldn't compare to the terrifying ancient heritage of the Purple Mansion. Attack? No, why would someone as elegant and easygoing as me attack them? I just want to invite them over for a cup of tea. Gu Chang'e smiled and said casually. Ji Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although she hadn't been with Gu Chang'e as long as her sister, Su Qing'e, she was smart. However, she was very smart. There were some things that she could understand with just a hint. There was no need for more words. For example, she knew Gu Chang'e's personality and habits better. Ji Qingxian felt that Gu Chang'e had noticed her abnormality long ago, but he didn't point it out. She could feel Gu Chang'e's interest in her from some of their conversations. It was as if he was teasing a pet. At that time, it was the most unsettling and nerve-wracking. Ji Qingxuan's back was often drenched in cold sweat. Every time, her heart would jump to her throat. In the end, she found that Gu Chang'e was just casually asking and didn't care. This feeling was like walking on the edge of a cliff. One mistake and she would be crushed to pieces. Ji Qingxian felt that Gu Chang'e was doing this on purpose. After following Gu Chang'e for some time, she felt that many of the rumors in the outside world were untrue. No matter whether he was gentle and refined or domineering and arrogant, neither was right. She couldn't figure him out. These were the only words that could describe him. Send my order. Go to the Purple Mansion disciples' encampment and invite all of them here. If they don't come, then there's no need to be polite. Those who should be suppressed will be suppressed, and those who should be crippled will be crippled. Then, Gu Chang'e spoke again and asked Ji Qingxian to pass down the order. Ji Qingxian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went to pass down the order. Gu Chang'e rubbed the white jade teacup. His eyes gradually darkened. He began to think about other things. During this period, other than the major orthodoxies who started to pay attention to the existence of the inheritor of demonic techniques, they sent out various powerhouses to search for him. Another matter had also shaken the entire upper realm. Two ancient existences from Tianhuang Mountain and Foshan Mountain were fighting. It was said that these two existences were once people who failed to achieve Tao. Their current cultivation base was only a step away from achieving Tao. That battle happened in outer space, but even from hundreds of millions of miles away, there was still a vast wave of energy that shook the heavens and cracked the earth. All the stars within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were reduced to ashes. As for the result of that battle, no one knew. Some said that the Buddha of Foshan Mountain was slightly better, while others said that the existence of Tianhuang Mountain was stronger. In short, there were different opinions. Through this matter, the Golden Cicada Buddha was pushed to the forefront of the storm. Many people learned about what happened from the mouths of many sky prides. The reason for the battle between Tianhuang Mountain and Foshan Mountain. Speaking of which, it was all caused by the Golden Cicada Buddha. As a monk, not only did he not show mercy, but he also beat the Divine Prince at his own game, causing the Divine Prince to be killed by the inheritor of demonic techniques. Many people called him the demonic monk. Demonic monk? It seems that Tianhuang Mountain hasn't swallowed their resentment. I can find a place for them to vent. Gu Chang'e thought of the Purple Mansion disciples. At this time, he had to find a fool to lead the charge for him. After thinking about it, the Tianhuang Mountain disciples was the best choice. As long as the Tianhuang Mountain's hatred hasn't disappeared, they will definitely pay attention to the Purple Mansion disciples. I can give them a signal. Gu Chang'e smiled and placed a chess piece. The entire chess board changed vertically and horizontally. Suddenly, it was like thousands of scenes, mysterious and unfathomable. Checkmate. At the same time, in a tall mountain range not far from Black Tortoise ancient country. There were jagged rocks, cliffs, and tall ancient trees, their branches covering the sky. Large patches of fog drifted in the air. In the void, there were constantly flickering faint lights. If one looked closely, they would find that they were very hidden and mysterious runes. These runes covered the surroundings and condensed into a concealment formation. At this time, even if a Supreme Being's divine consciousness swept down from the sky, they would not be able to find anything unusual. That was because these concealment formations were extremely powerful. In addition, there were all kinds of concealment Dharma artifacts around the mountain range. The area enveloped by the formation pattern was a ruin that had already been abandoned. The collapsed palace buildings, pagodas, and temples were covered in moss and looked very ancient. A handsome man in a purple robe was sitting there cross-legged. His black hair was draped over his shoulders and his facial features were firm. He exuded a righteous aura. Strands of light seemed to pour down from the sky and were finally absorbed by the formation between his eyebrows. There were many geniuses around the purple-robed man. There were both humans and primordial races. They had powerful chi and blood. They were guarding him and patrolling the surroundings vigilantly. The purple-robed man was Heavenly Monarch Purple Sunday. He was planning to refine the sunlight and solve the problem of his immortal Tao Heavenly Eye. He wanted to see if he could find a solution. Contrary to what everyone thought, Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun was not too far away from Black Tortoise Ancient Country. Chapter 320. There was a reason why Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang was here. On one hand, he did not know where to go. On the other hand, he wanted to know the latest news and wait for his eldest senior brother Qin Wuya. When he found out that the kidnapping of Qin Xiaoyi was related to the inheritor of demonic arts, Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang was stunned. Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. His head buzzed and he did not regain his senses for a long time. His first reaction was that these rumors were all false, and that they were all framing him. After all, he was chasing after the inheritor of demonic arts. Although he did not succeed, he lost many of his followers. However, how did he manage to kidnap Qin Xiaoyi, which was related to the inheritor of demonic arts? After that, when he found out the details of the rumors, Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang was furious and filled with hatred. He roared so loudly that it shattered mountains and rivers. He had been set up by someone. He did not do anything, but he was framed like a scapegoat. His followers could testify to this. Ever since he had left the Black Tortoise Ancient Country to hunt down the inheritor of the demonic arts, he had never moved alone. How did he manage to rush to the White Tiger Ancient Country and kidnap Qin Xiaoyi in such a short time? That was simply impossible to do. However, the details of the news, including the images recorded in the shadow recording stone, stunned Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If he did not know what he had done during this period of time, he would have suspected that he was the one who kidnapped Qin Xiaoyi. After all, the primordial energy was involved. The person who kidnapped Qin Xiaoyi had the same power as him. However, as far as Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang knew, there was no one else in the world who had this power. The situation was even more coincidental. If the person framed him on purpose, how did he know that Qin Feng had the heaven-wielding bottle? If he did not have the heaven-wielding bottle, Qin Feng would have died and would not have exposed the existence of the primordial energy. All of this seemed to be a complete coincidence. Moreover, it was logical, and there was no flaw or explanation to be found. Furthermore, with the other shocking news, it almost sealed Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's last escape route. Wasn't he chasing after the inheritor of the demonic arts? But why would the inheritor of the demonic arts appear in the Black Tortoise Ancient Country and attract people to the interminating land in front of all the geniuses? The Divine Prince had fallen, and Gu Chang'e was heavily injured. The commotion caused by this matter was tens of thousands of times more shocking than the abduction of Qin Xiaoyi. The impact of this matter was even more unimaginable. Heaven Monarch Zi Yang felt a chill run down his spine and almost blacked out. A terrifying chill ran from his tailbone to the top of his head, making it hard for him to move. Fear, anger, unease, but most of all, fear. No matter how he tried to explain himself, he would never be able to clear his name unless he could find the real culprit behind Qin Xiaoyi's kidnapping. He wanted to find the mysterious person who possessed primordial energy just like him. But this kind of thing was even more difficult than clearing suspicion. The other party was planning to kill him. Just when he said he was going to hunt down the inheritor of the demonic arts, the inheritor of the demonic arts showed up and slapped him in the face. In this way, everyone would think that he and the inheritor of the demonic arts had already discussed this beforehand. Layers upon layers of schemes were interconnected. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart palpitate. Qin Xiaoyi has the immortal demonic body. Apart from the inheritor of the demonic arts, no one would dare to abduct her. And the person I was chasing was actually a fake inheritor of the demonic arts. All of this was done to set me up, damn it. Don't let me find out who's plotting against me. Heaven Monarch Ziyang was incomparably furious and unwilling to accept this outcome. He clenched his fists tightly. His killing intent was so strong that it was about to shatter the heavens. He couldn't wait to tear the person who plotted against him into pieces. However, he calmed down after a while. He wasn't an impulsive and brainless person. He knew that this kind of anger was futile. The most important thing now is to find out who the enemy is. The purple mansion behind me can't give up because of this. Heaven Monarch Ziyang calmed down and started to think seriously about countermeasures. This was because his identity was similar to the other ancient freaks. He was born in the Purple Mansion's ruling family. Therefore, he wasn't very worried that the forces behind him would give up on him. Then, Heaven Monarch Ziyang hesitated for a while and decided to use a secret technique. However, this would destroy the immortal runes in his celestial Tao heavenly eye. It would be even more difficult to use it in the future. There's no other way. If I don't even know who the enemy is, what can I do even if I have a countermeasure? Heaven Monarch Ziyang convinced himself. Buzz. Suddenly, many runes appeared in his blood. They kept surging and gathered at the top of his head. Then, the rune in between his eyebrows cracked open. A blurry light appeared. It was extremely bright and condensed. It was as if all kinds of divine light were appearing. A blurry image appeared. It was a broken corner of the future. Although it was blurry, Heaven Monarch Ziyang saw the person's figure clearly. What? That's Gu Chang'e. Why is it him again? Heaven Monarch Ziyang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Although it was only a blurry figure, how could he not recognize the person's temperament and appearance? This was his biggest enemy, Gu Chang'e. Could it be that Gu Chang'e was dealing with him again? Was this all part of Gu Chang'e's plan? Heaven Monarch Ziyang couldn't figure it out. His mind was in a mess. He still wanted to see the details clearly. However, in the next moment, the heartfelt fear came again. Vaguely, he saw the scene of the mountain gate being destroyed by that palm that swept through the 8,000 provinces. Every inch of his cells, flesh, and bones were trembling. He felt an indescribable fear. Heaven Monarch Ziyang's face was pale. He was sweating profusely. His entire body was drenched. It was as if he was fished out of the water. How is this possible? His voice was trembling. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Heaven Monarch Ziyang couldn't figure out why he would suddenly see that nightmarish scene that would accompany him for life. The Saint Lady of the Purple Mansion was called Xian. However, her original name was Lu Xian. Her father was the current sect leader of the Purple Mansion. He had great power in the upper world. Lu Xian wasn't one of the 10 sequence disciples of the Immortal Academy. However, she was still a quasi-sequence disciple. However, she kept a low profile. Few people had seen her fight. She was definitely not weak. Some busybodies even collected the portraits of all the girls in the Immortal Academy. In the end, they chose the 10 most beautiful girls and named them the 10 Beauties portrait. Lu Xian was among them. She had a beautiful face and a slender figure. She wore a long purple dress that was embellished with flowers. She moved gracefully like a fairy swaying in the wind. She was cold and noble. She emitted a kind of shocking beauty. In the purple mansion, disciples of the black tortoise, ancient country. Inside the palace, Lu Ziyan stood at the front. She frowned and said coldly, "Gu Chang'e invited all of us to drink tea." Behind her were the rest of the purple mansion disciples. They looked nervous and uneasy. They were also the ones who joined the Immortal Academy later. This time, they followed Heaven Monarch Zi Yang to the Black Tortoise, ancient country. However, because Heaven Monarch Zi Yang had high standards, many didn't become his followers. They just stayed here to guard the place. This is the Master's order. I hope Saintess Zi Yan won't make things difficult for us. The Master said that if Saintess Zi Yan refuses his good intentions, we can only take action and take you there by force. In front of the palace, a tall young man with divine light flowing all over his body said in a deep voice. His name was Wang Shan. His eyes contained divine characters and strands of divine light. When he opened and closed them, he had a majestic aura. There were many geniuses behind him. They were all people with powerful cultivation and shocking vitality. In the entire Immortal Academy, there was almost no one who didn't know them. The mighty pressure shrouded the place. Many cultivators and creatures on the street looked over in shock. Gu Chang'e is really something. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan frowned. Her voice was like 10,000-year-old mysterious ice, crisp but cold. In terms of status, she was in the same generation as Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e had such an attitude. He didn't put her in his eyes at all. Asking for fresh flowers, this wasn't important to Lu Ziyan. What she was worried about was whether the Purple Sun Lord of Heaven's matter would implicate them. When they were in the Immortal Academy, Gu Chang'e and Heavenly Lord Zi Yang had a conflict. After that, Gu Chang'e even made a move and humiliated Heavenly Lord Zi Yang in front of all the geniuses and elders. This grudge wasn't easy to resolve. It was troubled times now. The matter of Heavenly Lord Zi Yang was known by the whole world. Gu Chang'e even said that he would seek justice for Qing Feng. Lu Ziyan had already guessed Gu Chang'e's purpose. He just had to send someone to invite them to have tea at this time. Drinking tea was just a pretense. House arrest was probably the real reason. Saintess Zi Yan, please. My master has already prepared a tea banquet and is waiting for all of you from the Zi mansion. In addition, my master also asked us to pass a message. He is injured and may not be a good host. I hope you won't mind. Wang Shan spoke again. He was very polite, but his words were unquestionable. This was an undisguised threat. If Lu Ziyan dared to refuse, he and the people behind him would immediately take action and suppress everyone. Lu Ziyan was so angry that her body trembled. She clenched her teeth. Young Master Chang'e. Even if Gu Chang'e was injured, she still couldn't fight against him. Moreover, Gu Chang'e's words were very clear. If she dared to disobey, he would order everyone to be suppressed. Such a domineering attitude made Lu Ziyan extremely angry and unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. The faces of the many disciples behind her also turned pale, and they were incomparably terrified and uneasy. After all, these geniuses were sent by Gu Chang'e. Who wouldn't be afraid in the Black Tortoise ancient country? Even the elders who came to take charge of the situation didn't dare to offend Gu Chang'e. Even if he is injured, he can still do whatever he wants. Alright, please wait for a moment, young Master Chang'e. Zi Yan will be here soon. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ziyan calmed down and spoke to Wang Shan. The Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was an ancient freak from the bloodline behind her. According to seniority, he was many generations above her ancestors. Lu Ziyan didn't believe that Purple Sun Sovereign would do such a thing. Under Purple Sun Sovereign's guidance, she had comprehended an ancient heavenly art that she hadn't been able to learn for many days. She had also heard Purple Sun Sovereign talk about his ambition and Tao heart. She didn't believe that he would team up with the inheritors of demonic arts and kidnap Qing Xiaoyi. Saintess Si Yen, you've misunderstood. My master wants you all to go over now. Master's time is precious. He doesn't want to waste it on such a small matter. However, Wang Zhong's next words caused Lu Ziyan's entire body to stiffen. Endless humiliation and anger arose in her heart. How domineering was he? How much of a bully was he? Why did he say that? He didn't hide his contempt and disdain. Although the other Violet Palace disciples were also enraged, they only dared to be angry and didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even dare to say anything. Wang Shan and the others had a mocking look in their eyes when they saw this. How dare she act in front of Master? Alright, we'll go over now. Lu Ziyan forced herself to calm down and gritted her teeth. This was the first time in her life that she had felt so powerless and humiliated. Soon, Lu Ziyan and the others left the area and headed to Gu Changa's palace. When they arrived, Wang Chao led them into the hall. They finally saw Gu Changa, who had invited them for tea. Young master, can't you go easy on me? You're always so heartless. There was a chessboard in the palace and two people were sitting across from each other. The beautiful and otherworldly woman had an aggrieved look on her face. She looked at her white face, which was smeared with ink. The man opposite her was dressed in white. His hair was loose, and he had a lazy expression. It was as if he didn't know what he was doing. He glanced over and smiled as if he had suddenly understood something. Oh, Saintess Si Yen is here. Chinga, go make some tea. Don't neglect my guest. Chapter 321. Ji Qingxian didn't have time to wipe off the ink that Gu Changa had smeared on her face. She immediately went to brew some tea. She had asked Gu Changa if she needed to prepare anything. After all, they were here to invite him for tea. If she didn't prepare any tea, wouldn't she be looking down on him? However, Gu Changa only waved his hand and said that there was no need. Tea wasn't important. Ji Qingxian didn't bother about it. She could guess that the Violet Palace's saintess wouldn't be able to walk out of this palace today. Even if she could walk out, she would have to pay a terrifying price. Ziyan greets young Master Changa. Lu Ziyan's expression was unsightly when she first entered the palace, but she quickly regained her composure and greeted Gu Changa. She had already expected Gu Changa to make things difficult for her when she came. However, she never expected that he would be like this. He didn't even prepare the tea. Lu Ziyan was infuriated by Lin Yun's attitude. However, she endured it and responded with a polite smile. She didn't even bother to prepare a banquet for the feast at Hongmen. Gu Changa was really strong and arrogant, just like the rumors in the past. Lu Ziyan calmed herself down. If there was a conflict, she definitely wouldn't be a match for Gu Changa. Gu Changa's injury was only for him. For the other sky brides, even if Gu Changa was in such a state, he was still a terrifying demonic mountain. Greetings, young Master Changa. The numerous Violet Palace disciples behind Lu Ziyan were also incomparably nervous and uneasy as they bowed to Gu Changa. Although the Gu Changa in front of him looked harmless and even had an extraordinary demeanor, she didn't look like a mortal. However, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only when they were facing him would they be able to feel the terrifying pressure and palpitations of fear. Take the rest of the disciples to the other palaces and treat them well. I have some matters to discuss with the Saintess Si Yen. But I didn't expect Saintess Ziyan to come so quickly. Chinga only knows how to slack off. I told her to prepare the banquet earlier, but she didn't go. I'll teach her a lesson when I have time. I hope Saintess Ziyan won't take offense if she doesn't receive you well. Gu Changa, on the other hand, smiled amiably and said to Wang Chao at the entrance of the hall. He then got up and walked down. When Ji Qingxian heard this, she wanted to roll her eyes. What do you mean she only knows how to slack off? She's so diligent. Gu Changa's way of throwing the blame to others was something that she had truly experienced. Young Master Changa, you must be joking. How many girls would be honored to see young Master Changa's true appearance? It is Xian's fortune to be able to drink tea with young Master Changa. This is something that countless girls are envious of. Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and answered with a smile. Not a single drop of water leaked. She didn't believe that Gu Changa would be so bold as to casually attack her. Even if he had enmity with the Purple Sun Sovereign, he wouldn't take it out on her. If something happened to her here, then Gu Changa wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. After all, many cultivators had seen her come to Gu Changa's palace. Saintess, the Purple Palace disciples looked at Lu Xian worriedly. If they were taken away and something happened, they wouldn't be able to escape. They wouldn't be able to help in time. Could it be that you don't even trust young Master Changa's character? Lu Xian calmly asked. She was implying that if something happened to her, Gu Changa wouldn't be able to escape responsibility, so they didn't have to worry. As for his character, from the rumors, Gu Changa's character wasn't very good. Hearing this, the Purple Palace disciples couldn't help but relax and allow Wang Chao to take them away. Although Gu Changa said he was going to entertain them, no one here was a fool. They all understood that he was actually going to put them under house arrest. Currently, the entire Black Tortoise ancient country was under Gu Changa's control. Although he had chosen the Vermilion Bird ancient country as a training ground, the Purple Sun Sovereign had disappeared. Six Crown King kept a low profile and didn't like to fight for power. As a result, no one in the Black Tortoise ancient country dared to disobey Gu Changa, even if they were Purple Palace disciples. Now, Gu Changa was going to put them under house arrest. Even if the elders of the True Immortal Academy knew, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Instead, they would turn a blind eye. It seems that Saintess Xi Yang has a deep misunderstanding of me. You're actually suspicious of my good intentions. Gu Changa shook his head and helplessly smiled. Then, he pointed at the seat in front of him, indicating for Lu Xian to sit. Lu Xian nodded and sat down. Naturally, she didn't believe Gu Changa's words. She wasn't a 3-year-old child. She had her own set of standards for right and wrong, not to mention judging a person's good intentions. Suddenly, she looked at the chessboard not far away and asked curiously, "Does young Lord Changa like to play chess?" She had dabbled in the art of chess. Although she wasn't a master, she had a good eye. Black and white were distinct, crisscrossing each other. From this simple chessboard, one could see the mysteries of the universe. She could even see the cultivation of the person who placed the chess pieces. In a daze, she saw the chessboard come to life. Black and white suddenly soared into the sky like a kunpeng breaking out of the water. A strong wind blew, turning into yin and yang, soaring for 90,000 miles. Yin and yang combined to form chaos. When chaos was created, heaven and earth were separated. Every chess piece on the chessboard became blurry, as if they had turned into living beings. They turned into the various orthodoxies and forces, the ancient supreme beings, the supreme rulers, using all living beings as chess pieces. Lu Xian's voice trembled slightly in her heart. At this moment, she couldn't find any other words to describe Gu Changa's emotions other than stormy waves. Unfathomable. The tip of the iceberg. Everything that he had shown was like the tip of the iceberg. How much more was hidden under the surface? Probably no one except Gu Changa knew. This made Lu Xian unable to calm down for a long time. She didn't expect to see such a scene today. Gu Changa looked at her expression and vaguely guessed what she saw. However, he didn't mind and only smiled. "I don't like it. I'm just bored and want to pass the time. After all, I'm seriously injured right now. I can only stay in the palace and can't go anywhere." Lu Xian looked at her deeply, then sighed and said, "I don't know why young Master Changa invited me here. What is the reason?" She had already made up her mind that she couldn't offend Gu Chang'e. This was not a matter of intuition, but the scene on the chessboard made her feel a bone-piercing fear. It was as if she had touched upon some unspeakable and terrifying secret. How deep was he hiding to be so bold as to use all living beings in the world as chess pieces? Even those who had achieved the Tao wouldn't dare to be like Gu Chang'e. They were far from being as bold as him. I really only invited Saintess Xian to drink tea. Why can't you believe me? Gu Chang'e smiled helplessly. His eyes were calm and indifferent, giving people a feeling of peace. Young master, the tea is ready. At this moment, Ji Qingxian also brought the tea over. It was steaming hot from the 8 million-year-old tree heart spring water. It was extremely fragrant and rich. The tea leaves were like the ancient tea of enlightenment. They had various kinds of divinity and Taoist rhythms, but they were not the same. There was a big difference. Some were like ancient bells. With a gentle vibration, the sound of a bell would resound. Some were like cauldrons, divine swords, ancient seals, 5-colored divine lights lingered on the tea, as if a divine weapon scripture had opened in the void. Axes, hooks, tridents, blades, swords, whips, all kinds of divine weapons appeared as if they were about to materialize. Clanging sounds rang out as treasure lights surged. This tea is really strange. Lu Xian was a bit stunned. As the saintess of the Purple Mansion, she had seen many things. However, this was the first time she had seen such tea. Not to mention the preciousness of the tea, she had never seen these precious tea leaves before. Today, she had truly gained a lot of knowledge. For a moment, she didn't know what Gu Chang'e's goal was. Did he really invite her to drink tea? However, the servants and followers that Gu Chang'e sent out before were obviously very arrogant. After comparing the two, Lu Xian felt that it was very likely that the servants were used to being arrogant and despotic. After all, with the title of Gu Chang'e's follower, who would dare to provoke them? This is the nameless ancient tea that I planted and cultivated myself. With the branches of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, I grafted the branches of other ancient tea leaves onto it. In the end, I created this strange tea. Gu Chang'e smiled gently and spoke elegantly. Then, he took the initiative to introduce the tea to Lu Xian. Of course, these words were definitely nonsense. He was quite interested in tea. However, planting and cultivating ancient tea was too troublesome. Gu Chang'e preferred the process of directly picking the final fruit. This nameless ancient tea was something that he had exchanged for in the system store. As for the purpose, it was just to serve as a catalyst. I see. I didn't expect young Master Chang'e to have such leisure time, however, to be able to think of such a method to cultivate ancient tea leaves. I really admire you. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. These words came from the bottom of her heart and were very sincere. They were not flattering. She was not very interested in cultivation. Compared to her other hobbies, such as zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea art, dancing, etc., she studied them more thoroughly. She had some understanding of many ancient teas in this world, so she could judge whether Gu Chang'e's words were true or not. She really did not expect Gu Chang'e to have such a deep understanding of the way of tea. It seems that Saintess Xian also understands tea. Please. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and signaled Ji Qingxian to fill his cup. At this time, he also spoke of his intentions. Actually, I invited Saintess Xian here for another reason. At this time, even if Gu Chang'e did not say it, Lu Xian actually knew what he was talking about. At this moment, she bitterly smiled and said, I know that young Master Chang'e is looking for traces of Purple Sun Heaven Monarch, but even I can't contact him. Half a month ago, I notified him of something, but until now, I have not received any reply. If Purple Sun Heaven Monarch is really related to the inheritor of demonic arts, I will definitely not show mercy. Oh. Saintess Xian is talking about this matter. However, you seem to have misunderstood. However, in the next moment, Gu Changa's words made Lu Ziyan's expression freeze. She was somewhat shocked. Did Gu Changa not want to ask her for clues and traces of Purple Sun Heaven Monarch? Misunderstood. Chapter 322. Misunderstanding. To be honest, Lu Ziyan was completely stunned by Gu Changa's words. She had always thought that Gu Changa asked her to come here to ask about Lord Purple Sunday. That was why she said those words without hesitation. From the interaction just now, Gu Changa didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. However, Gu Changa suddenly said that it was all a misunderstanding. Was that really the case? Young Lord Changa, why do you say that? Don't you want to ask about Lord Purple Sun's whereabouts? Lu Ziyan frowned and couldn't help but ask. Gu Changa gently rubbed the white jade teacup and said with a smile, of course not. I already knew about Lord Purple Sun's whereabouts, so I will know about it sooner or later. Saintess Si Yen, I really only invited you here to drink tea. Lu Ziyan still had a skeptical look on her face. Gu Changa continued to smile and said with a gentle voice, you are too cautious. Of course, you know that the Purple Mansion is willing to offend many orthodoxies in order to protect Lord Purple Sunday. They are unwilling to reveal his whereabouts. And you are the Purple Mansion Saintess. If anything happens to Lord Purple Sun, the Purple Mansion will contact you immediately. Lu Ziyan fell silent. Gu Changa was right. The Purple Mansion was very concerned about what happened in the Black Tortoise ancient country. Even under such circumstances, Purple Sun Heaven Lord was still under the protection of the Purple Mansion. It seemed that the Purple Mansion would rather fight against the other orthodoxies for Purple Sun Heaven Lord. Although she was the saintess and her father was the sect master of the Purple Mansion, she was not as important as Lord Purple Sunday. The Purple Mansion is digging their own grave. I think Saintess Si Yen is smart enough to know what to do. Gu Changa took a sip of tea and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Digging our own grave? Lu Ziyan was slightly stunned, muttering these 4 words to herself. Yes, we are digging our own grave. In her opinion, if Lord Purple Sun was really related to the inheritor of demonic arts, the Purple Mansion would protect him. If the Violet Palace still wanted to protect him, it would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. When the Heavenly Emperor Mountain found out that Prince Ing was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, they immediately cut off all contact with him. They even claimed that Prince Ing had been expelled from the mountain for fear of getting into trouble. From this, one could see how much importance he attached to this matter. Being the enemy of the entire world was not just for show. If the Purple Palace continued to act willfully, it was very likely that they would face a situation where the entire world was their enemy. Currently, Tianhuang Mountain was worried that they had nowhere to vent their anger. What he lacked was a legitimate opportunity, not to mention that there were still enemies in the Purple Mansion who were ready to make a move. Previously, she felt that the way the Purple Mansion was handling things was inappropriate. Now that Gu Changa had advised her, she felt that something was wrong. If the Purple Mansion continued like this, it was possible that it would walk the path of destruction. I understand what young Lord Changa said. However, as the Saintess, in the vast Purple Mansion, I don't have much influence. Even if I explain the pros and cons, it won't be of much use. Lu Ziyan sighed helplessly. She turned to Gu Changa and said, Young Master Changa, please enlighten me and show me the way. Although she had met Lord Purple Sun many times and received pointers from him, she knew his Tao heart. However, after hearing what Gu Changa said, Lu Ziyan's belief that Lord Purple Sun was not related to the inheritor of the demonic arts started to waver. Lu Ziyan was extremely beautiful. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her waist was as slender as a willow. Even with a veil, her skin was as white as snow. It was as if she was carved out of flawless white jade. At this moment, she was staring at Gu Changa without blinking, which made her look even more beautiful. If a normal young genius was stared at like this, he would have been unable to stand it. However, Gu Chang'e did not. His gaze was calm, and he said with a smile, "It's not like I'm enlightening you. Saintess Xian, you're thinking about the future of the Purple Mansion, and I'm thinking about the inheritor of the demonic arts. There is no conflict between us." Lu Xian nodded. "Young Lord Chang'e, you care about the people of the world. I admire you. The tea is cold." Gu Chang'e pointed at the teacup in front of her. Lu Xian shook her head. "Don't be in a hurry to drink it. Young Lord Chang'e, don't keep me in suspense." She knew that Gu Chang'e and Lord Purple Sun had a grudge against each other. No matter what the reason was, Gu Chang'e would not let him go so easily. Gu Chang'e obviously had a way to force Lord Purple Sun to show himself. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he invited her to drink tea and made her realize the danger of this matter. This made Lu Xian feel angry. She felt that Gu Chang'e was doing this on purpose. However, as a saintess, she naturally had an aloof and gentle demeanor. Therefore, she did not say anything. However, Gu Chang'e did not intend to explain. He only smiled and said, "All right, you've drunk the tea. Saintess Xian, please stay here for a while. Of course, I will tell others that you are under house arrest." House arrest? Lu Xian looked at him with a strange expression. When she first came, she did think that she would be under house arrest by Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e had made tea for her and was even treating her politely. This change made her feel very strange and uncomfortable. Moreover, Gu Chang'e was going to tell others that he was under house arrest. Why was he doing this? Was it to be a Purple Mansion disciple? Lu Xian could not understand. "Young Lord Chang'e, can you tell me the reason?" Lu Xian did not understand. "Is the reason important? Saintess Xian, do you really want to be imprisoned by me?" Gu Chang'e smiled and looked at her. Lu Xian was silent. She felt that Gu Chang'e's actions and thoughts were difficult to understand. This made her feel very helpless. She knew that Gu Chang'e was not a good person, but she could not hate him. She even wanted to lend him a helping hand in finding traces of heavenly monarch Ziyang. It was really irritating. However, Gu Chang'e was right. They were in the same position. After seeing that Lu Xian did not say anything else, Gu Chang'e did not say anything else and sent someone to send her away. His goal had more or less been achieved. The current headmaster of the Z Mansion really doted on his daughter, Lu Ziyan. Although the Purple Mansion was very strong and wanted to protect the Purple Sun Sovereign, it was because the voices of opposition had been suppressed. Lu Ziyan was not stupid. She knew how to deal with this matter. At this time, she would definitely think of a way to contact the Purple Mansion sect master and tell him her opinion and the pros and cons. The Purple Mansion sect master knew that his daughter was in Gu Chang'e's hands. He would be more or less cautious and consider Lu Xian's words seriously. As long as the Purple Mansion showed signs of splitting, many orthodoxies in the outside world would immediately rush over as if they had smelled blood. This was one of Gu Chang'e's goals. Once the Purple Sun Sovereign lost the support of the Purple Mansion, it would be easy for Gu Chang'e to kill him. Secondly, if the Purple Mansion insisted on protecting him, Gu Chang'e did not mind showing his fangs and claws. It was not the longevity Gu family behind him, but the many methods he had left in the immortal ancient continent. The upper world had been peaceful for too long. In fact, Gu Chang'e knew that Yumingkong was secretly training the immortal guards. After all, the training method came from him. He did not need to think too much to know that Yumingkong had learned it from him in her past life. Or rather, he had personally taught her in her past life. When the time came, all he had to do was ask, and Yumingkong would definitely hand over the control of the immortal guards to him. Gu Chang'e did not doubt this at all. He was waiting to use his Violet Palace to test the strength of this energy, and the use of this whetstone was just right. After developing for so long, Gu Chang'e also planned to show his prowess to the upper world. The Devil Burial Abyss was about to be born, the imperial court of Ju-in appeared, the appearance of the heirs of the demon realm, the 7 weapons of heaven wielding from the immortal palace. All these signs indicated that the situation in the upper world would only become more complicated. Gu Chang'e had bigger ambitions. No matter how powerful he was now, there was almost no one in the younger generation who could compete with him. However, in the eyes of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies, he was still a junior who was not worth their attention. Just like the inheritor of demonic arts, there was a lot of commotion before this. Many skyprides died tragically, but many orthodoxies and sects did not care. Until this time, when the divine prince of the heavenly emperor mountain was killed, and even Gu Chang'e was severely injured, many orthodoxies started to take notice. The inheritor of demonic arts that they did not care about before had developed to this extent. This matter had caused a lot of panic, but the situation was not chaotic enough. Then, a piece of news spread in the Black Tortoise ancient country, causing a huge commotion. All skyprides and cultivators were shocked. The area where all the Purple Mansion disciples were at was now empty and quiet. Some cultivators were curious and went to investigate. Only then did they know that not long ago, everyone in the Purple Mansion, including the Purple Mansion Saintess, was taken away by a group of skyprides with terrifying auras. Many people recognized that group of skyprides as Gu Chang'e's followers. Soon, the news about the Purple Mansion Saintess was spread by Gu Chang'e's followers, causing a huge commotion. What? The Purple Mansion Saintess was taken away by young Lord Chang'e's followers and then put under house arrest. Is young Lord Chang'e taking advantage of this situation to provoke the Purple Mansion? Some skyprides widened their eyes in disbelief. Some people also expressed their disbelief, thinking that this was too unbelievable and reckless. This is absolutely true. Other than the Purple Mansion Saintess, the rest of the Purple Mansion disciples were also taken away. I saw it with my own eyes at the entrance of the palace, a cultivator swore solemnly. He saw the whole thing with his own eyes, but he still remembered the dark expression on the Purple Mansion Saintess' face when she was taken away. It's true. Looks like young Lord Chang'e put the Purple Mansion Saintess under house arrest in order to find out the whereabouts of the Purple Sun Sovereign. Everyone was shocked and deeply shocked. The Purple Mansion Saintess represented the Purple Mansion's reputation. She was taken away by Gu Chang'e's followers in public. This was too disrespectful to the Purple Mansion. It was no different from slapping the Purple Mansion's face. Of course, when they thought about how this was done by Gu Chang'e's followers, many people understood. Other than him, not many people had the guts to do this. However, some people also suspected that the Purple Mansion would not care about such a provocation. After all, they were protecting the Purple Sun Sovereign. The Purple Mansion Saintess was only under house arrest. What could happen? Unless Gu Chang'e really wanted to kill the Purple Mansion Saintess. But if that was the case, then what was the difference between him and the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts? As the most recognized leader of the younger generation, Gu Chang'e definitely cared about his reputation. What happened after that confirmed the guesses of many cultivators. The Purple Mansion did not care about their saintess being under house arrest at all. Some elders even personally said that they hoped young Lord Chang'e would take good care of their saintess. Such a shameless attitude caused an uproar. Regardless of whether the Purple Mansion knew about the whereabouts of the Purple Sun Sovereign, their tough attitude of protecting the Purple Sun Sovereign was enough to shock many cultivators. However, the Purple Palace only said such words and did not do anything substantial. After all, this was a matter of the younger generation. If the older generation rashly interfered, it would lead to an unknown and terrifying situation. And among the younger generation, no one was Gu Chang'e's opponent. Thus, they decided to compare who was more shameless and who was more shameless. They were also very cautious. From their words, they knew that they could not hold their ground. However, from the meaning of their words, it seemed that they were determined to protect the Purple Sun Sovereign. Lu Ziyan was now in Gu Chang'e's hands. They did not care at all. As for the Purple Mansion's reply, Gu Changa's answer was very simple. He said that he would take good care of the Purple Mansion Saintess. However, he could not guarantee that the next time the Purple Mansion Saintess returned, she would not give the Purple Mansion sect leader a big surprise and make him like her grandfather. Such a statement instantly caused a huge commotion. Many people were dumbfounded and their eyeballs were about to fall out. They did not expect Gu Changa to really go against the Purple Mansion sect leader. The Purple Mansion sect did not even care about their reputation. They knew that the Purple Sun Sovereign had kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi, but they still wanted to protect him. Gu Changa simply put their saintess under house arrest and said that he would give the Purple Mansion sect leader a surprise. This made many cultivators feel ashamed. Anyway, they did not dare to say such words. Is this Gu Changa's plan? The Purple Sun Sovereign's whereabouts are unknown. No one knows where he is hiding. However, according to the Purple Mansion sect's actions, they would not care about this matter. The Purple Sun Lord possesses the primordial Dao Bone, which is a rare talent. Although he was defeated by Gu Changa, as long as he rebuilds himself, his cultivation will definitely improve. The Purple Mansion sect has always been ambitious. They want to improve further. The Purple Sun Sovereign is their hope. In Six Crown King's mansion, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the area where Gu Changa was. He seemed to be thinking, then he shook his head. Is this Brother Changa's idea? In another mansion, the tall Ling Yu with silver hair like a waterfall was holding a letter in her hand. She looked very surprised. It was the letter sent by Gu Changa. She quickly finished reading the contents of the letter and frowned. As she expected, it was the information and clues about the Purple Sun Sovereign that Gu Changa had obtained. The Purple Sun Sovereign worked with the inheritor of the demonic arts to kill the Divine Prince. With Brother Changa taking the lead, it saved me a lot of trouble. After reading, Yingyu clenched her hands and felt cold. Now that Prince Ing and the Divine Prince were not here, she naturally became the first successor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Many things were left to her to deal with. The Purple Mansion sect protected the Purple Sun Sovereign and insisted on going against us. They are really hateful. We have to teach them a lesson. During this time, Yingyu was also depressed and angry. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had become the target of ridicule. As the successor, she was naturally ridiculed. Then, Yingyu sent the news back to the sect and asked the ancient existences of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain what to do. At the same time, she planned to summon the troops that the Heavenly Emperor Ing had left behind for them and go to the Purple Mansion sect to seek justice. For a time, the small black tortoise ancient country became turbulent. It was no longer peaceful. Every day, cultivators with powerful auras could be seen coming from all over the country. The upper echelons of the Black Tortoise ancient country had their tails between their legs and cowered in their own territories. They did not dare to go out, fearing that they would bump into those geniuses that they could not afford to offend. At this time, on the mountain range outside the Black Tortoise ancient country, Gu Xian's figure appeared here. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind, and she looked cold and otherworldly. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and no one dared to approach her. On her shoulder, a big red bird was drooping its wings. Its eyes were searching everywhere. Big Red, you have to help me look carefully. This matter is very important to me. Gu Xian said to the big red bird on her shoulder. Although she did not know where the Purple Sun Sovereign was hiding, she believed that he was not far from the Black Tortoise ancient country. As long as they searched carefully, they would be able to find him. At this time, the Purple Sun Sovereign could not have gone too far. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Unless the Purple Sun Sovereign changed his appearance and did not want to continue staying in the Immortal Academy. Qing Xiaoyi's abduction had something to do with her. Now that Gu Changa was injured, it was not easy for her to move. If she could find Lord of Purple Sun, it would save him some trouble. With this thought in mind, Gu Xian summoned the big red bird. Because it had a special talent for searching, no matter if it was a hidden cultivator, all kinds of heavenly treasures, opportunities, and so on, nothing could escape its eyes. Ga, suddenly, the big red bird cried out. Its eyes suddenly shined. Did you find a clue? Gu Xian was pleasantly surprised. She followed the bird's gaze and her expression froze. Between the cliffs of the mountain, there was a blue and red plant that looked like a star. It was emitting a hazy light. It was very beautiful and strange. I asked you to find someone. Who asked you to search for treasures? Her words were somewhat angry. How did she end up with such an unreliable big red bird? Hearing this, the big red bird looked at her with disdain. I don't want it. If I can't find the person, then I don't want the precious plant. Gu Xian shook her head. Her face was a little sad. This is the spark of starry fire, but very quickly, she looked again and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes brightened. Only now did she notice that under the plant, there was a small stone that was emitting rainbow-colored light. Gu Xian's figure flashed. She hurriedly rushed over to pick it up. Her gloomy mood was lifted. Her luck was really not bad. She didn't find the person, but the spark of starry fire was worth the time she spent searching. However, Gu Xian did not notice. Behind an ancient tree in the distance, a man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance was watching her leave with a complicated expression, but he didn't do anything. It was the eldest martial brother Qin Wuya who returned from the ninth heaven. At the same time, he was Gu Xian's eldest martial brother from her previous life. Chapter 323. After Gu Xian plucked the star fire seed, she turned into a rainbow and left the place. She did not notice Qin Wuya, who was watching her from afar. Her personality is very similar to junior sisters, but there are still some differences. Qin Wuya sighed deeply. He walked out from behind the ancient tree and retracted his gaze. He did not take the initiative to greet Gu Xian. Although he had the reincarnation lake's water in his hands, he could help Gu Xian recover her memories. However, if he suddenly approached her with an unknown background, it would definitely arouse Gu Xian's suspicion. If he forced Gu Xian to drink the reincarnation lake's water, it would be inconsistent with his style. Not to mention Gu Xian's cultivation was not bad and she seemed to have many tricks up her sleeve. If he really wanted to suppress her, he would need to spend some effort. That would not be worth it. Qin Wuya came here only to find out where Ziyang Heaven Monarch was hiding. He did not want to get involved in other troubles. That was why he secretly watched Gu Xian leave. When he saw the reincarnation of his previous life's partner in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Qin Wuya was excited and planned to meet up with his junior brother in the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise. With Ziyang Heaven Monarch status, it should not be difficult for him to find out the identity of that woman. As long as he knew the identity of that woman, it would be much easier for him to find a way to reunite with her. Unfortunately, the idea was good, but the reality stunned Qin Wuya. He could not believe it. Qin Wuya did not expect that he would not find Ziyang Heaven Monarch after reaching the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Instead, he heard that Ziyang Heaven Monarch had allied with the inheritor of the demonic arts and kidnapped the girl with the immortal demon body. He even heard that Ziyang Heaven Monarch had killed a group of young geniuses in the Yin land and had almost killed Gu Chang'e. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect that such a thing would happen so soon after he arrived at the reincarnation lake. At first, Qin Wuya did not believe that his junior brother would do such a thing. Back in the days when they were still in the sect, Ziyang Heaven Monarch was rather timid and cowardly. Most of the time, he was bullied by the other disciples. It was always him who sought justice for him. With junior brother Ziyang's personality, how could he do such a thing? Among them, the successor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Divine Prince, had even died a miserable death. However, Qin Wuya wasn't very sure about his own thoughts. After all, so many years had passed, and people would change. Junior brother Zi Yang hated Gu Changa so much, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to kill him, even if it meant cooperating with the inheritor of the demonic arts. After that, there was no news about the Purple Sun God monarch. Instead, there were all sorts of other rumors that proved the truth. All of these made Qin Wuya fall into deep suspicion. He increasingly felt that this matter was related to junior brother Zi Yang. Fortunately, Zi Yang Heaven Monarch took the initiative to send someone to contact him, guessing that he had already left the reincarnation lake and rushed to the Black Tortoise ancient country. Thus, Qin Wuya rushed all the way here to meet up with Zi Yang Heaven Monarch and discuss what to do next. I hope this matter has nothing to do with junior brother. It seems that the inheritor of the demonic arts is not simple. If you want to ask a tiger for its skin, you have to be prepared to be devoured by the tiger, Qin Wuya sighed in his heart. His figure flashed as he rushed to the place he had discussed with Zi Yang Heaven Monarch. In their era, there was no news about the inheritor of the demonic arts. The inheritor of the demonic arts seemed to have only appeared in recent years. Their actions were feared by all cultivators and sky prides. Even those great sects and orthodoxies that had stood tall since ancient times avoided the inheritor of the demonic arts like snakes and scorpions. They wouldn't let them grow. If Zi Yang Heaven Monarch cooperated with such a person, he might be killed at any time. Very quickly, Qin Wuya sensed a strange fluctuation in a seemingly quiet and desolate ruin in front of him. With his experience, he easily recognized that it was some concealment runes. Moreover, the formation was very clever. Even a supreme being would be fooled if they weren't paying attention. However, it couldn't be hidden from him. Junior brother Zi Yang. At the entrance of the ruin, Qin Wuya took the initiative to shout inside. At the same time, he used his divine sense to check the surroundings to prevent anyone from following him. Eldest senior brother, he's finally here. After hearing Qin Wuya's words. In the depths of the ruin, a purple-robed man who was cultivating suddenly became excited. He hurriedly stood up and rushed to meet Qin Wuya. Junior brother Zi Yang, are you alright? Qin Wuya looked at Zi Yang Heaven Monarch who rushed over and heaved a sigh of relief. He asked with concern. I'm fine. Now that eldest senior brother is here, I'm relieved. After that, Qin Wuya and Zi Yang Heaven Monarch exchanged greetings. Zi Yang Heaven Monarch revealed a smile and also heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasiness in his heart was finally gone. In his eyes, Qin Wuya was like a pillar of support. No matter what happened, as long as eldest senior brother was here, he would be able to solve it. It was the same for the framing incident this time. Junior brother, what's going on? I'm just saying that I've heard too many rumors recently. After that, Qin Wuya frowned and went straight to the point. Zi Yang Heaven Monarch also did not hide anything. He told Qin Wuya everything he knew, without hiding anything. Including how he chased after the inheritor of the demonic arts and how he was framed for no reason and became the accomplice of the inheritor of the demonic arts who kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. He did not omit a single word from the beginning to the end of this matter. He told Qin Wuya everything. The person who framed you is truly vicious. It can be said to be flawless and without any flaws. Even though Qin Wuya was experienced and knowledgeable, after hearing all this, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His back was filled with cold air. He was shocked and somewhat frightened. One after another, it was a dead end. No wonder Zi Yang Heaven Monarch would be in such a sorry state and hide here. If not, how could I be like this right now? Zi Yang Heaven Monarch smiled bitterly. However, his face was filled with anger and hatred. Then junior brother, do you know who framed you? Qin Wuya asked in a low voice. Could it be Six Crown King? I heard that he was the first person to know that you kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. Hearing this, Lord of Heaven Zi Yang was also stunned. the person he suspected the most was actually Gu Chang'e. However, he was not certain. When he used the immortal Tao Heavenly Eye to see the future fragment, he wanted to know what he would encounter in the future. Although he saw Gu Chang'e's figure at that time, it was not enough to prove that Gu Chang'e was scheming against him. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had been seriously injured in the land of extreme Yin and had almost died in the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. In Ziyang Heaven Monarch's opinion, Six Crown King was also very suspicious. After all, Six Crown King was in Black Tortoise ancient country when everything happened. Moreover, there was no enmity between the two of them. Without any evidence, why would Six Crown King be so sure that he was the one who kidnapped Qin Xiaoyi? None of this could be justified. Secondly, there was that mysterious inheritor of the demonic arts. Soon, Ziyang Heaven Monarch mentioned the three people he suspected. He wanted to see what Qin Wuya thought of this. I understand. Don't worry, junior brother. I will do my best to help you. Qin Wuya nodded. His expression was heavy. Before the truth came to light, he could not say for sure who was the one who framed Ziyang Heaven Monarch. That's right. Eldest senior brother, can you help me with something? I know that your cultivation is powerful. This shouldn't be a problem. Ziyang Heaven Monarch suddenly thought of something and said with a slightly expectant expression. Please speak, junior brother. Qin Wuya nodded. Right now, due to the fact that Saintess Ziyan was captured by Gu Chang'e and put under house arrest, the Purple Mansion is now divided. Many of the elders have started to side with the headmaster, said the Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. So, you want me to take action and rescue the Saintess Ziyan, right? When Qin Wuya heard this, he suddenly understood. This kind of matter was not difficult for him. He just needed to sneak into the palace where Gu Chang'e was and not be discovered. Although Gu Chang'e was powerful, he was nothing to Qin Wuya, who had lived in the Nine Heavens for hundreds of years. In the eyes of outsiders, he was only a heavenly god. However, Qin Wuya was not very clear about his true strength. Thank you, senior brother. Ziyang Heaven Monarch was overjoyed when he heard this. In fact, he still had his own plans. He was actually quite possessive of Lu Ziyan, the Purple Mansion's holy maiden, who was extremely beautiful. Back then, the few old monsters in the Purple Mansion had promised him that they would bestow Lu Ziyan to him after he took over the Purple Mansion. Ziyang Heaven Monarch had come in contact with her because of this matter. He had also given her pointers and left a good impression on her. However, now that Lu Ziyan was imprisoned by Gu Chang'e and there were even some bad rumors about her, he felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, in the Purple Mansion's world, the territory was vast and boundless. It was difficult to find the border. Purple chi lingered in the air, and clouds rose. There were countless celestial mountains and divine islands. Silver waterfalls fell from the sky and chaotic fog shrouded the area. At the center of the Purple Mansion was a palace that stood in the void. Damn it! There was a tall middle-aged man with a dignified aura around him. He wore a purple great luo robe, and when he opened and closed his eyes, a radiance would appear. There was an aura that made one's heart palpitate. His face was pale as he clenched his fists. He was furious. The other elders by the side were also trying to persuade Zhang Xian helplessly. Chapter 324. Gu Chang'e, this junior, has gone too far. Does he really think that I won't do anything to him just because he's the young master of the Gu clan? It's the Grand Elder who protected Lord Purple Sunday. What does that have to do with me? Not only did he lock up my daughter, but he also said that he would make me a master. How dare he? This person was the sect leader of the Purple Mansion, Lu Ming. Naturally, he had heard the rumors. Now, he was so angry that he almost laughed. His eyes were full of anger. Originally, he had a good impression of Gu Chang'e. Such a young talent had a righteous heart. His actions showed that he would achieve great things. However, he did not expect that Gu Chang'e would lock up his daughter, Lu Ziyan, and threaten him to tell him the whereabouts of Lord Purple Sunday. How would he know where Lord Purple Sun was? Furthermore, the one who protected Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was another Grand Elder. His authority was no less than that of the sect leader. Moreover, an old monster had recently awakened and thought highly of Lord Purple Sunday. Because of this relationship, the sect leader turned a blind eye and did not interfere. He gave full authority to the Grand Elder. How could the sect leader of the Purple Mansion not be angry that he had become the scapegoat? If Ziyan really gave him a big surprise when she returned to the sect, he would not be able to control himself. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold himself back and rush to the Longevity Gu family to cause a ruckus. Sect leader, please calm down. We were wrong in this matter. However, no matter what, the Saintess Ziyan is Gu Chang'e's woman now. We can't make him unhappy. After all, the Saintess is a rare beauty. What if Gu Chang'e can't control himself and does something stupid? Hearing this, the other elders also tried to persuade the sect leader with a bitter smile. Now that something like this had happened, as experts of the older generation, if they were to interfere, they would be suspected of bullying the younger generation due to their age. The forces behind Gu Chang'e would not sit back and do nothing. Once this matter was blown out of proportion, the Purple Mansion would not be able to gain any advantage. Not to mention, there were still other orthodoxies eyeing the Purple Mansion covetously. Right now, the only thing they could do was to prove that Purple Sun God Monarch was really related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, not only did their words of persuasion not have any effect, they instead made the Z Mansion's headmaster even more furious. How dare he? Damn it, this Gu Chang'e really pisses me off. To think that I thought that this child would become a great person in the future. There would definitely be a place for him at the peak of the upper realm. The headmaster of the Purple Mansion had a gloomy expression on his face. He began to pace back and forth in the hall with an ugly expression. If it wasn't for the fact that they were concerned about their sect's reputation and the other orthodoxies, they would have been able to do so. At this time, he wanted to show himself and go to the Black Tortoise ancient country to rescue Lu Ziyan and teach Gu Chang'e a lesson. Husband, there's no need to worry about this. Ziyan is intelligent, and she definitely won't suffer any grievances. Speaking of which, isn't this an opportunity for her? At this time, a soft and gentle voice suddenly came from outside the hall. A graceful and elegant woman walked in. She had a messaging charm in her hand and spoke with a smile on her face. Greetings, Madam Headmaster. The rest of the elders greeted her. Then, they looked at each other and tacitly excused themselves. The headmaster of the Purple Mansion and his wife were very loving. They also doted on their only daughter, Lu Ziyan. Madam. Seeing her, the anger on the headmaster of the Purple Mansion dissipated. Then, he put on a gentle expression and went forward to ask curiously, Madam, what do you mean? This is the message Ziyan sent back. You'll know when you see it. When the time comes and we have a grandson, we don't know who will lose out. The headmaster's wife smiled and handed the message charm in her hand to Lu Ming. In her opinion, with Gu Chang'e's status, he only said such things to embarrass the Z Mansion. It was impossible for him to do anything. If Gu Chang'e did something to Lu Ziyan, with his status, it was impossible for him to not take responsibility. When the time comes, it would save her a lot of trouble. Lu Ziyan was a very famous Z Mansion saintess in the upper realm. She was as beautiful as a flower and as delicate as jade. She was worried that her standards were too high and that she wouldn't be able to find a cultivation partner in the future. No matter if it was Gu Chang'e's talent or background, there was no one more suitable than him. If such a freak combination of factors were to happen, it would be a wonderful thing. The headmaster of the Z Mansion, Lu Ming, didn't know what his wife was thinking. He looked at the message charm in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Oh, Ziyan sent back a message. Could it be that Gu Chang'e is bullying her? But soon, his expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then, he frowned and deeply sighed. After reading everything in the message charm, Lu Ming found it difficult to remain calm. House arrest is just what they call it. I didn't expect it to be like this. I can't believe I've wronged someone. With Xi Yan's personality, she definitely wouldn't lie to me. Gu Chang'e's schemes are really hard to ignore. Actually, I'm very clear about Xi Yan's worries. Since Gu Chang'e insists that Ziyang Sky Lord give him an explanation, I'll play along with him. The headmaster of the Z mansion pondered for a while and regained his composure. Lu Ziyan had explained everything in the message charm, including the cause and effect of Gu Chang'e's invitation to tea that day. It also included the interactions between her and Gu Chang'e during this period. They drank tea, played chess, and occasionally discussed cultivation. It was very relaxing. It didn't seem like she was under house arrest at all. In fact, Lu Ziyan even enjoyed it. It was rare for her to find a kindred spirit in the opposite sex. From this, Lu Ming could see Gu Chang'e's tough attitude. There were only two things in front of him now. The first was to protect Ziyang Sky Lord and become enemies with many orthodoxies, including Gu Chang'e. The second was to cooperate with Gu Chang'e to search for Ziyang Sky Lord's whereabouts and announce that Ziyang Sky Lord had nothing to do with the Z mansion. Husband, you should think about it carefully. After all, this concerns the future of the Z mansion. If you're not careful, you'll be smashed into pieces and die without a burial place. The headmaster's wife also advised. How could the inheritor of the demonic arts be so easily involved? Lu Ming frowned and sighed deeply. He felt that this matter was very troublesome. The lineage behind the Purple Sun Heaven Monarch is very ancient. At the same time, it has an inseparable relationship with my lineage. If we expel him because of this, he will definitely be punished. I can't make the decision to expel him. Hearing this, the headmaster's wife said, Husband, why don't you take a step back and say that this has nothing to do with you? Although it'll offend him, we can't care about it. That's true. Let's do as you say. Lu Ming pondered for a while and then nodded. He began to give orders and write the relevant edicts. Soon, a piece of news spread from the Z mansion and shook everyone. The headmaster of the Z mansion said that if Ziyang Sky Lord was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, he would be the first to kill him. He would not leave any traces behind. Once this news spread, it was like an earthquake and caused a terrifying sensation. All the cultivators and sky prides were extremely shocked. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Did the headmaster of the Z mansion give in to Gu Chang'e? Or did he have other motives? There were many guesses. After all, the Z mansion still wanted to protect Ziyang Sky Lord even though the headmaster said so. What did this mean? It meant that there were differences in opinion in the Z mansion. Once this statement spread, many orthodoxies and cultivators were shocked. They realized that the Z mansion was not united. Some wanted to protect Ziyang Sky Lord, but some wanted to deal with him impartially. Since the headmaster of the Z mansion said so, if the situation went out of control, it was equivalent to giving the Z mansion a chance to resolve the situation. It was not that the entire Z mansion wanted to make the entire world their enemy. However, no matter what, the longer Ziyang Sky Lord did not appear, the more turbulent the situation would be. The entire Black Tortoise ancient country was immersed in the atmosphere of a storm. During this time, outside the Z Mansion Mountain, an ancient existence from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain came to seek justice. Without a doubt, a terrifying battle broke out. Outside the Z Mansion, many mountains and rivers were turned into dust. Some cultivators even saw the stars in outer space falling from the sky. Many Z Mansion disciples and cultivators were deeply uneasy. When they were traveling in the outside world, they were attacked by many people who thought that they were in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Because of this, many Z Mansion disciples resented Z Yang Sky Lord. He was the one who caused this disaster. Why did they have to suffer in the end? Deep in the Black Tortoise ancient country. Inside a magnificent and ancient palace. Two people sat opposite each other. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Clack. As the last word was spoken, the situation on the chessboard changed instantly. The pieces intersected and divine light surged. It was as if a real phoenix that was about to leap into the 9 heavens was beheaded. Blood splattered everywhere. You've lost again. Gu Changa smiled and looked at the woman in purple in front of him. Chapter 325. Within the hall, the aroma of tea wafted in the air. After Gu Changa finished speaking, the hall became extremely quiet. Ji Qingxian stood beside Gu Changa and poured tea for him. She glanced at the lady in the purple dress from time to time. She seemed to be quiet and obedient. The lady in the purple dress looked like she was in her 20s. The veil that was originally used to cover her face was also removed. Her face was fair and delicate. Her lips and teeth were crystal clear, and her hair was black. She had a kind of otherworldly beauty. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was smeared with all kinds of black ink. It was a mixture of black and white, and it looked extremely strange. Although she was a little embarrassed, she did not look otherworldly. If the heavenly talents outside saw this scene, they would open their eyes wide in disbelief. Then, they would be furious and would jump out to support justice for the goddess and wash away the humiliation. Lu Zian held a chess piece in her hand and was about to place it down. However, she didn't expect that the hundreds of changes on the chessboard would instantly seal off all her paths of retreat, leaving her no chance of survival. For a moment, she was stunned and didn't know what to do. In the end, she could only sigh dejectedly. I lost again. These days, every time she asked Gu Changa for chess, she would lose terribly. She thought that her chess skills were excellent. No matter what kind of opponent she met before, even if it was a chess master who had been immersed in chess for hundreds or thousands of years, she was confident that she could match and win. However, in front of Gu Changa, who was about the same age as her, she lost time and time again. She had never won. No matter what, she could not find a way out. Every escape route was calculated by Gu Changa. Lu Zian could not believe it at first. After all, a person's energy was limited. Gu Changa's cultivation was so strong, which meant that he spent a lot of time on cultivation. However, why was his chess skills also so good? Lu Zian could not accept it. He was even better than her, who studied chess. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Moreover, Gu Changa's way of playing chess could be said to be flawless and closely linked. Even though it was just a game of chess, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. This made Lu Zian recall the scene she saw that day. Using all living things as chess pieces and the world as a board, such boldness was indeed not something she could compare to. Of course, Lu Zian had no idea that her so-called chess master, Gu Changa, was actually Gu Changa. It was all thanks to the system. Before this, he didn't know anything about chess at all. He was purely learning and adding points on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that he had to deal with Lu Zian, he wouldn't have bothered to study chess. Yeah, Saintess Si Yen, you lost again. I've already given you 3 moves in this game, but I didn't expect the result to still be the same. Hearing this, Gu Changa seemed to sigh helplessly, and then smiled. Then, he raised his wrist and unconsciously picked up the brush beside him. He dipped it in ink and planned to smear it on the face of the beauty in front of him. Lu Zian bit her lip and stared straight at him. Young Master Changa, won't you let me win? I've already let you win so many times. Saintess Si Yen, are you trying to go back on your word? Gu Changa lightly smiled. She was as beautiful as jade and had a celestial appearance. Even if what he was doing was a bit repulsive, it was very difficult for a woman to feel bad about it. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan could only accept her fate and close her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled as she allowed Gu Chang'e to randomly smear her face with the brush. Who would have thought that she would even make a bet in order to ask Gu Chang'e for advice on chess? Of course, this bet was proposed by Gu Chang'e, so Lu Ziyan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She was just a bit annoyed by Gu Chang'e's bad taste. That's fine. Soon, Gu Chang'e stopped writing, his eyes filled with interest. Lu Ziyan lowered her eyes, inwardly annoyed. She didn't need to look at the mirror to know that her face was completely black. For a woman who loved beauty, this was simply torture. This kind of thing, except for Gu Chang'e, probably no one else could do. Again. Lu Ziyan raised her eyes and said again. There was a sense of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat in her eyes, as if she was determined to win against Gu Chang'e. Not again. Gu Chang'e shook his head and brought the teacup to his mouth. His eyes were calm, and he seemed to be very calm. There was a sense of transcendence. No, young Master Chang'e, you are such a bully. How can you not play again? Lu Ziyan suddenly stood up. She was a bit anxious and no longer as calm as before. If she didn't win against Gu Chang'e, she would really have a mental block. Saintess Ziyan, you can't win against me anyway. It's meaningless to keep winning like this. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e only said unhurriedly. Lu Ziyan understood what he was implying. He felt that this kind of bet was no longer interesting. Therefore, she was very straightforward and asked directly. Then, young Master Chang'e, what do you want before you agree to play another round with me? Saintess Ziyan, why are you so stubborn? Could it be that you like the feeling of being oppressed by me? Gu Chang'e asked with a strange smile. Lu Ziyan was startled. Her face became a bit red, and she hurriedly waved her hand, young Master Chang'e, please don't say such nonsense. I just want to play with you. I don't mean anything else. That's good. Gu Chang'e smiled. His handsome face was flawless. Even though his face was pale and he hadn't recovered from his injuries, he still looked otherworldly. He looked outside the palace and gently put down the teacup. I thought you really wanted to bring back the chubby grandson of the Z Mansion's sect master. Otherwise, why would you be so stubborn? Hearing this, Lu Ziyan's beautiful face became even redder. However, because of the ink, it wasn't very obvious. She calmed herself down and hurriedly explained. Young Master Chang'e, you must be joking. I have never thought about this before. She had heard many rumors in the outside world. In particular, when Gu Chang'e told the Z Mansion sect master that he would like to be a master, Lu Ziyan was stunned for a long time. At that time, she even pretended to be serious and asked Gu Chang'e about this matter. In the end, all she got was a sentence from him, Saintess Ziyan, you're dreaming. Lu Ziyan simply could not forget the dumbfounded and ashamed expression on her face at that time. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. She clearly knew that Gu Chang'e only said that to the outside world, she was under house arrest. However, she still believed it to be true. Moreover, Lu Ziyan could see that Gu Chang'e really didn't have any interest in her. Otherwise, why would he say something like that? Oh, then it seems that I was thinking too much. Gu Chang'e smiled and then looked outside the palace. He seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing him like this, Lu Ziyan couldn't help but ask curiously, young Master Chang'e, why were you looking outside the palace? Did something happen? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked at her and shook his head. I suddenly felt a bit uneasy. It seems that I won't be able to calm down for the next few days. Saintess Ziyan, you should be careful. I'll be careful. Lu Ziyan was stunned and didn't understand what Gu Chang'e meant. Saintess Ziyan, you should move in with me for the next few days. Gu Chang'e didn't explain much and only said this. Gu Chang'e, don't even think about it, I won't give birth to your child. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan was stunned for a moment. Then, her beautiful face turned pale with fright and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, the first thing that popped up in her mind was the matter that Gu Chang'e told the headmaster of the Z mansion a few days ago about becoming a master. In a moment of panic, she couldn't help but blurt it out. However, as soon as she said this, she felt that something was wrong. Her reaction seemed to be too intense. Saintess Xian, why are you always thinking about such good things? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows and seemed a little helpless. What I mean is that if you move here, I can take care of you if anything happens. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan quickly reacted and her eyes widened. She wasn't stupid. From Gu Chang'e's actions, he seemed to have noticed something. Young Master Chang'e, are you saying that someone will come to assassinate me? Lu Ziyan calmed down and frowned. She seriously thought about it. She didn't doubt this possibility. If something happened to her at this time, Gu Chang'e definitely wouldn't be able to get away with it. Most importantly, because of her, there were many people in the Z mansion who were against protecting the Purple Sun Sovereign. If something happened to her, the Z mansion would be enraged. Perhaps the little sign that had just appeared would be snuffed out. If I were Purple Sun Sky Monarch, I would definitely send someone to kill you. Gu Chang'e smiled. He didn't believe that Lu Ziyan didn't understand what he meant. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan fell into deep thought. Everything she did was for the sake of the Z mansion. However, the Purple Sun Sovereign's actions were no different from pushing the Z mansion into the abyss of no return. At this time, she had become the Purple Sun Sovereign's obstacle. After that, Gu Chang'e called a group of followers and ordered them to increase the patrols and be on guard in case someone came to seek revenge. Lu Ziyan had a lot on her mind and didn't have the mood to continue playing chess with Gu Chang'e. She took her leave first. Qin Wuya, it's time for you to make a move. After Lu Ziyan left, Gu Chang'e smiled. He had already set up an inescapable net and was waiting for Qin Wuya to make his move. In fact, he had already guessed the Purple Sun Sovereign's motive. Of course, he didn't want to kill Lu Ziyan. He wanted to save her. And the only helper Zi Yang Heaven Monarch could find now was his eldest senior brother, Qin Wuya. After that, Gu Chang'e sent a message to Tang Wan and asked her to come over. He had something for her to do. At this time, it would be best if he could get the other son of Providence, Chu Hao, to join in. At the same time, outside the group of palaces, a man with a medium build and an ordinary face was looking at something in a secluded alley with a frown on his face. He was murmuring softly. In his right hand, there was a stone with strange patterns on it. It was moving inexplicably. With Gu Chang'e's current condition, as long as I avoid his followers, he won't be able to find me. At that time, I'll be able to rescue the Saintess Zi Yan secretly and complete the mission that junior brother Zi Yang gave me. This person was naturally Qin Wuya, who had agreed to the Purple Sun Sovereign's request to rescue the Saintess Zi Yan. In order to accurately control the whereabouts of Gu Chang'e's followers, as well as the security of the palace where Gu Chang'e was at, Qin Wuya spent 3 days in total. Qin Wuya observed this place for a full 3 days. Only then did he have complete confidence. This place was heavily guarded. The entry and exit of cultivators and sky prides were firmly controlled. No strangers were allowed to enter. In the entire Black Tortoise ancient country, even the forbidden area of the imperial capital didn't have such a terrifying security. It was obvious that Gu Chang'e's injuries were not simple. In many people's eyes, although Gu Chang'e claimed that his injuries were almost healed. However, how could an Origin Dao injury be so easily healed? If his injuries weren't serious, he wouldn't be so vigilant like now. He wouldn't let go of the slightest disturbance. It seems that although Gu Chang'e's methods are outstanding, he is still worried that others will take advantage of the situation to attack him. The inheritor of demonic arts is hiding in the dark, ready to make a move. Gu Chang'e is definitely a life and death threat that must be eliminated. Qin Wuya carefully concealed his presence and hid in the vicinity of the palace. Even the patrolling sky prides didn't discover his presence. Asking for fresh flowers, soon, the sky darkened. The afterglow of the sun shone on the group of palaces in front of him. It was as if an ancient palace was located in the mortal world. It was incomparably majestic. The sky prides passing by all looked at him in awe. However, they didn't dare to stop in the slightest. Right at this moment, a slight fluctuation came from the void. Qin Wuya's figure became blurry. He stepped into it and soon disappeared. At this moment, even the most proficient sky prides in space wouldn't be able to discover his tracks. In Qin Wuya's hand was a mysterious shining stone that came from the 9 heavens. Regardless of whether it was concealing heaven's secrets or the aura of a cultivator, it had indescribable miraculous effects. Of course, Qin Wuya still had many tricks up his sleeve. That was why he was so confident. Along the way, Qin Wuya saw many patrolling sky prides, but none of them noticed him. At this moment, as long as they weren't stupid, they should know how terrifying the situation was after Gu Chang'e was injured. Therefore, unless they really wanted to kill Gu Chang'e, no one would dare to barge in. The patrolling sky prides and cultivators more or less had the same thoughts. They weren't as serious as Qin Wuya previously thought. Most of them were just wandering around in the vicinity. Soon, after entering the group of palaces in front of him, Qin Wuya's gaze was slightly strange. He swept his gaze across the formation runes and the patrolling sky prides. After that, he carefully avoided them and went directly into the depths of the palaces. He already knew the location of Gu Chang'e's palace, as well as the area where the Violet Palace disciples were imprisoned. In fact, it was only 100 miles away from where Gu Chang'e was. For cultivators like them, it was just a matter of a thought. After arriving at the palace, Qin Wuya began to search for traces of Saintess Ziyan. The most important thing now was to find Ziyan and take her away. This way, the Violet Palace realm wouldn't have to be afraid of Gu Chang'e. Just as Gu Chang'e had guessed, Ziyan wasn't in a good situation. Even though the Violet Palace realm behind him was still protecting him. However, there was another message from the Violet Palace realm. It said that if Ziyan was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, they wouldn't be merciful and would kill him personally. That was why Ziyan was panicking. His biggest reliance now was the Violet Palace realm behind him. If even the Violet Palace realm gave up on him, what would happen to him? He was afraid that even Prince-ing would be far inferior. You are, on the other side, in a quiet palace, Lu Ziyan, who was about to sleep, frowned. She had a bad premonition. The divine talisman in her hand shone brightly and her magic power surged. She quickly got up and was ready to attack. Outside the courtyard, a black shadow suddenly appeared. The moonlight became blurry as if it was covered by endless dark clouds. Lu Ziyan looked at the black-robed figure in front of her and felt uneasy. This person suddenly broke into her courtyard in the middle of the night. Moreover, he didn't make a sound. Lu Ziyan also noticed that as the black-robed figure appeared, the aura in the surroundings became strange. Even the night sky seemed to be covered by darkness. A terrifying black fog suddenly swept in from all directions and enveloped the entire courtyard. Even if she made a big noise, the patrolling cultivators and sky prides outside wouldn't notice. Such means made Lu Ziyan feel very uneasy. The other party must have come prepared. One had to know that she was currently in Gu Chang'e's palace, which was heavily guarded beyond imagination. However, someone was still able to sneak in. Didn't that mean that if this person had bad intentions, it would be easy for him to assassinate her here? Thinking about it more broadly, if this person was in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts, their goal would be to take advantage of Gu Chang'e's serious injury to assassinate him. This was simply unimaginable. At this time, Lu Ziyan recalled Gu Chang'e's words and felt a chill down her spine. Could it be that someone really wanted to kill her at this time and cause hatred between Gu Chang'e and the Violet Palace realm? She was a bit regretful that she didn't listen to Gu Chang'e's words and move the courtyard to his place. At this time, it would be much safer to have someone to look after her. Saintess Xian, the black shadow suddenly appeared and looked at Lu Xian with a cold smile as if he was looking at a prey. His entire body was shrouded in black mist, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, the terrifying aura was almost suffocating. With such an appearance, Lu Xian instantly thought of a person, and that was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Of course, the person in front of her was definitely not the inheritor of the demonic arts, but he definitely had something to do with it. Back in the land of Extreme Een, almost all the Sky Prides had seen it. Next to the inheritor of the demonic arts, there were several terrifying figures in black robes and shrouded in black mist. Each of them was at least in the Great Saint stage. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Did Lord Xiang send you? Although Lu Xian felt uneasy, she forced herself to calm down and asked coldly. She knew that she couldn't panic at this time. Moreover, she wanted to use this opportunity to get information from the other party. Who is Lord Xiang? However, the black-robed person only sneered and didn't say much. You're about to die, but you still have so many questions. If you want to know, go and ask someone else. After saying that, he didn't waste any time and directly slammed his palm down. It was like a peerless heavenly sword that slashed down with endless laws. The terrifying aura of the Great Saint stage appeared and was about to kill Lu Xian. 1000. Chapter 326. Lu Xian's expression changed drastically. She floated backward in an attempt to avoid the palm. However, the power was too terrifying. The precepts were as heavy as the vast sea of stars. Even though she was a short distance away, her skin felt like it was going to explode. She couldn't withstand it at all. Buzz! The void trembled and collapsed inch by inch as if it was going to shatter. If this place wasn't covered by the runes just now, the commotion here would have spread everywhere immediately and caused a huge commotion. That was why the other party came prepared and had anticipated all of this. That was why he set up a concealment array. His goal was to kill her silently here. Lu Xian's face turned cold at the thought of this. Although the other party didn't admit it, she had already guessed that this matter was definitely related to Lord of Purple Sunday. The black-robed man was the subordinate of the inheritor of demonic arts, and Lord of Purple's son couldn't wait to kill her. Now is the best time to do that. I didn't expect Lord of Purple's son to work together with the inheritor of demonic arts. Now that I've discovered this secret, they probably won't let me live. Lu Xian took out a magic tool. It was a heavenly luo umbrella that was overflowing with colorful lights, and it let down all kinds of brilliance. Suddenly, it spread out like a shield, wanting to resist the black-robed man. Lu Xian was also very decisive. At this time, she knew that she wasn't the other party's match. She immediately took out the protective Dharma artifact that her father had left for her. It was a golden decree. The moment she activated it, endless golden light gushed out. It was like a golden sun that rose up brilliantly. Even though the courtyard was covered in black fog and was completely isolated from the outside world, there were still signs of breaking through. The black-robed man was extremely powerful. He was far stronger than the great sage cultivators that Lu Xian had encountered before. In her opinion, the black-robed man in front of her could even fight a quasi-supreme. With her own means, it would be a problem for her to stay alive. That was why she was so decisive. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, it was as if hundreds of stars had exploded. The Tian Luo umbrella took the hit head-on. Immediately, cracks appeared on it and it collapsed. However, under the light of the golden decree, the black-robed man didn't care at all. He even sneered. I knew you had such means. He waved his hands, and two pitch-black beams of light appeared in the air. There was a supreme aura surging within them. Immediately afterwards, the two streaks of light crisscrossed, forming a terrifying cross-shaped crack. Endless devouring force transmitted from within, great Tao symbols gushing out, terrifying beyond compare. The golden decree resisted and was instantly swallowed by the cross-shaped fissure. The two contended against each other, and it was difficult for them to struggle free. They clashed and cancelled each other out, creating a great scene. This scene left Lu Ziyan stunned. The golden decree was restrained, so she had to use other methods. However, in the void, the black fog that filled the sky had already swept over and instantly sent her flying. With a "pu" sound, blood spurted out of her mouth, and her aura rapidly declined. This is the divine ability that Master personally bestowed upon me. I knew that you would have such a technique and was waiting for you to use it. Saintess Si Yen, no one will be able to save you today. Today will be your memorial day. The black-robed figure laughed coldly. His silhouette rapidly closed the distance between them before vanishing. He unleashed a terrifying innate technique, causing darkness to envelop the entire area as he rushed towards Lu Ziyan. Seeing this, Lu Ziyan's expression could not help but become desperate. In the next moment, her silhouette flew out horizontally and fell to the ground. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her injuries were severe. Large patches of her snow-white skin were covered in wounds. You're about to die. Are you still going to resist? The black-robed figure appeared again, his gaze cold. Lu Ziyan coughed out blood and struggled to stand up. She coldly looked at the other party without saying anything. She used many methods, but they were all useless. Even the golden decree, which contained her father's full power attack, was blocked by the other party's special divine ability and could not be used. Could it be that she was really going to be killed today? She was very regretful now. If she had listened to Gu Changa's words and moved to his palace, she would have done so. Would this black-robed man dare to be so arrogant tonight? It seems that Saintess Si Yen is regretting now. At this moment, a voice with a faint smile suddenly came from the house behind Lu Ziyan. Her entire body suddenly froze, and she abruptly turned around. She was incomparably shocked and pleasantly surprised. It was like a dream. Gu Changa. Lu Ziyan couldn't help but exclaim. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. But more than that, she was unable to conceal her joy, surprise, and excitement. Who would have thought that Gu Changa would suddenly appear in such a life-or-death situation? How did he appear here? Lu Ziyan didn't have time to ask. In her opinion, Gu Changa's strength was enough to fight against the black-robed figure in front of her. After all, the other party's most powerful method was used to fight against her golden decree. It seems that it was as I expected. Indeed, someone couldn't hold back and attacked you. Gu Changa walked out of the house unhurriedly with an unfathomable smile on his face. You already expected this? Lu Ziyan looked at him and calmed down a bit. She recalled Gu Changa's previous actions. He did say that he guessed that Purple Sun Lord would send someone to assassinate her. Was that why Gu Changa hid beside her and waited for the attacker to appear? If that wasn't the case, why would I appear to save you? Gu Changa smiled and began to emit a powerful aura. Even though his source was damaged, he still had an undefeatable aura. Rumble. The sky seemed to be about to explode. Many terrifying phenomena rose. Gu Changa. My master will come and take your life personally. Seeing Gu Changa appear, the black-robed figure glanced at him with fear. He seemed to have the intention to retreat. Oh, but it seems that your life will end here today. Gu Changa looked at him and said indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. Huh, what arrogance. Do you really think that I'm the only one? Moreover, Gu Changa, you've been injured by the source of your great Tao. Do you really think that I can't see that you're heavily injured and can't use much of your strength? The black-robed figure sneered. He wasn't afraid at all and spoke again. He even found a signboard for him to enter the arena. Soon, the two people in the courtyard started to fight. The place shook and the concealment formation started to collapse. Black fog surged and the void trembled. This kind of majestic aura was like a large piece of blue sky crashing down. It wanted to smash Gu Chang'e into a bloody mist and destroy his body and soul. However, Gu Chang'e quickly took action. Strand after strand of bizarre radiance appeared. There was a supreme fluctuation that swept outwards, crushing everything. "Aren't you heavily injured?" The black-robed figure's expression changed. He waved his sleeve and felt that the situation was not right. He planned to escape. "Even if I'm heavily injured, it's easy to kill you all," Gu Chang'e said indifferently. His figure flashed and he quickly chased after the black-robed figure. The formation that enveloped the place was suddenly broken. What happened? What's going on? Is someone here to assassinate the young master? Many geniuses and cultivators felt the fluctuations of the battle at the first moment. They all appeared in the sky and were extremely shocked. "I hope young Master Chang'e can catch the black-robed figure and ask for the whereabouts of Heavenly Lord Ziyang and the inheritor of the demonic arts." Seeing Gu Chang'e chasing after the black-robed figure, Lu Ziyan also heaved a sigh of relief. She gradually calmed down and felt more at ease. She started to think about other things. What happened tonight was definitely related to Heavenly Lord Ziyang and the inheritor of the demonic arts. I have to tell father about this and let him decide. It's already a fact that Heavenly Lord Ziyang colluded with the inheritor of the demonic arts. At the same time, within the group of palaces, within the void, Qin Wuya, who was carefully hiding his tracks, also instantly noticed the chaotic situation in this place. To be honest, he was also very shocked. He didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Someone noticed him. Could it be that Gu Chang'e was attacked by the assassin? If that's the case, the heavens are helping me. Although I don't know the reason, but it should be related to Gu Chang'e being attacked by the assassin. In such a chaotic situation, I can take the opportunity to rescue her. Qin Wuya couldn't help but smile. His figure moved and became blurry. Relying on the information he had gathered in the past few days, he rushed to Lu Ziyan's courtyard. "Who are you?" However, the moment he appeared in the courtyard, a dazzling light flashed. A dazzling sword ray suddenly appeared. Its peerless sharpness formed a supreme murderous force that slashed down at him. Lu Ziyan shouted, accompanied by her cold killing intent. "Saintess Ziyan, don't be anxious. I don't mean any harm. Junior brother Ziyang asked me to come and save you." Qin Wuya explained when he heard that. He didn't want to attract any unnecessary trouble. However, he felt that Lu Ziyan's current state was very strange. "Heavenly Lord Ziyang saved me." Hearing this, Lu Ziyan sneered. Her pretty face became colder and colder. It was as if the profound ice chi that wouldn't melt for thousands of years suddenly swept in all directions, wanting to devour everything. This time, she chose to attack directly without showing any mercy. She used her most powerful ancient heavenly art and deduced all kinds of runes and divine powers. It was mysterious and boundless. Qin Wuya frowned. He felt that the situation had become very troublesome. Why was Lu Ziyan's performance so different from what he had expected? However, he didn't want to hurt Lu Ziyan, so he didn't attack. He just kept dodging. "Oh. It seems that this is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I was wondering why that guy was trying to delay me. So that's the real reason." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. A figure in white clothes flashed past the eaves like a graceful swan and appeared here. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, as if he had just been enlightened. Rumble. The sky trembled and an indescribable sound was heard. Outside the courtyard, many geniuses and cultivators suddenly swarmed in. It was so crowded that not even a fly could pass through. Even a fly couldn't fly out. Everyone stared at everything in the courtyard and took out all kinds of Dharma artifacts. Brilliant lights flowed and filled the sky with killing intent. It could cover the sky. Gu Chang'e, Qin Wuya stared at the young man who was walking in unhurriedly. His expression suddenly changed and his scalp went numb. An endless chill suddenly rose from his back. Chapter 327. Looks like you recognize me. Then who are you? Gu Chang'e walked in slowly with a smile on his face. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal under the moonlight. Then, he clapped his hands, and a large number of cultivators and geniuses swarmed in from outside the courtyard. All of them were glaring at Qin Wuya with murderous intent as they surrounded him. A terrifying aura surged in the courtyard, shrouding an austere atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. There was also a lingering fear in their hearts. In their opinion, Qin Wuya and the black-robed man who had suddenly barged in to assassinate Lu Ziyan were actually in cahoots. However, the two were very smart. When one of them was exposed, they immediately lured the tiger away from the mountain. The mysterious person in front of them took the opportunity to come here and continue to assassinate Lu Ziyan. Such a scheme was truly vicious. If Gu Chang'e hadn't reacted quickly enough to notice that something was wrong and turned back, Lu Ziyan might have already met with some mishap. Once such a thing happened, they, as patrolling guards, would naturally not be able to escape the blame. Thinking of this, they were filled with killing intent towards Qin Wuya. They couldn't wait to kill him immediately. Seeing everyone's murderous expression, Qin Wuya had a bad feeling in his heart. Even though he was very confident in the beginning, he still felt a chill down his spine. At this time, he also felt a chill on his back. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly appear. Wasn't he chasing after the assassin? Why did he suddenly turn back? If he didn't explain himself, he would probably be considered to be in cahoots with the black-robed man. However, Qin Wuya had cultivated for many years, and his mental state was extraordinary. He quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice. Gu Chang'e, if you know what's good for you, let go of Saintess Ziyan. He didn't directly answer Gu Chang'e's question. Instead, he preemptively said that he was in cahoots with the black-robed man. Moreover, his face was covered with a black cloth that flickered with runes. There was a special law flowing around it, so he wasn't afraid of being seen clearly. Young Lord Chang'e, Lu Ziyan, whose beautiful face was filled with coldness, was also pleasantly surprised to see Gu Chang'e walking over. She didn't know why, but whenever Gu Chang'e was by her side, she would feel a sense of security. It was also Gu Chang'e who had suddenly appeared and forced the black-robed man to retreat, saving her life. And now, when she was in danger, he turned back. Although Lu Ziyan knew that if she was ambushed in Gu Chang'e's mansion, it would bring him a lot of trouble. This was the reason why Gu Chang'e saved her so many times. But she was still very touched. Release Saintess Ziyan. How do you know how I treat Saintess Ziyan? You're pretty good at playing the blame game. If I hadn't suddenly sensed that there was something wrong with that black-robed man and guessed that he had an accomplice, I'm afraid you would have succeeded by now. Who are you? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Between his hands behind his back, divine talismans began to appear. A peerless sharpness was revealed. Brilliant light flowed, and a terrifying aura appeared. Gu Chang'e, the whole world knows that you've imprisoned Saintess Ziyan. What are you trying to say now? I just don't like you, so I came to save Saintess Ziyan. Qin Wuya frowned. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ziyan. Saintess Ziyan, please don't worry. I have no ill intentions. The reason I came here tonight is to save you from the demon claw. He knew that when he first appeared, Lu Ziyan was too vigilant. That was why she thought that he was with that black-robed man and attacked him. And now, he only needed to explain the situation clearly. Lu Ziyan would understand who came to save her. Save me. Save the demon claw. But hearing this, Lu Ziyan still sneered. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were still cold. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, she would have already died here, her body and soul destroyed. This person still wanted to deceive her at this time. Did he really think that she couldn't see the situation clearly? He didn't even want to come up with a decent excuse. In Lu Ziyan's view, this mysterious man was sent by the Purple Sun Lord, just like the black-robed man. However, the Purple Sun Lord was very careful. He still didn't feel at ease after sending one person, so he sent another. Saintess Si Yen, you have to believe me. I really have no ill intentions towards you. Qin Wuya still said in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Lu Ziyan was very vigilant towards him. Young Lord Chang'e, are your injuries okay? But at this time, Lu Ziyan was no longer worried about him. She asked with concern, remembering that Gu Chang'e's origin was damaged. Even if his injuries were better now, if he attacked forcefully, it would leave a big impact. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with this guy. Gu Chang'e replied with a smile. His demeanor was extraordinary and peerless. Buzz. As he spoke, he directly attacked. His sleeves fluttered, looking tyrannical and disdainful. Rumbling sounds spread in all directions, shaking the heavens. The many followers behind him also attacked at the first instant. All kinds of divine abilities and precious techniques appeared under the night sky. Their brilliance was dazzling, and their auras were incomparably terrifying. Their strength was considered to be at the peak of their generation. Many of them used to be famous young supremes in their own regions. Now, they all attacked together. Their moves were swift and fierce, surging and surging, causing chaos. It was as if many stars were exploding. The terrifying fluctuations shook everyone in the Black Tortoise Imperial capital. All kinds of precious techniques and artifacts were displayed under the sky, one after another, attacking Qin Wuya. You want to stop me with just you? Seeing that Lu Ziyan didn't believe his words and was worried about Gu Chang'e instead, Qin Wuya frowned again. His voice was not polite at all. Originally, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. If Gu Chang'e was tactful and let Lu Ziyan go, he would directly take her away. He wouldn't attack Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had many tricks up his sleeve, but he was already seriously injured. How much strength could he display now? As for Gu Chang'e's followers, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. He didn't need to care about them at all. He could defeat them with a wave of his hand. How arrogant. It seems that my methods are too gentle, causing any random cat or dog to dare to bully me. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e slightly shook his head. His expression was calm, but there was some indifference. Bang! In the night sky, divine talismans flowed. An indescribable giant hand slapped forward, carrying the boundless power of the great Tao. It was as if a piece of the sky was about to fall, absorbing the power of the void. Gu Chang'e attacked powerfully. His methods were even more terrifying. A terrifying crack in the void instantly spread out. It was like a palm print, pressing down in all directions, causing every inch of the void to collapse. There wasn't the slightest sign of injury on his body. Rumble. Moreover, at this time, Gu Chang'e's aura had already reached the Great Saint realm. All kinds of rules fell. The Great Saint Dharma body stood indomitable. Golden light surged, like a god standing under the dome of heaven. With a wave of his hand, various colors of divine light gushed out. They were densely packed and vast like a sea of stars, enveloping the area. Large areas of buildings and palaces collapsed, turning into ashes in an instant. It was earth-shattering. At this time, the identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts had been determined. Gu Chang'e was too lazy to hide his cultivation. At this moment, his aura had reached the Great Saint realm, but the strength he displayed was enough to make a quasi-supreme's heart palpitate. Great Saint Realm, Qin Wuya's expression changed slightly. His figure swept across the dome of heaven, and at the same time, he also made a move to resist this attack. The technique he cultivated came from ancient times. His aura was completely different from the current era. Large amounts of bone text gushed out from his palm. Lightning and runes were like a sea, turning into a long dragon that pierced through the sky. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if stars had gathered into a single point and then exploded there. It was unimaginably powerful and peerlessly powerful. No one expected Qin Wuya's method to be so strange. The remaining heaven's prides who made a move were no match for him at the first moment of contact. Their weapons exploded. With a groan, they all vomited blood and retreated, losing the ability to fight in an instant. At the same time, Qin Wuya's boundless divine sense turned into a divine sword with a dong sound, sweeping in all directions. Countless cultivators were frightened. Sensing this, their souls trembled. If a quasi-supreme attacked, if it was in the outer realm, it could destroy the stars at any time, destroying everything. In the territory of Black Tortoise ancient country, this was already a very restrained result. Otherwise, 697 Li would be destroyed in an instant, turning into a land of calamity. Quasi-supreme? Where did heavenly monarch Zi Yang find such an expert? Lu Ziyan was also shocked. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She was incomparably scared. If Gu Chang'e hadn't arrived in time, she would have been doomed facing such an expert. However, what shocked her even more was that Gu Chang'e's current strength was far beyond what she knew. It seemed that the divine prince's death was justified. Even such a powerful Gu Chang'e was heavily injured at that time. It was obvious how terrifying the strength of an inheritor of demonic arts was. Quasi-supreme level, but this shouldn't be his full strength. Gu Chang'e's body was huge, and his attacks were boundless. He resisted this attack head-on and remained unmoved. Seeing this, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Qin Wuya was an expert who returned from the 9 heavens. He experienced all kinds of hardships there, and his methods and battle experience were incomparable to ordinary cultivators. There was a reason why the 9 heavens was a place that many cultivators yearned for. Qin Wuya's methods were commendable in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Moreover, Qin Wuya still hadn't shown his true strength. Seems like junior brother Zi Yang's worries were justified. This Gu Chang'e is so young, but his strength is already so terrifying, he didn't show his full strength before. After that attack, Qin Wuya frowned and reappeared on the other side. His expression was calm, but his heart couldn't calm down. Actually, before this, many people were guessing how strong Gu Chang'e was. Because he had just arrived, he didn't show his true strength in front of everyone. Even when facing heaven's favorites of the same generation, he easily crushed them. After a long time, Gu Chang'e's strength became a mystery. Everyone knew that he was unfathomable. Gu Chang'e's true immortal potential wasn't just for show. Many cultivators guessed that his realm had already surpassed many ancient freaks. Today, even when he was heavily injured, Gu Chang'e's display had already surpassed the Supreme Saint level. It truly shocked everyone. Chapter 328. Qin Wuya felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. When he fought with Gu Chang'e, he did feel that his opponent's aura was weak. There was no way to hide it. In other words, Gu Chang'e, who was fighting with him now, was still injured. Qin Wuya, who was proud and believed that his horizons were wider than others after leaving the 9 heavens, could not accept this. Although he still had many tricks up his sleeve, he found it hard to accept that he was defeated by Gu Chang'e in terms of cultivation. He can even fight against a quasi-supreme expert. As expected of the young lord. Even though the young lord is injured, he is still invincible. Many of Gu Chang'e's followers were also excited. For the first time, they felt the invincible strength of Gu Chang'e. Of course, in their eyes, Gu Chang'e was the symbol of invincibility. At this moment, in other parts of the Black Tortoise ancient country, many geniuses rushed over after hearing the news. They immediately learned that Gu Chang'e had been attacked by an assassin. Boom! In the sky, a divine rainbow swept over like a red glow. Faintly, there was the image of an immortal phoenix spreading its wings. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating everything. A woman in a red dress walked out. She was extremely beautiful and tall. She was none other than the heavenly Phoenix Maiden. Could this be the strength that Gu Chang'e has been hiding all this time? She was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. She had seen the scene of Gu Chang'e and Qin Wuya fighting just now, and her heart was in turmoil. Great Sage Realm, in another direction, Six-Crowned King Jun Yao also appeared. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. He frowned. This was unexpected. However, many people were still paying attention to Qin Wuya's figure and guessing his identity. Although his face was covered, there were not many people with such strength at such a young age. Before this, they had only heard that the prince of the Vermilion Bird ancient country, Chu Hao, had a powerful cultivation and reached the quasi-supreme realm in just a few hundred years. This mysterious person in front of them should not be very old. What's going on tonight? Young Lord Chang'e has not recovered from his injuries. Why is he fighting again? Some of the heaven's favorites who rushed over asked in confusion. I heard that there was a black-robed man who came to assassinate young Master Chang'e. When he was no match for him, he fled. This person hid in the dark and lured the tiger away from the mountain, planning to make a move on Luzian. Immediately, someone began to explain, knowing the ins and outs of the matter, quickly explaining everything that happened. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They were very shocked. The expressions of the heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, and the others also changed slightly. What a vicious plan! If something happens to the Saintess Xi Yan, the Purple Mansion will definitely be furious. If that happens, the situation will become even more complicated. Saintess Xi Yan is currently in the hands of young Master Chang'e. That's why the Purple Mansion is afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. They spread another rumor. Thinking of this, many people felt a chill run down their backs and their scalps went numb. They were planning to scheme against young Master Chang'e. If it wasn't for Gu Chang'e seeing through such a vicious plan, the following events would have been unimaginable. The black-robed man from before was someone who appeared beside the inheritor of the demonic arts that day. Then, someone else spoke, explaining this matter, triggering a wave of unease. After all, the inheritor of the demonic arts didn't even fear Gu Chang'e, so what about them? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? While everyone was shocked, the battle in the sky became even more terrifying. The two individuals' attacks were world-shaking. The cultivation displayed by the mysterious individual had already reached the level of a half-supreme being. All types of half-supreme being methods appeared between heaven and earth, whistling past. Immortal deities descended, suppressing everything. It was like the methods of immortals, divine might boundless. There were even ancient small worlds that appeared, within them a boundless mysterious land. Ninth Heaven Void Shadow. These scenes shocked everyone. Even the heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others' expressions changed, their hearts trembling. One had to understand that they were true Immortal Academy's echelon disciples. They were the most powerful heavenly geniuses of the present age, looking down on their peers. However, under the shockwaves from the two's exchange, they actually couldn't help but tremble, about to kneel down. I am inferior to Gu Chang'e. In the end, the heavenly Phoenix Maiden released a deep sigh, her eyes full of dejection, admitting that she was inferior to Gu Chang'e. Before, she still harbored fighting spirit, thinking that if there was a chance in the future, she could compete with Gu Chang'e for a bit. But today, she personally witnessed Gu Chang'e fight against such a powerful mysterious individual while injured, yet he was still so calm, leaving her incredibly shocked. No wonder the divine prince who had a supreme being artifact would die, while Gu Changa who left the supreme being artifact outside the Yin extreme land was only seriously injured. This is the difference. From today onwards, no one can shake the title of number one of the younger generation. The heavenly phoenix maiden sighed, immortal phoenixes appearing in her eyes. Right now, what she wanted to know the most was just who exactly was that mysterious individual who fought with Gu Changa. Judging from his age, he shouldn't be that old, less than 1,000 years old. Great Saint Realm, it seems like I need to break a seal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Six Crown King gave Gu Changa a deep look, inwardly saying this. As expected of the opponent he was most satisfied with. His true strength naturally surpassed the surface. In the other epochs, he had already severed his own life several times. Then, he even chose to seal his cultivation, tempering himself again. Otherwise, using cultivation to suppress those of the same generation would greatly reduce the tempering effect for him. In this life, his cultivation was only at the Supreme Saint Realm, not touching the threshold of the Great Saint Realm. If he provoked Gu Changa now, there was only one possibility, and that was to suffer a crushing defeat. So, he considered whether or not he should undo the seal from before. Rumble. The momentum here shook all directions, vast and unimaginable. Qin Wuya continuously retreated, his expression uncertain. When he fought with Gu Changa, he had already used many of the divine abilities he had learned in the 9 heavens. But when he encountered Gu Changa, they were all neutralized by his special laws. Moreover, right now, he actually felt his arm go numb, as if it was going to break. One had to know that his physical body was his strongest point. Qin Wuya was very confident in his physical body. Since young, he cultivated the heavenly arts, closely related to body refinement. Then, he soaked in many spiritual liquids, refining the Vajra unbreakable body. In the 9 heavens, he killed many strange beasts, using their essence blood to temper his body. He had also eaten many strange immortal fruits, for example, Bodhi fruit, undying flower, Hunyuan fruit, all of them had body tempering effects. Even against some supreme beings, Qin Wuya had confidence in being able to contend against them. But his physical body didn't have the slightest advantage in Gu Changa's hands. This made it difficult for him to calm down, feeling like he had really encountered a monster. He was clearly heavily injured, yet he was still ridiculously powerful. If his injuries were completely healed, how terrifying would that be? No wonder even the inheritor of the demonic arts had fled from him, unable to contend against him. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts didn't kill the geniuses because they underestimated the inheritor of the demonic arts. It's because Gu Changa hid his strength too deeply, causing everyone to mistakenly think that although the inheritor of the demonic arts is strong, there is a limit to it. Some of the young geniuses' expressions changed rapidly, and some of them turned pale. That's right. Before this, who would have thought that young Master Changa's true strength would be so terrifying? How weak could the inheritor of the demonic arts be to be able to escape safely under such strength? Thinking of this point, many geniuses turned pale, recalling the actions of the inheritor of the demonic arts. He must have set up a scheme to deal with Gu Changa. The divine prince could only be unlucky at most and be implicated. Only the golden cicada Buddha was smart enough to sense that something was wrong and didn't fall for the trap. Just as everyone was discussing in shock, a vast fluctuation appeared under the sky, as if an ancient heavenly palace was crashing down. Even the stars in the outer realm seemed to be trembling. Countless cultivators turned pale and knelt down in fear, their divine souls trembling. I already know who you are. Gu Changa said lightly. His eyes were deep and calm, but more than that, there was coldness. A terrifying mountain and river seal appeared, surging with golden light as if it could suppress eternity. Dong! Heaven and earth exploded, and the universe reversed, piercing through everything. Qin Wuya, who was fighting with Gu Changa, was shocked. He didn't expect Gu Changa to suddenly activate the supreme weapon. Caught off guard, he was directly smashed by the great seal of mountains and rivers, and who knew how many of his bones were shattered. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. A black stone robe appeared under his robe, interweaving with various innate meridians, forcibly blocking the attack. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would have exploded. Then, Qin Wuya took out a very simple stone tool. It seemed to be carved from the teeth of some unknown ancient beast, emitting a hazy light. After being struck out by him, it immediately formed a star-like star map. All kinds of patterns descended, enveloping the mountain and river seal. Not good, however, Qin Wuya felt a chill on his face, and his expression changed. The cloth he used to cover his face had been torn apart at some point. So this was Gu Changa's goal. So it's him, the person in the strange stone, as expected, it's related to Purple Sun Sovereign. The moment they saw the mysterious person's appearance, many of the geniuses below were shocked, and an uproar broke out. They never thought it would be this person. Even Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and Lu Ziyan were shocked. When the strange stone was cut open, many geniuses rushed over, thinking that it would be some reincarnated true immortal, but they didn't expect that it was just an ordinary man. They were very disappointed. Moreover, the cultivation he showed at that time was only at the heavenly god realm. Then, they saw that he was very close to Purple Sun Sovereign, and there seemed to be some relationship between the two. But now, who would have thought that he would be here, and his strength was so terrifying? Where is Purple Sun Sovereign? Hand over his whereabouts, and you will die today. Gu Changa's eyes were calm and indifferent, and his voice was still monotonous. The mountain and river seal floated behind him, as if it wanted to encompass all the mountains and rivers in the world. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Wuya knew that his identity had been exposed, and everything was developing in the worst direction. He coldly looked at Gu Changa and didn't say anything. Then, the string of beast teeth in his hand exploded, and divine light surged. It was as if a sun had exploded here, and terrifying energy poured out in torrents. All the geniuses' expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Their eyes stung, and tears flowed. Meanwhile, Qin Wuya's figure took the opportunity to rush into the distance, and he planned to escape into the void. Not good, he's escaping. Many of the geniuses in the distance noticed this scene and wanted to chase after him. After all, this involved the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts, and tonight's matter would not be peaceful. At this time, how could they let him escape? Seems like I forced myself too much. At this time, Gu Changa didn't continue to chase after him. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. He sighed with a calm expression. Is young Master Changa okay? Lu Ziyan appeared beside him and asked worriedly. Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Yu, and the others also landed. They looked at Gu Changa with different expressions. Some were complicated, and some were worried. Don't worry, I have already left an imprint on him. He can't escape far. At the same time, I can ask him to help me find Purple Sun Sovereign. Gu Changa looked at the geniuses who were looking at him worriedly and smiled. Chapter 329. Only when they heard Gu Changa say this did everyone come to a realization. Turns out young Master Changa had long planned this out, not simply letting this person go. Brother Gu, how are your injuries? Six-Crown King walked over, his eyes flashing, staring at Gu Changa. In reality, at this moment, both he and Heavenly Phoenix Maiden had other thoughts. Of course, it wasn't to challenge Gu Changa. Instead, it was to guess whether or not Gu Changa was injured. For example, the matter of Gu Changa being seriously injured before, was it actually not that serious? However, for the sake of fooling some people, Gu Changa pretended to be seriously injured. His goal was precisely to make those people who thought they had a chance to kill him personally deliver themselves to his doorstep. Just like this time. Even though Gu Changa clearly looked like he was injured, and his injuries seemed to be extremely serious. However, when he took action, that type of majestic and heavy, simply boundless fluctuations made one feel suffocated, unable to help but kneel down. He could even easily contend against quasi-supreme level experts, a stalemate. If he really was injured, how could he be so powerful and terrifying, to the extent where he even used a supreme level artifact? This made Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and Six Crown King feel a chill in their hearts, feeling like they might very well have been kept in the dark by Gu Changa. If Gu Changa's injuries were just to deceive others, then those who came to make trouble for him at this time were simply seeking their own deaths. Moreover, Six Crown King felt like Gu Changa still hadn't displayed his true strength, that he was still hiding a lot. My injuries aren't serious, I should be fine after resting for a bit. Hearing this, Gu Changa said with a faint smile, his handsome face a bit pale. However, as he spoke, blood flowed out from the corners of his lips again, as if his injuries were still serious. However, everyone had already seen his powerful and unmatched appearance, all of them speechless. How did this look like a seriously injured person at all? This was most likely to deliberately let his enemies come, and then capture them all in one fell swoop. Brother Gu's strength is deep and unfathomable, truly admirable, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden said seriously. Ingyu also nodded in agreement. Many thanks to young Lord Changa for today's matter. Lu Ziyan looked at Gu Changa and thanked him. She was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Although Gu Changa had claimed to the outside world that she was under house arrest here, she was still a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, only Lu Ziyan herself knew that she was really like a guest here and was very comfortable. From time to time, he would drink tea and talk about chess with Gu Changa. His days were quite leisurely. If the black-robed man had not suddenly appeared tonight, she might have gone to Gu Changa to play chess tomorrow. 697, it's no trouble at all. After all, if something happens to you, I'm also in some trouble. Gu Changa smiled, then looked at her and asked, you, on the other hand, aren't hurt? Young Master Changa is so protective of me, how could anything happen to me? Lu Ziyan's beautiful eyes stared at him. Gu Changa nodded. That's good. What exactly happened today? Seeing this scene, especially Lu Ziyan's attitude, many people were puzzled. They did not understand why she would say this to Gu Changa. Shouldn't she hate Gu Changa? Six Crown King and Heavenly Phoenix Maiden were both very smart. The two of them reacted almost instantly and could not help but sigh in admiration. So that's how it is. Brother Gu's foresight is truly admirable. Seeing that many people were still puzzled, Lu Ziyan explained, actually, during this period of time, I was a guest at young Master Changa's place. I was not under house arrest like the rumors said. Because this matter involved some disagreements within the Z Mansion, I could only think of this plan to force them. Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang has a deep relationship with the inheritor of the demonic arts. If the Z Mansion does not wake up, they will only be destroyed in the end. I did not want to see such a scene, so I discussed it with young Master Changa and schemed to trick the Z Mansion. The rumors that have been spreading about young Master Changa were all caused by me. It has nothing to do with young Master Changa. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization and sighed in their hearts. Apart from Gu Changa, no one else could think of such a plan. Moreover, for other cultivators, even if they wanted to cooperate with the Zi Yen Saintess, it was impossible because they did not have the qualifications and courage. This was because they would be offending the entire Z Mansion. Apart from Gu Changa, who would dare to do something like house arrest the Z Mansion Saintess? Apart from admiration, everyone could not think of anything else. Tonight, if it wasn't for young Master Changa detecting the other party's actions, I would have already died at their hands. At the beginning, the other party sent a black-robed man at the peak of the Great Saint stage to assassinate me. Fortunately, young Master Changa appeared in time and forced him to retreat, Lu Ziyan continued. Speaking to this point, she still felt a bit of fear. She stared at Gu Changa with gratitude. What? That black-robed man was here to assassinate the Ziyen saintess? As soon as this was said, it caused an uproar. Everyone was shocked and panicked. Before this, many people had thought that the other party was here to assassinate Gu Changa. However, it turned out that the other party's target had always been Lu Ziyen. The inheritor of the demonic arts is not stupid. He knows Brother Gu's strength and knows that even if Brother Gu is seriously injured, he can't assassinate you. Therefore, he took a step back. Even if he can't assassinate Brother Gu, he still wants to cause trouble for Brother Gu. At this time, the heavenly phoenix maiden suddenly explained. Seeing that many people were confused, she added this sentence. If it was in the past, she would definitely not explain anything to the crowd because of this. However, what she had seen tonight had truly shocked her. She no longer had the same arrogance in front of Gu Changa. These words were filled with admiration from the bottom of her heart. Yes, this is what happened. That man has a close relationship with the Ziyen saintess. However, he used the excuse of coming to rescue me to kill me. I will report what happened tonight to the Purple Mansion. If the Purple Mansion insists on protecting the Ziyen saintess, then I won't be able to stop them. Lu Ziyen said with a cold expression. Her beautiful and flawless face was filled with coldness. Saintess Ziyen, you don't need to worry. As long as the Purple Mansion sect master is not stupid, he will know what to do. Gu Changa said with a smile. Lu Ziyen glanced at him. She trusted him very much and nodded softly. This scene made the expressions of many geniuses and cultivators change slightly. They were somewhat envious and felt that something had happened in the past few days. Before this, the Ziyen saintess had never interacted with Gu Changa. However, in just a few days, Lu Ziyan's attitude toward Gu Changa had changed greatly. One had to admit that Gu Changa was very attractive to geniuses. Many geniuses were envious. It didn't take long for the news to spread, shaking the entire Black Tortoise ancient country. Even the nearby ancient countries were shaken. However, the spread of the news was even more terrifying. It was as if the news had grown wings. In just a short while, the news spread to the other regions of the upper world. It shocked all the great orthodoxies and sections. It was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, setting off shocking waves everywhere. First, the inheritor of the demonic arts sent someone to assassinate Gu Changa. What happened after that directly proved that the Ziyen saintess had a close relationship with the inheritor of the demonic arts. The mysterious man who walked out of the strange stone in the 9 heavens displayed his unparalleled strength. He fought with Gu Changa and escaped in the end. During this process, Gu Changa's true strength was exposed. It shook the world and made all the young people feel numb. Even though Gu Changa was severely injured, he could still fight against a quasi-supreme expert. This was enough to make one's soul tremble. It was as if they were petrified. This was the first time Gu Changa displayed such strength in front of the public. Because before this, Gu Changa did not even need to lift a finger to defeat his opponents. This led to a situation. Everyone knew that Gu Changa was very strong, but they did not know how strong he was. Once this news spread, it immediately caused a terrifying earthquake. Many of the older generation powerhouses finally realized that this young man in front of them had grown to a point where they had to look up to him. The divine prince died with no regrets. It was not that he was too weak. It was that the inheritor of the demonic arts was too strong. After that, the shocking details of this incident were sent back by the spies of the major forces and orthodoxies. Once again, the cultivators behind them were shocked. No matter which piece of news it was, the information it contained was too shocking. Many cultivators could not believe it. They stood there in a daze for a long time, thinking that everything was too surreal. Now, even if Heaven Lord Ziyang wanted to quibble, it would be useless. Many cultivators had seen the mysterious man's true appearance with their own eyes. Especially the disciples of True Immortal Academy, they had seen with their own eyes that he had a close relationship with Heaven Lord Ziyang. There was some kind of unknown relationship between the two. In addition, the fact that the inheritor of the demonic arts had sent the black-robed man to assassinate the Saintess Ziyen had angered many people. During this period of time, they had been searching everywhere for the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, since the inheritor of the demonic arts had been able to send the black-robed man to Gu Changda's mansion without anyone noticing, it meant that he was not far from Black Tortoise ancient country. Many sky prides became uneasy and vigilant. If they encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts at this time, they would definitely not be his match. After this battle, some of Gu Changda's strength had finally surfaced. If the strength he had displayed before was only the tip of the iceberg, the strength he had displayed now was only a part of the iceberg. However, who knew how much strength was hidden under the iceberg? From this matter, many people were able to deduce a part of the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Before this, because Gu Changda had concealed his strength, many people thought that the inheritor of the demonic arts was very strong. However, he was not invincible. For example, an ancient freak like the Divine Prince felt that he had a high chance of winning against the inheritor of the demonic arts. This was why he had chased after the inheritor of the demonic arts impatiently after learning about the inheritor of the demonic arts. Then, he had fallen into a trap and lost his life. After this matter, many people became more vigilant against the inheritor of the demonic arts. They no longer felt that they could kill the inheritor of the demonic arts if they encountered him like before. From then on, he became famous throughout the world, and his name would go down in history. During this time, the situation in the Purple Mansion was not optimistic, even though there were many signs that indicated that Heaven Lord Ziyang and the inheritor of the demonic arts were inextricably linked. When Heaven Lord Ziyang became ruthless, he even wanted to assassinate the Saintess of the Purple Mansion just to cause some trouble for Gu Changda. Under such circumstances, there were still people in the Purple Mansion who wanted to protect him. They said that there was no evidence and that Gu Changda only wanted to frame Heaven Lord Ziyang. Saintess Ziyen colluded with an outsider and betrayed the sect. In the future, she would be punished. This statement immediately caused a huge commotion. Many people realized that something shocking must have happened in the Purple Mansion. After all, Lu Ziyan was the daughter of the Purple Mansion's sect master. There was no way the sect master of the Purple Mansion would treat Lu Ziyan like this. It seems that the Purple Mansion is no longer under the sect master's control. Gu Changda smiled. He sat at the head of the table and gently blew on the teacup in front of him. The mist curled up, making this place seem like a holy land. I don't know what to do now. Lu Ziyan's expression was a bit gloomy. She did not expect the situation to change like this. Everything will be fine as long as we find Heaven Lord Ziyang. Gu Changda put down the teacup and stood up. He squinted his eyes and smiled deeply. I've set the bait for so long. It's time for me to reel in the net. Lu Ziyan looked at him in a daze. She suddenly felt that the current Gu Changda was a bit different from the person she was familiar with a few days ago. He was cold and aloof. He looked down on everything and was superior. He was completely different from the gentle and elegant person from before. For a moment, she thought that she was seeing things. However, Gu Changda quickly regained his smile and said gently, Saintess Ziyen, you don't have to worry. Now that Heaven Lord Ziyang is dead, even those old monsters in the Purple Mansion who wanted to protect him can't do anything. They can only admit defeat. If they want to resist, at this point, he stopped, and his smile was unfathomable. Then, Gu Changda did not care about Lu Ziyan, who was still in a daze. He walked out of the hall and started to summon his followers. Lu Ziyan was no longer of any use to him. He had already set the bait. If Lu Ziyan was really assassinated by Heaven Lord Ziyang, it would have nothing to do with him. Young Lord Changda, are you going to look for Heaven Lord Ziyang? Lu Ziyan could not help but ask. However, Gu Chang'e did not answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Saintess Ziyan, you should go back to the Purple Mansion and take a look. I don't think your father is doing well." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared in the sky outside. His eyes were cold as he waved his sleeves and said to his followers who were rushing over, "I already know where Zi Yang is. Today, I will take him down." Rumble. In the next moment, the void trembled and a terrifying aura spread out. Suddenly, a spatial door opened in front of everyone. It shone with boundless golden light. It seemed to be connected to another space. A spatial passage. Lu Ziyan looked at this scene in shock. Before this, she had only seen this method from the elders of the True Immortal Academy and the old monsters in the Purple Mansion. To open a spatial passage with one's own strength, one had to have a deep understanding of the laws of space. This was at least the method of a supreme being. Among the younger generation, this was the first time she had seen Gu Chang'e use it. Buzz. In the next moment, Gu Chang'e took a step forward and took the lead. Many of his followers quickly followed him. The whole Black Tortoise imperial capital was shaken by the sight of such a group. Many geniuses and cultivators raised their heads and were shocked. Then, a piece of news spread and shocked everyone again. Gu Chang'e had already found out where Zi Yang's sovereign was and was going to kill him. Are they going to take action? In the mansion, 6 crowned kings suddenly stood up. Divine light flickered in his eyes and a terrifying aura spread out. Then, he also moved. He guessed that this battle might attract the inheritors of demonic arts. Of course, it might not. In the other direction, the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddhist child, Yingyu, and the others also received the news. They all had different expressions and moved at the same time. They did not want to miss this show. In an instant, in the sky above the Black Tortoise ancient country, divine rainbows could be seen flashing past. Artifacts broke through the sky and rushed over. Although Gu Chang'e had directly opened up a space passage when she set off. However, he did not hide his aura. As long as the people behind him followed his aura, they could follow him. Chapter 330. How, your childhood sweetheart seems to be hiding a lot of things from you. At the same time, 2 figures were hiding in the sky outside the Vermilion Bird ancient country. They looked at the cloud-patterned white jade dragon carriage that sped past them with complicated expressions. The one who spoke was a hale and hearty old man with white hair. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. He was Chu Hao's senior uncle, Bai Yang, who came from the Taishan Grotto heaven. Bai Yang was a supreme many years ago. He had a high status in the Taishan Grotto heaven, and few could compare to him. The man beside him was handsome, tall, and had an aura that could not be underestimated. He was Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao's expression was complicated as well. He looked at Tang Wan's cloud-patterned white jade dragon carriage that sped past them. However, he did not mean to blame her. At this time, he could only choose to forgive her. The incident started from the day before yesterday. He had an appointment with Tang Wan to admire the flowers with her in the palace garden and talk about some things. Tang Wan naturally agreed to the appointment. The 2 of them talked and laughed, and were quite relaxed and happy. However, Tang Wan's expression suddenly changed. Chu Hao clearly noticed that the communication amulet in her sleeve lit up, so he guessed that the Tang family behind her had something to tell her. Then, Tang Wan found an excuse and left to reply to the message in the communication amulet. Chu Hao's divine sense was strong, and he was still brooding over the fact that Tang Wan was forced to do something by Gu Chang'e. Only then did he have the intention to see what Tang Wan wanted. Then, he used his divine sense to check, but Tang Wan did not notice. Only then did he realize that Tang Wan was communicating with Gu Chang'e. The message in the communication amulet was naturally given to her by Gu Chang'e. This scene made Chu Hao furious. His expression changed, and he almost could not hold it in and went to confront Tang Wan. However, considering that Tang Wan had no choice in this matter, he gave up, but his expression was not good. As for what Tang Wan and Gu Chang'e were talking about, he did not know, and Chu Hao did not hear it. After that, Tang Wan hurriedly left, saying that she had family matters to attend to. Chu Hao was worried. He was worried that she would be bullied by Gu Chang'e. That was why he followed them secretly. That was why he saw Tang Wan rushing to the Black Tortoise ancient country in the white jade dragon carriage. I know what Martial Uncle just said, so, I still need to become stronger. That way, the Tang family behind Wan won't dare to look down on me anymore, and Gu Chang'e won't dare to bully me so casually. After which, Chu Hao took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He knew that it was useless to be angry at this moment. The most important thing was to increase one's strength. That's a good idea. In the future, when your cultivation increases and you gain control of the highest paradise, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Although that Gu Chang'e is strong, he is still just a junior after all. Hearing this, Bai Yang smiled and agreed. He saw Chu Hao as his own son and thought highly of him. That was why he rushed over from the highest paradise when he heard that Chu Hao was being bullied by Gu Chang'e. During this time, he stayed in the ancient country of Phoenix for half a month because he was worried that Chu Hao would be bullied by Gu Chang'e. However, it was just as Tang Wan had said before. As long as Chu Hao didn't provoke Gu Chang'e wouldn't care about a nobody like him. During this time, Chu Hao was worried that Gu Chang'e would attack him because of this. That was why he stayed in the imperial capital of Vermilion Bird and didn't dare to leave. However, Gu Chang'e seemed to have forgotten that he was a nobody. This made Chu Hao feel relieved, but more than that, he was unwilling and sullen. After all, he was a rare heaven's favorite who would be in charge of the highest paradise in the future. In the end, Gu Chang'e didn't care about him at all and didn't care about him at all. This huge disparity made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Martial Uncle, do I still follow Wan to the ancient country of Black Tortoise? Chu Hao asked again. Actually, he had already guessed who Tang Wan was going to meet when he followed her here. After the previous incident, he was slightly resistant to this kind of thing. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself when he saw something. It's okay to go. I heard that Gu Chang'e is in trouble now. He has to deal with the Purple Mansion Sex Lord of Heaven Ziyang. He shouldn't have time to care about you. When we reach the ancient country of Black Tortoise, you should find a place to stay. I'll go and find out for you. Bai Yang pondered for a while and said. He was worried that Chu Hao wouldn't be able to control himself and attack him because of his relationship with Gu Chang'e. In that case, Gu Chang'e would have more reason to attack Chu Hao. Right now, Chu Hao didn't have much of a chance to contend against Gu Chang'e. Because Chu Hao had offended Gu Chang'e, Chu Hao's situation in the highest paradise was a little troublesome. Many elders were quite critical of him. I'll listen to Martial Uncle. Chu Hao nodded and didn't continue to talk about this matter. Then, the two of them concealed themselves again and followed Tang Wan secretly. Tang Wan, who was in the dragon carriage, had a lot on her mind. She held her dress tightly and didn't know that Chu Hao and Bai Yang were following her in the sky. She was still thinking about what Gu Chang'e had told her. Although Gu Chang'e didn't say much about the matter in the message amulet, but Tang Wan knew that it definitely had something to do with what had happened recently. This made her nervous, uneasy and even fearful. Gu Chang'e's strength is really unimaginable. If I'm not wrong, the method he used back then is closely related to the inheritor of the demonic skill. Tang Wan's face was very solemn. She couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine when she thought about what had happened. During this period of time, she had looked through the relevant ancient books to find out about her slave seal. At first, she didn't find anything. But when she had the thought of harming Gu Chang'e, she spontaneously felt submissive and fearful. Fortunately, God didn't disappoint those who worked hard. In the end, Tang Wan saw a record of a few words on a tattered page. Although the record was very vague and the method was only similar to the slave seal that Gu Changa used, it wasn't exactly the same. But Tang Wan was sure that it was the same as Gu Changa's method back then. And that tattered page recorded something about the inheritor of the demonic skill. This discovery made her feel cold all over. Linking it to the many recent news and rumors, she felt that Gu Changa's method was terrifying and unfathomable. If he was really the real inheritor of the demonic skill, it was simply unimaginable. No matter who it was, they would be horrified. This time, Tang Wan didn't know what would happen when she went to see Gu Changa this time. She could only pray silently in her heart that Gu Changa didn't notice her thoughts. "Brother Hao, you must not make an enemy of Gu Changa. You can never imagine how terrifying he is," Tang Wan whispered in her heart. However, her expression would be a little absent-minded from time to time. During this period of time, some vague memories would emerge from the depths of her mind. The magnificent and ancient mountain gate. The master with unfathomable strength and the talented and mature senior brother. The two of them became Tao companions. The junior brother who was often bullied and the little junior sister who was devoted to Tao and had no distractions. Does reincarnation really exist in this world? At this moment, in an abandoned ruin outside the Black Tortoise ancient country, fog flowed, multicolored light filled the air, and miasma of various colors filled the air. Demonic beasts roared and ferocious birds flew in the sky, shaking the surroundings. A man in a purple robe was there, looking at the ripples of divine rainbows in the distance with cold eyes. It was Lord of Heaven Purple Sunday. At this moment, he didn't look good. Especially after hearing the rumors from the outside world, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't believe it and almost froze on the spot. His followers also turned pale and there was a faint sense of fear and uneasiness. They felt that the divine rainbows in the sky were all elites who came to find them. No one was a fool in this place. At this moment, anyone would know what kind of situation Heavenly Lord Ziyang was in. Although he didn't have the entire world as his enemy, it was close. There was no need to say what would happen to them in the end if they followed Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Whether Heavenly Lord Ziyang sent others to assassinate Gu Changa or not, the various opinions of the outside world were extremely deadly. Almost everyone thought that Heavenly Lord Ziyang was in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even Lu Ziyan was the same. She thought that Qin Wuya, who was sent by Heavenly Lord Ziyang to save her, was in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. She hated him immensely. "Junior brother, what is the attitude of the Z Mansion behind you? If the Z Mansion didn't protect you, your current situation would be even more difficult." Qin Wuya stood opposite Heavenly Lord Ziyang. He also sighed softly. After escaping from Gu Changa, he didn't immediately return to this place because he was worried that Gu Changa would leave something on him. After that, Qin Wuya stayed outside for a few days to make sure that there was no trace of Gu Changa on him. He returned to this place and met up with Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Heavenly Lord Ziyang glanced at Qin Wuya after hearing that. His expression was still ugly. In his opinion, he didn't think that this matter would be a sure thing. After all, Qin Wuya had personally taken action. Was there anything that he couldn't handle? However, there was a problem. The inheritor of the demonic arts suddenly sent people to kill Lu Ziyan and they were noticed by Gu Changa. This caused all of his plans to go to waste. Not only that, but Lu Ziyan also hated him. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Although Heavenly Lord Ziyang had complaints about this, he knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on Qin Wuya. Who would have thought that the inheritor of the demonic arts would suddenly do such a thing? Damn it! That inheritor of the demonic arts ruined my plans. Not only did he frame me, but he also made me take the blame for him. Prince Ing, this feud between us is irreconcilable. Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression turned gloomier as he thought of this. He clenched his fists. A terrifying aura surged around him as though it could change the course of mountains and rivers and cause stars to fall from the sky. A layer of oppressive atmosphere enveloped this place. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to say anything. Now, the person that Heavenly Lord Ziyang hated the most, other than Gu Chang'e, the inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ing, had arrived. Junior brother, this matter is very strange. In my opinion, the person that you need to worry about the most now is actually Gu Chang'e. Have you ever thought of the possibility that Gu Chang'e and the inheritor of the demonic arts are actually the same person? Asking for fresh flowers. However, after hearing Heavenly Lord Ziyang's words, Qin Wuya frowned and said in a serious tone. There was a tremor in his voice that made even his heart palpitate. It was as if he had made a great decision to say such words. What? Heavenly Lord Ziyang was stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why did senior brother suddenly say this? After that, he realized the seriousness of this matter. His expression turned solemn as he hurriedly asked in a low voice. With Qin Wuya's character, he wouldn't suddenly say such baseless things. He must have sensed something. That's why he said this. Actually, this matter only occurred to me after I thought about it carefully these few days. At that time, I hid outside Gu Chang'e's residence for a few days. If there was someone hiding there, I would have sensed it. But there wasn't. The appearance of that black-robed man was very strange. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. So, I suspect that he is actually one of Gu Chang'e's people. But, in order to appear, he put on a show. Moreover, when I fought with Gu Chang'e, although his aura seemed to be injured, his true strength wasn't affected at all. In this world, who can be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger and even use a supreme being weapon after a few days after injuring his origin? If Gu Chang'e's terrifying talent can be explained, then all the suspicious points from before will be even more clear. Furthermore, Gu Chang'e's grasp of the timing is perfect every time. If you say that he didn't plan all of this, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. Qin Wuya explained. His voice was filled with terrifying coldness. It was also trembling slightly, causing Heavenly Lord Ziyang's back to break out in cold sweat. 00 Even though Qin Wuya had experienced many things in the 9 heavens, he was still terrified when facing such a situation. His divine soul was trembling. Before this, he had never thought that a person could be terrifying to such an extent. On the surface, he was the leader of the righteous path, the number one person of the younger generation. His halo shone brightly, and millions of people looked up to him as their faith. He also shouldered the future of many orthodoxies. As long as he didn't fall, he would definitely stand at the peak of the upper realm in the future. His future was limitless. But secretly, he was the most terrifying inheritor of the demonic arts in the upper realm. He hid in the darkness and devoured the origin of many geniuses, causing chaos in the world. Senior brother's words. The things that are involved are simply too terrifying. After Heavenly Lord Ziyang heard this, his divine soul couldn't help but tremble. His back was cold, and he was terrified to the extreme. He thought of the many possibilities and consequences of Gu Chang'e being the inheritor of the demonic arts. That was simply unimaginable. It would bring about an unimaginable disaster to the upper realm. I only have a suspicion about this matter. If you want to take out evidence, it's impossible. Gu Chang'e is simply too cautious. That so-called inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ing, is probably an unlucky person like you. Qin Wuya sighed and said. At this time, he didn't know how to comfort Heavenly Lord Ziyang. How did he offend such a terrifying person? Whoever offended Gu Chang'e would be his worst nightmare. Eldest senior brother, what should I do now? If Gu Chang'e suddenly comes at this time, can I only wait to be captured? Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's face was pale. He was incomparably terrified, and his voice was trembling. Before Qin Wuya explained everything, he had never thought of this possibility. But now, his entire head was buzzing. He was terrified to the extreme. As the inheritor of the demonic arts, Gu Chang'e not only threw everything on his head, but also raised the banner of justice to kill him. In this world, was there anything more terrifying and despairing than knowing the truth? At this time, perhaps only the sect behind you can save you. If I were to fight with Gu Chang'e, the odds of victory would be 50 to 50. The outside world is saying that Gu Chang'e is seriously injured, but in reality, he is very good. He has fooled everyone and toyed with the world. Hearing this, Qin Wuya was silent for a moment. Then, he said, or perhaps you can expose Gu Chang'e's true identity. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's expression changed. No matter which possibility it was, he couldn't do it. At this time, the only thing he could do was to wait for the Zi mansion behind him to send experts. I suddenly figured out why I saw such a scene in the future. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang suddenly remembered the scene when he planned to use the immortal Tao Heavenly Eye to spy on Gu Xian's future. At that time, wasn't she imprisoned in a dark and damp dungeon by Gu Chang'e, dying? If Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts, everything could be explained. Gu Xian was too dangerous. She didn't know how terrifying and dangerous the cousin beside her was. No, I have to warn junior sister. These days, I noticed that she was searching for me outside. At this time, I can't hesitate. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang thought of this and his expression suddenly became firm. He clenched his fists as if he had made a decision. Although this decision would very likely lead to his whereabouts being exposed and he would face a life and death crisis, he was not the slightest bit afraid. Qian. Chapter 331. He thought of what he saw with his heavenly eye of the immortal Tao. Gu Xian was so desperate and helpless at that time. How could someone as cold and arrogant as her be reduced to such a state? This was all Gu Chang'e's scheme. Gu Chang'e won her trust, and in the end, when she was unprepared, she suddenly took action, imprisoned Gu Xian and stole and devoured her source energy. How can I allow such a thing to happen? How can I let her suffer like this? Junior sister is destined to be an immortal above the 9 heavens. Heaven Lord Zi Yang clenched his fists and his body trembled. His eyes were burning with hatred and anger. After the anger, he realized that he had become unusually quiet. He no longer had the uneasiness and fear from before. Junior sister Daoxian's existence was his greatest courage to fight against Gu Chang'e. Hearing Heaven Lord Zi Yang's firm words, Qin Wuya fell silent for a moment. He could understand Heaven Lord Zi Yang's feelings for Gu Xian. Even if he knew that this situation could expose Heaven Lord Zi Yang's tracks and attract Gu Chang'e and the others, his life would be in danger. But Heaven Lord Zi Yang didn't care. Junior brother, you have to think carefully. This matter can't be solved on impulse. Gu Chang'e's background and cultivation are far superior to you. Besides, Gu Xian may not believe you at this time. She trusts Gu Chang'e very much. At this time, she will definitely think that you are trying to drive a wedge between her and Gu Chang'e. It will only increase the distance between the two of you. The loss outweighs the gain. Qin Wuya sighed and decided to persuade him. Senior brother, you don't have to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. Heaven Lord Zi Yang said stubbornly. He was still clenching his fists. His bony fingers turned white because he was using too much strength. After knowing Gu Chang'e's true identity, Gu Xian felt that every second he spent beside Gu Chang'e was torture. He was extremely worried. He was afraid that the shattered image of the future that he had glimpsed would become reality, and then be displayed in front of him in blood. Although Gu Xian used to be dismissive of him, he had no distractions and only focused on the Tao. But he didn't mind. To him, the Purple Sun Sovereign felt that it was worth it to go through thousands and thousands of reincarnations in exchange for a single glance from her. This had become his obsession. In his previous life, Gu Xiener was still called Dao Xian. He was the most outstanding disciple of their boundless Dao sect since ancient times. With the talent close to that of an immortal, there was even a high possibility that he could enter the immortal palace that overlooked the heavens. In their era, immortals and mortals interacted with each other. It wasn't like today, where traces of the immortal world were elusive and difficult to find. Even immortals had become legendary existences. At that time, immortals often appeared in the world to visit friends and discuss the Tao. The immortal palace was high up in the sky and ruled over all directions. In every immortal palace, there were existences that surpassed the immortal realm. If it weren't for that terrifying catastrophe that caused the immortal palace to collapse and turned into ashes, he probably didn't even have the right to stand in front of junior sister Dao Xian, let alone do something for her. After all, junior sister Dao Xian was destined to become an immortal. The Purple Sun Sovereign had once complained about her. Why was there no place for anyone in her eyes other than the Tao? But now, he was relieved. Because that kind of Dao Xian was the real her. If she pursued the Tao wholeheartedly, she would only become an immortal. She wouldn't be disturbed by external things and wouldn't stop for anyone. She wouldn't even look at anyone. That was the junior sister that he had always admired. Isn't there a way? Eldest senior brother, haven't you already obtained the water of the reincarnation lake? As long as we can help junior sister Dao Xian regain her memories of her previous life, she will definitely believe us. I must save her from Gu Changa's evil clutches. After that, the Purple Sun Sovereign's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice. He felt that this matter wasn't as hopeless as it seemed. You mean, we should directly attack junior sister Dao Xian and force her to drink the water of the reincarnation lake? Qin Wuya frowned and asked. Other than this method, he really couldn't think of any other method that the Purple Sun Sovereign could come up with. But this way, if Gu Xian resisted, the suspicion on them would be even harder to clear. This way, they would be able to confirm this accusation. I don't want to do this either. But if junior sister Dao Xian doesn't believe us, we can only use this method. We are doing this for her own good. I believe that she will choose to forgive us when the time comes. Only by burning the boats can we see Shiyu. The Purple Sun Sovereign said with a gloomy and vicious look on his face. Qin Wuya glanced at him and didn't try to persuade him anymore. He nodded and said, all right, then we will do as you say. Next, I will take the initiative to expose myself and lure junior sister Dao Xian here. Pay attention to the concealment formation here. It's best not to let Gu Changa find out anything. After that, he turned into a ray of light and left the place, heading out of the ruins. The Purple Sun Sovereign nodded and stood with his hands behind his back. His purple robe fluttered and his face was cold. Compared to before, it was as if he had suddenly become a different person. Then, he took out a jade talisman and told the Purple Mansion behind him about his current situation. The Purple Sun Sovereign was born in the Purple Mansion and the family behind him was also the bloodline that controlled the Purple Mansion. Although they had declined after several generations, their authority in the Violet Palace was still unshakable. The Purple Sun Sovereign believed that the family behind him was still on his side. At the same time, on the other side, the mountain range in the distance was majestic and ancient. It was like a terrifying beast crawling on the ground. Fog flowed and lingered. The border couldn't be seen. Many miasma insects and branches covered the sky, making this place even darker and more humid. Qin Wuya's figure appeared in a mountain range. Runes flashed in his eyes and strands of golden light. He was sizing up the scene in the distance. A few days ago, he had met Gu Xian here. With Gu Xian's speed of searching, she probably wouldn't have gone far in this period of time. Therefore, Qin Wuya planned to expose himself here to attract Gu Xian, and then lead her to the place where the Purple Sun Sovereign was hiding. The best way is to be unintentionally detected by her. Otherwise, with how cautious she is, it is very likely that she will be suspicious. Thinking of this, Qin Wuya purposely went to a plain below and found an open but hidden place. Then, he set up some simple concealment formations and sat down cross-legged. He pretended to be seriously injured and was healing. A kind of secret Dharma power fluctuation spread out. Unless one was very close to him, they would definitely not be able to sense it. In this way, even if Gu Xian suspected something was wrong, she wouldn't think too much about it. At most, she would think that he was seriously injured after fighting with Gu Chang'e and couldn't run far. He could only find a hidden place to heal. On the other side, a beautiful girl with a big red bird on her shoulder was traversing through the mountains. The girl's figure was slender and her skin was as white as porcelain. Her facial features were exquisite and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a flawless work of art created by the heavens. Her eyes were as cold as ice and her dress fluttered in the wind. She had a celestial aura and was extraordinary. She was Gu Xian. However, at this moment, her expression was not very good. As Qin Wuya expected, she had searched every mountain range in the past few days but couldn't find any trace of the Purple Sun Sovereign. Gu Xian couldn't help but feel anxious and uneasy. Qin Xiaoyi had been kidnapped for a long time. At this time, Qin Xiaoyi's soul lamp was still bright and didn't show any signs of dimming. However, this made Gu Xian feel uneasy and guilty. However, the Purple Sun Sovereign's hiding skills were too good. Even if she used many methods, she couldn't find any trace of him. Just like how Gu Chang'e had mocked her when she found out that she was here to look for Lord of Purple Sun, she was wasting her time and effort. I wonder what Gu Chang'e is going to do now. Gu Xian frowned. In these few days, she had heard that Gu Chang'e was attacked. With Gu Chang'e's strength, there wouldn't be any accidents. What she wanted to know the most was what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Was he going to continue waiting for the Purple Sun Sovereign to show himself or did he have another plan? At this time, Gu Xian didn't know that Gu Chang'e had already made his move and was rushing to the Purple Sun Sovereign's location. Forget it. Let's not care about Gu Chang'e. He has his way and I have mine. I can't rely on him too much. If I run into any trouble, I'll ask him for help first. Gu Xian thought to herself. Her figure flashed and she rushed to another mountain range. Although this method was very stupid and required her to search the mountains one by one, it was very meticulous. She wouldn't miss anything. This is... Suddenly, Gu Xian frowned. She looked over and noticed a faint wave of Dharma power coming from the void. Although it was very hidden, it couldn't escape her powerful senses. Gu Xian was about to break through to the half-saint realm. Her primordial spirit was even more powerful. Since she was young, she had taken all kinds of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth and used all kinds of secret methods to train herself. She also cultivated the primordial spirit visualization method. Her senses were much better than those of her generation. Therefore, at this time, she immediately sensed the unusual aura in the void. Could there be someone else here? Thinking of this, Gu Xian's figure flashed. She quietly hid her aura and rushed in the direction of the Dharma power fluctuation. Soon, she noticed a hidden plane. An ordinary-looking man of medium build was sitting there with his legs crossed. Divine light flowed around him. Runes flashed around his body and various colors of divine light rose. He was obviously seriously injured and was healing his wounds. This is, the senior brother of Lord of Purple Sun, the mysterious man who cut out from the 9 heavens strange stone. Gu Xian quickly recognized this person. Her pupils shrank slightly. She subconsciously took out a talisman treasure from her sleeve. She was very clear about the rumors during this period. It was this person who went to assassinate Gu Chang'e. In the end, he detonated his ancient treasure and escaped. But no one would have thought that he was seriously injured and was healing here. It seemed that he was seriously injured in the battle with Gu Chang'e. Thinking of this, Gu Xian did not want to alert the enemy. Instead, she carefully hid her aura. She had her own plans. This person in front of her was definitely related to Lord of Purple Sunday. As long as she secretly followed behind him, wouldn't she be able to find Lord of Purple Sun? Just as Gu Xian was thinking, the figure in front of her suddenly opened his eyes. A long dragon of blood spurted out, making a rumbling sound. He frowned and slowly stood up, muttering to himself. This injury still needs some time to heal. Gu Chang'e is indeed the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Did he really think that he could fool me just because he could fool everyone in the world? Not only did he kidnap Qing Xiaoyi and frame junior brother Purple Sun, but now he wants to kill with a borrowed knife. What a ruthless heart. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a terrible disaster. Qin Wuya frowned deeply. His expression was also very heavy. He could not help but whisper. The most important thing right now is to meet up with junior brother Purple Sun and discuss with him how to solve this matter. Junior sister Dao Xian trusts him too much. She doesn't know that Gu Chang'e has ulterior motives. In the future, she might be killed by Gu Chang'e. After he finished speaking, his figure swept forward. In a flash, he had already disappeared from his original spot. Soon, there was no trace of him. What does he mean by that? Gu Chang'e is the true inheritor of the demonic arts. However, Gu Xian, who was hiding behind, was stunned. She was shocked. Her expression was full of disbelief. She did not expect to hear such words. She only felt that her head was buzzing. It was as if she had been hit by a huge bell. Even her mind had become blank. She did not know what kind of emotions she was feeling at this moment. Gu Chang'e was the true inheritor of the demonic arts. The culprit behind everything. The most terrifying disaster in the world. Gu Xian did not dare to believe all of this. But, if Qin Wuya was deliberately framing her, how did he know that she was here? Deliberately saying all of this? Shouldn't he have hurriedly hid after seeing her, afraid that she would contact Gu Chang'e and come to kill him? Was all of this just a coincidence? Or could it be that, everything that Qin Wuya said was not nonsense? Impossible. If Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts, how could there be no signs at all? If he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, how could he be injured time and time again because of the inheritor of the demonic arts? This Qin Wuya must have misunderstood something. Or he deliberately said these words because he knew that I was here. He wanted to drive a wedge between Gu Chang'e and me. Gu Xian's mind was in a mess. Her heart suddenly panicked and felt very uneasy. She did not know why she was so disappointed and worried. Even she did not know why she was afraid. Even she did not notice that her face was actually somewhat pale. At this moment, she even wished that she had not heard these words. Before this, she had never suspected that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. But now, after hearing this possibility, she could not help but suspect this matter. Soon, she reacted. Gu Xian did not stop and hurriedly chased after Qin Wuya. She wanted to follow Qin Wuya's trail to find the Purple Sun Sovereign. At this moment, it did not matter whether Qin Wuya deliberately lured her there or not. She only wanted to know if all of this was real or not. Otherwise, she would not be at ease. Buzz. 2 at the same time, on the other side. The void trembled. Waves of brilliance appeared and a wave of spatial fluctuation spread. Then, a bright door opened. Many figures walked out from it and arrived in the outside world. The person in the lead was tall and slender. His clothes were whiter than snow. His eyes were calm and deep. His hair was sparkling like ink. He exuded an extraordinary aura, as if he was a young god who had walked down from the 9 heavens. Behind him were the sky prides and young supremes of various races. Their cultivations were powerful and their chi was shocking. A creature that looked like a yiksha stood in front respectfully and pointed at the many mountains in front of them. Master, the Hainyu mountain outside Xuanwu ancient country is in front of us. Gu Changde nodded. He glanced down and said indifferently, the Purple Sun Sovereign's hiding place is here. The Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's hiding place is right here. Search everywhere. Don't miss any corner. The rest of you, seal off every direction. Do not let any creature or cultivator take a step out. Those who disobey will be treated as the Purple Sun Sovereign's accomplice and killed immediately. There is no need to show mercy. Yes, Master. When the followers heard this, their faces turned serious and they shouted in unison. Their momentum was shocking and murderous. The sky prides behind them were shocked and felt a chill down their backs. This was indeed Gu Changde's style. He directly sealed off this mountain range and did not allow anyone to escape. They smiled bitterly in their hearts. At this time, they did not dare to approach casually. They were afraid that Gu Changde would think that they were with the Purple Sun Sovereign and the inheritor of the demonic arts. Then, Gu Changde looked at the mountain range in front of him and stepped forward. His robe fluttered and he covered 1,000 miles in one step. The heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddha, 6-crowned king, Yingyu, and the others followed behind. However, they did not go forward. Instead, they stood in the sky and looked around, waiting for Gu Changde to find the Purple Sun Sovereign's tracks. After all, Gu Changde was so sure that the Purple Sun Sovereign would be here. He must be confident. Otherwise, he would be slapping his own face at this time. Chapter 332. Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang should be contacting the experts of the Purple Mansion. There was a faint smile on Gu Changde's face. She landed on the ground alone and headed towards the vast mountain range ahead. When he fought with Qin Wuya, he left a certain aura on his body. Of course, it wasn't a mark because Qin Wuya would have easily discovered it. Therefore, Gu Changde only needed to follow his aura to find Qin Wuya's location. Qin Wuya thought he was on the 3rd level, but in reality, Gu Changde had placed a trap on him on the 10th level. Gu Changde even knew where Qin Wuya had been for the past few days, but he was too lazy to chase after him. Before he killed Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang, doing so would only alert the enemy. If the experts of the Purple Mansion realm come, I should contact the Gu clan behind me. I can use this opportunity to let some orthodoxies know where they stand. Gu Changde casually traversed through the mountain range. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't doubt the importance of Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang to the Purple Mansion realm. After all, he was the reincarnation of the Forbidden Era and possessed the rare primordial Dao bone. If the Purple Mansion realm wanted to prosper, they had to rely on Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang. Although the Purple Mansion realm was known as a supreme sect, they had never produced an immortal in their history. They had all kinds of shocking and unfathomable foundations, but they also lacked a suppressive foundation. They saw the hope of becoming an immortal in Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang. He could help the Purple Mansion realm take another step forward. Therefore, knowing that they would offend many orthodoxies, the Purple Mansion realm still had to protect Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang and even put him under house arrest. All these showed how important Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang was to the Purple Mansion realm. At this time, if the Purple Mansion realm still insisted on going against him, Gu Changde could only ask the Longevity Gu clan behind him to take action. He also had his own Dao protector. However, because of the Forbidden Devil technique, Gu Changde couldn't let others know about many things. Therefore, he had his Dao protector stay in the Gu clan and only summoned him when he had something to do. This time, Gu Changde planned to use his mind palace as a whetstone to sharpen his blade. He had ordered the immortal ancient tribes who had been training in the immortal ancient continent for a long time to break the space and attack the Purple Mansion. The Violet Palace wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was just right to be used as a whetstone. Imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Although many of the long-established forces in the upper realm were referred to as such, there was actually a huge difference in their heritage. The factions that had produced true immortals and those that had not. The gap between them was so huge that it was difficult to describe it with words. During this period of time, Gu Changde had read many ancient books and combined them with some vague memories in his mind. Only then did he understand the division of the eras. With the period when the Demon Lord destroyed the world as the boundary, it was also the Forbidden Era. Going back a few years, that was Immortal Ancient Great Era. It was because before that great era, there were true immortals who appeared in this world, to the extent where they even visited friends and discussed the Tao, moving unhindered between heaven and earth, free and unfettered. For example, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign and the immortal ancient tribes all came from that era. As for the Forbidden Era, it had already been buried in the long river of time. Even after thousands of years, no one dared to mention it. Any thoughts in one's heart would be erased. It couldn't even leave any records on a page, and it couldn't exist in this world. Until now, if one thought about the Forbidden Era and wanted to trace back what happened then, they would also encounter misfortune and backlash. After the Forbidden Era, there were no more immortals in this world. Even the orthodoxies that survived the Forbidden Era had no more immortals. As for the reason, some people said that it was because of the anger of heaven and earth, resulting in such an environment that it was impossible to become an immortal. Some people also said that the true immortals in this world were all buried in the Forbidden Era. The order of heaven and earth in the future was broken, and it was impossible to form the imprint of the immortal path. It was even more impossible to cultivate the immortal path body and the light of the immortal path. There were many different rumors. However, the truth that Gu Changde learned was that after the Forbidden Era, the true immortals in this world had to go to another world for some unknown reason and rules. It was similar to the ascension that he knew. The other world was temporarily called the Immortal World. For example, the Gu family of longevity actually had a deep connection with that world. This was because the longevity Gu family had existed even before the Immortal Ancient Era, and was even more ancient than the Immortal Ancient Era. It was because of this reason that Gu Changde looked up these ancient books. The other longevity families, such as the longevity Wang family, actually had a lot of connections with that world. Their ancestors were there, and the inheritances of later generations were all left behind by them. In the current upper realm, there were at most remnant immortals, and it was impossible for there to be a complete and unhindered true immortal. Even if a true immortal was born, they couldn't stay for long. There were many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies that were born in later generations, but very few immortal inheritances were left behind. The appearance of Een Absolute Sky shocked the entire upper realm, and it was also because of this reason that a true immortal academy was needed to nurture true immortals. No matter what you say, what happened in the Forbidden Era is related to me in no way. Based on this speed, I should be able to learn a few more things from Chan Hongyi. Gu Changde's thoughts quickly flew back. His eyes were very deep. During this period of time, he had recovered more and more memories. It was like a vast and boundless deep sea, and also like an entire iceberg that was slowly rising to the surface of the water. There were many things that should be explained. Chan Hongyi. That was the name of the female devil in red. Senior brother, you're here. Are you okay? Gu Changde didn't notice anything, did she? Outside the ruins, Purple Sun Sky Monarch saw Qin Wuya's figure from afar, and his face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He hurriedly went forward and asked with concern, "These days when you weren't here, I was really worried that Gu Changde would find me." Looking at Qin Wuya's expression, he knew that Gu Xian had been attracted by something, so he cooperated with him very tacitly, pretending that he didn't know anything. "I'm fine, and my injuries are more or less healed. Gu Chang'e didn't find me. During this period of time, no one came to find me, right? Qin Wuya nodded, looked at Purple Sun Sky Monarch suggestively, and asked in return. Purple Sun Sky Monarch shook his head and said, "No, it's been very quiet during this period of time. Other than the occasional sky prides in the sky, there's been no other movement." Then, the two of them exchanged pleasantries, pretending that they hadn't seen each other for a few days. They asked each other about what had happened, as if they were very worried. Gu Xian, who had been following behind them, hid in the dark. Her cold and moving eyes were fixed on the two's movements. She clenched her jade-like hands, not letting go of a single word that they said. But soon, she frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Many of the things that the two of them were talking about were related to Gu Chang'e, and 8 out of every 10 sentences were related to Gu Chang'e. The content of these words sounded like they were saying how terrifying Gu Chang'e was, how deep his thoughts were, how he schemed against everyone, how well he pretended, and how he was actually the true inheritor of the demonic arts, etc. But listening carefully, it sounded more like the two of them were explaining to her, explaining that Gu Chang'e and the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts were actually the same person. They were explaining many reasons and suspicious points for her. After realizing all this, Gu Xian couldn't help but have a cold look in her eyes, and her killing intent was biting cold. She had already seen through it. Qin Wuya had purposely attracted her here, and the two of them were deliberately saying these words for her to hear. "Shut up!" At that moment, Gu Xian shouted coldly. Her voice was clear, as cold as ice, and carried a terrifying chill. She took the initiative to show herself, appearing from the void where she was hiding, and walked towards the ruins in front of her. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent jade sword appeared in her slender white hand. It was flowing with a shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything. "You are Gu Chang'e's cousin." Seeing Gu Xian take the initiative to show herself, Lord of Heaven Ziyang and Qin Wuya were both shocked. This was not an act, but a real shock. They didn't expect that Gu Xian would take the initiative to show herself at this time. In their plan, they would discover Gu Xian's whereabouts later, and when they found out that she had heard everything, they would begin to earnestly explain to her. If Gu Xian didn't believe them, the two of them would have to fight. Now that Gu Xian took the initiative to show herself, to be honest, it messed up their plan. But soon, Lord of Heaven Ziyang and Qin Wuya both reacted, and hastily put on a vigilant and hostile expression, staring at Gu Xian. Chapter 333. How did you get here? Ziyang frowned and shouted, "This is not a place you should be. I advise you to go back." However, Gu Xian had already seen through the two's plan. At this time, she was completely unmoved. Her eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "At this time, you don't have to pretend anymore. Speak, why did you lure me here? You want to drive a wedge between me and Gu Chang'e and instigate me to deal with him? Then I can only say that you are thinking too much." Gu Xian's voice was very cold, as if it didn't contain any emotions. Hearing this, Qin Wuya and Ziyang looked at each other and frowned. Then, Ziyang sighed, "Big senior brother and I are actually doing this for your own good." He decided to lay his cards on the table. Qin Wuya was also silent. They also knew that at this time, it was useless to say anything else. Their previous plan was completely useless. Gu Xian frowned and asked, "What do you mean by this?" "Just like what you have heard, Gu Chang'e is actually the true inheritor of the devil arts. Sooner or later, he will make a move on you and devour your origin and everything. And your identity is the junior sister of big senior brother and I in our previous life. It's just that you don't know this. Do you still remember that day in front of True Immortal Academy? Why did I do that? Actually, I just wanted to help you recover the memories of your previous life. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything. Ziyang's expression returned to normal. He stared at Gu Xian and prepared to tell everything he knew to Gu Xian. Previous life. Gu Xian still frowned when she heard this. From her expression, it was hard to tell whether she believed it or not. To be honest, Ziyang's words had quite a big impact on her. She had considered Ziyang's and Qin Wuya's motives, but she didn't expect them to say this. This was already out of Gu Xian's expectations. In our previous lives, we were actually all disciples of the Boundless Tao sect. I was the eldest senior brother, while you and junior brother Ziyang were both master's personal disciples. In your previous life, your name was Dao Xian. At this time, Qin Wuya also opened his mouth, hoping that these words would make Gu Xian remember something. However, Gu Xian's expression was still calm and cold. There was no change, and he didn't think of anything. Are you done talking? Then, she asked coldly. She had heard Qin Wuya mention the name Dao Xian before, but she didn't expect it to be her previous life's name. This was too inconceivable and dreamy. Could it be that reincarnation really existed in this world? This is the water from the reincarnation lake. It can help people regain their memories. If you don't believe me, you can drink it. At this time, Qin Wuya spoke again. He took out a small white jade bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Xian. Within it, many mystical lights appeared. Silver-white radiance spread out in the void, emitting the will of reincarnation. It was extremely shocking. Even though it was separated by a bottle, one could still feel the surging intent within. The water from the reincarnation lake. Gu Xian frowned. She didn't take it, purely because she didn't trust Qin Wuya and Lord of Heaven Ziyang. As for whether or not this was the water from the reincarnation lake, she had no way to prove it. Who knew what was in the bottom of the bottle? However, these words made Gu Xian suspicious. What was the purpose of these two? Not to mention the truth of her previous life, just the fact that they lured her here didn't seem like they had good intentions. If you still don't believe me, this is what I saw when I used the heavenly eye of the immortal Tao. Seeing that Gu Xian was silent, Lord of Heaven Ziyang's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought that she was thinking seriously, so he couldn't help but speak. At the same time, a golden pattern appeared in between his eyebrows. It illuminated everything and was incomparably resplendent, surging with divine light. Although he couldn't use the heavenly eye of the immortal Tao's true power at this time. But to him, it wasn't difficult to reconstruct the scene that he saw back then. If Gu Xian saw this scene, he believed that Gu Xian would definitely be suspicious of Gu Chang'e. At least, she wouldn't trust him so much like she did now. Buzz. As he spoke, in the void in front of Lord of Heaven Ziyang, rays of light suddenly appeared. Then, a few images appeared. In a dark and damp dungeon, a beautiful young girl was being chained. Her 4 limbs hung on the wall, covered in blood. She was on the verge of death, but her expression was stubborn and cold. The man in front of her had a handsome face. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was as handsome as jade. He was like a fine young master in a chaotic world, untainted by a speck of dust. There was also a small white jade bowl in his hand. It was filled with blood, and it looked very evil. Seeing this, Gu Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly trembled. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled, and her face paled, as if all the blood had drained from her body. Nonsense! I'm going to kill you! Suddenly, she shouted coldly. She took out her jade sword and it flew out from her hand. It was crystal clear and bright. With a terrifying sharpness, it cut across the sky and struck Lord of Heaven Ziyang, as if it was going to kill him. These are the glimpses of the future that my heavenly eye of the immortal Tao saw. Gu Chang'e doesn't have good intentions towards you. He is the real inheritor of the demonic arts. Why can't you trust us? Eldest senior brother, and I won't hurt you. Lord of Heaven Zi Yang's face was a little gloomy. He couldn't help but shout. At the same time, he rolled up his sleeves. Purple chi came out like a river of stars. It fell from the sky and resisted Gu Xian's attack. With his current strength, if Gu Xian didn't use any other means, it wouldn't be difficult for him to suppress her. However, Lord of Heaven Zi Yang didn't do that. He continued to persuade Gu Xian, hoping that she would think it through and stop being so stubborn. Other than instigating the relationship between Gu Chang'e and me, what else can you do? If that is my future, then I am willing to accept it. Gu Xian's voice was still as cold as ice. There wasn't any emotion in it. Boom! The jade sword cut across the sky. The aftermath shattered everything around it. The mountains were collapsing. With the terrifying rules and order, it was turbulent and vast. All kinds of dazzling lights burst out. Hearing this, Lord of Heaven Zi Yang's face became very ugly. There was anger, gloominess, hatred, but more than that, there was jealousy and unwillingness. Based on what? Based on what? I am the one who is good to you. But Gu Chang'e is trying to harm you, he was almost roaring. He never thought that Gu Xian would say such a thing. His whole person seemed to be ignited by the flame of jealousy. At this moment, Lord of Heaven Zi Yang couldn't care less. He wanted to suppress Gu Xian and force her to drink the water of the reincarnation lake. For a moment, the laws here interweaved. Divine chains of order filled the sky. Resplendent beams of light pierced through the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The primordial purple chi covered the sky and turned into a vast cloud layer. All kinds of divine abilities were displayed within. Purple true thunder crackled as if it could tear everything apart. Gu Xian was also using all kinds of methods to resist all of this. Her expression was very cold. Meanwhile, Qin Wuya didn't make a move. He just watched from the side. At the same time, he prevented the fluctuations from spreading and attracting the other cultivators and geniuses. Boom! Boom! The battle here was becoming more and more shocking. With a violent tremor, it was as if an immortal's drum was being beaten. This place completely exploded. The entire ruins were shattered. Many laws were being displayed. The order was being condensed. Gu Xian's immortal bone was manifesting. It turned into a supreme immortal that wanted to suppress everything. Meanwhile, Lord of Heaven Zi Yang's primordial Dao bone was also manifesting. The purple chi was vast and boundless. It was incomparably terrifying. It was like a river of stars bursting its banks. Finally, in the void, there was a violent tremor. Dark red blood sprinkled down. Gu Xian flew backwards. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her skirt was stained with blood. Her expression was cold. After all, her cultivation level was much lower than Lord of Heaven Zi Yang's. After exchanging a few blows, she quickly fell into a disadvantage. She was not his opponent. Junior Xian, you are not my opponent. At this time, you should not resist. Be obedient. Lord of Heaven Zi Yang's purple robes fluttered in the air. He stood tall in the sky. At this moment, after winning with one blow, his expression had returned to normal. He looked at her and said this. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Wuya's expression abruptly changed as he shouted, "Not good, quickly dodge." Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying power that was like the collapse of mountains and seas and the destruction of the universe came. The void exploded. Lord of Heaven Zi Yang did not have time to react. His expression changed greatly as he wanted to turn around. However, his entire body was hit by this power. With a boom, his body instantly exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. You are courting death. You dare to hurt her. A human figure walked out from the void. A palm descended. It was like the anger of the heavens since ancient times. It carried the power of billions of years. His face was so heavy that it seemed like it was covered in ice. People couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. They felt cold from head to toe. Their souls trembled. Chapter 334. There was a fluctuation in the void. Then, a terrifying aura surged like a vast ocean. It was more like a galaxy had crashed into the mortal world. Many runes and rules intertwined. A figure stepped out and attacked forcefully with cold murderous intent and anger. Countless Tao laws that he had mastered and comprehended appeared around him. They seemed to be submitting to him and worshipping him. It was as if they were facing a young supreme god. There was an uproar. A giant palm print appeared in the void. It seemed to be able to suppress thousands of years. It was extremely powerful. It fell from the sky and instantly hit Purple Sun Sovereign, who was caught off guard. Although he reacted quickly and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but the power contained in this palm was too great. Even though he was wearing a treasure robe that could resist the power of a supreme saint, it was difficult for him to withstand the attack. After resisting for a moment, cracks appeared on the treasure robe. Then, it exploded into divine light. His body was extremely fragile like an egg hitting a rock. With a crack, his bones shattered. His internal organs ruptured and his body exploded. He was covered in blood and didn't look like a human anymore. Gu Chang'e. Seeing the person who came, Purple Sun Sovereign let out a low and angry roar. At the same time, he was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. His face was distorted and looked extremely ferocious. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly appear at this time and launch a powerful attack. He was severely injured. His divine soul turned into divine light and swept his broken body to the other side. He wanted to rebuild his body. Although Purple Sun Sovereign hated Gu Chang'e very much, he knew that he wasn't strong enough. But he also knew his limits. He knew that he wasn't a match for Gu Chang'e, and he was worried that Gu Chang'e would seize this opportunity to directly attack him and annihilate him in both body and soul, so that he wouldn't be able to hold on until the Violet Palace realm experts arrived. In the void, Gu Chang'e stood there. His robe fluttered and his eyes were calm. However, there was more coldness and murderous intent. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked to the other side and saw Gu Xian'er looking at him in a daze. He sighed softly and said, "Why were you so impulsive? You found Purple Sun Sovereign's whereabouts and didn't even inform me?" Although it was a reprimand, it was difficult to conceal the concern and worry in his words. In fact, before Gu Xian'er arrived, Gu Chang'e had already found this place. However, he did not show himself. He was waiting for Qin Wuya to appear. He wanted to see what kind of tricks he had up his sleeve. After that, he had personally witnessed the entire process of how Qin Wuya had lured Gu Xian here. Including the two of them laying their cards on the table to Gu Xian'er, explaining everything that had happened in their past lives, as well as Lord of Heaven Ziyang revealing his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. Gu Chang'e saw all of this, but he did not stop them, nor did he show himself. After that, Gu Xian'er's actions surprised him, but more than that, he was in a trance and sighed. Especially after witnessing the miserable scene of the future, Gu Xian'er actually said that she would be willing to accept it if that was the case. This made Gu Chang'e fall silent for a moment. He did not know what to say. Should he say that she was stupid, or should he scold her for being naive? Of course, he also guessed that the scene that Lord of Heaven Ziyang had seen was actually something that happened in the timeline that Yumingkong had experienced. In this life, he would at most bully Gu Xian a little. How could he bear to hurt her? However, after hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Gu Xian'er did not reply. Instead, she continued to stare at him blankly. Her eyes, which were usually cold and moving, seemed to have lost their spirit. She did not even wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Gu Chang'e, how did you find this place? At this time, Qin Wuya coldly shouted. He was incomparably fearful. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lord of Heaven Ziyang. He wanted to protect him and prevent Gu Chang'e from attacking again. He was sure that Gu Xian did not pass on any information to Gu Chang'e. Then how did Gu Chang'e find this place? And how long had he been hiding in the dark? This made Qin Wuya's back involuntarily turn cold. This meant that Gu Chang'e had heard everything that they had said just now, including their origins and relationships. This was their biggest secret. Other than each other, they had never told anyone else. Today, they told Gu Xian because they knew that if she did not agree, they would force her to drink the water of the reincarnation lake. Therefore, they were not worried that she would tell anyone. This is all thanks to you. If you did not lead the way for me, I would not have found this place. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you properly. Gu Chang'e casually smiled. His figure descended from the sky and slowly walked over. He knew what Qin Wuya was worried about. However, at this time, Gu Chang'e did not care. You left a mark on my body. How is that possible? When I checked, I did not find any mark. Qin Wuya's voice was gloomy. He could not believe it. If even you could find it, then why would I set it up? Gu Chang'e said with a smile on her face. Qin Wuya's face became gloomier. He was sure that Gu Chang'e had done something. It turned out that Gu Chang'e deliberately let him go. He even used a method that he did not know of to leave something like a mark on his body. Then, he took the opportunity to find him. Apart from this possibility, there was no other possibility. The chill on his back became even stronger. Lord of Heaven Ziyang, who was recovering from his injuries, turned pale when he heard this. He did not expect that the one who exposed his whereabouts would be his eldest senior brother. Junior brother, it is my fault. I did not expect that I would lead Gu Chang'e here. Qin Wuya looked at Lord of Heaven Ziyang apologetically. If he had been more cautious, Lord of Heaven Ziyang would not have been severely injured by Gu Chang'e. He did not know if he could have escaped safely today. Senior brother, you don't have to be like this. Gu Chang'e is very cunning. Who would have thought that he would do this? Lord of Heaven Ziyang took a deep breath and calmed down. He did not blame Qin Wuya. Now that things had come to this, he could only face Gu Chang'e directly. Buzz. In the next moment, purple fog appeared on his body. It spread from every inch of his broken flesh. Finally, it turned into divine chains that connected his injured body. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of method was naturally not that easy. It required the consumption of source energy. Even Lord of Heaven Ziyang was the same. He needed to recover to his peak condition in a short period of time. Only then would he have the strength to fight against Gu Chang'e. Soon, his complexion improved. Within his bloodline, there was also a type of mysterious fluctuation that appeared, turning into streak after streak of simple and profound divine symbols. They took form there, about to condense incomparable power. Junior brother, Qin Wuya recognized this secret technique, and his expression turned somewhat solemn. This secret technique did not belong to this world. It was a forbidden technique of the boundless Tao sect. It could not be used unless it was the most critical moment. Not only would it burn one's origin energy, but it would also burn one's lifespan. Lord of Heaven Ziyang's face was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. White spots could be seen in his hair. Senior brother, you don't have to persuade me. No matter what, I will subdue this demon today. Not only for junior sister Xian Er, but also for the world. Inheritors of demonic arts should be killed by everyone. Gu Chang'e is heartless. He has done all kinds of bad things. Sooner or later, he will suffer retribution. Lord of Heaven Ziyang's face was firm and righteous. His words were powerful and contained unimaginable power. At this moment, even he did not know why, but he felt a sense of righteousness. There was a righteous path in the world. They would not allow this demon to do evil and bring chaos to the world. Even at this point, you still don't forget to frame me. Xian Er is a little stupid, but you want to provoke her with these words. Don't you think you are underestimating her? Gu Chang'e smiled. He had already walked to Gu Xian Er's side. He did not care about Lord of Heaven Ziyang's words at all. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian Er seemed to have come back to her senses. She was still staring at him in a daze. Gu Chang'e gently wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. He stared at her and said, "You just have to remember one thing. No matter what, I will not hurt you." Gu Xian Er was stunned. She actually wanted to ask Gu Chang'e if Lord of Heaven Ziyang and Qin Wuya were telling the truth. Was he really an inheritor of demonic arts? However, since Gu Chang'e had said so, she did not know how to ask. However, there was one thing that she did not doubt. She believed that Gu Chang'e would not hurt her. The scene that Lord of Heaven Ziyang showed her, in her opinion, was to sow discord between her and Gu Chang'e. That was why she was so angry just now. Junior Xian Er, don't believe Gu Chang'e's nonsense. He can do anything to get your source energy. Lord of Heaven Ziyang snorted. He was not as angry as before. He had already calmed down. After all, Gu Xian Er was already fooled by Gu Chang'e. He could not blame Gu Xian Er for this. However, he had to take revenge on Gu Chang'e. Junior brother, there is no need to talk to him. Today, if we work together, we may have a chance. Qin Wuya said coldly. He was very decisive. He did not hesitate and directly attacked. He was extremely strong and fierce. He said that he was injured just now to trick Gu Xian Er. Qin Wuya was in good condition. He did not suffer any serious injuries that night. In the void, divine talismans flashed and shone brilliantly. They were all formed by various Taoist principles. They were extremely terrifying. You don't have to do anything. Leave the two of them to me. I will find Qin Xiaoyi's whereabouts. Gu Chang'e looked at Gu Xian Er with a strange expression. Then, without waiting for her reply, he flashed and appeared in the sky. He started to fight with Qin Wuya. Qi. He raised his hand and a ray of divine rainbow shot out. It was extremely bright. It was like a ray of sword qi that fell from the sky. It was extremely sharp and could attack anything. Then, Lord of Heaven Ziyang did not hesitate and attacked Gu Chang'e. The mighty purple qi was like a river of stars. It covered the sky and the earth. It was endless. It evolved into all kinds of divine weapons. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. They all attacked Gu Chang'e to defend against his attack. Dong! Heaven and earth shook violently. A terrifying sound was heard. Just the aftermath of the collision caused many mountains to collapse and turn into ashes. For a moment, the laws here interweaved. The mountains shook violently. Chains of order pierced through the void as if they could pierce through heaven and earth. Then, a golden fog appeared in the sky. Gu Chang'e condensed a Dharma body. Golden light surged and was 10 million zhang tall. He was incomparably powerful. He reached out with a big hand and covered the sky, causing the place to erupt. Boom! Qin Wuya was very confident in his own strength. The moment he attacked, he displayed the battle strength of a quasi-supreme. He turned into a divine mountain that was incomparably majestic. It was like a divine object from the 9 heavens. However, facing Gu Chang'e's palm, the divine mountain collapsed and could not resist for a moment. Qin Wuya's body shook violently. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. You still don't admit it. You are not injured at all. He was extremely shocked. The strength that Gu Chang'e displayed now was more than several times stronger than that night in the mansion. It was even more powerful and terrifying. Injured? No, this is just because you are too weak. Gu Chang'e smiled casually and walked over in the void. He was strolling leisurely and incomparably natural. Once again, a palm descended. The chaotic fog spread out and dropped down golden divine characters. It was incomparably solid like the palm of a celestial emperor. It sent purple sun heaven monarch flying backwards with blood gushing out of his mouth. His body almost exploded. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Although purple sun heaven monarch used a forbidden technique, in front of Gu Chang'e, he couldn't even withstand a single palm. His body was tattered and full of blood. He coughed out blood again. There were also fragments of his broken internal organs. His injuries were very serious. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's expression was very ugly. He hurriedly took out divine medicine and pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did his injuries improve. Senior brother, he didn't expect that even with the two of them working together, they still wouldn't be a match for Gu Chang'e. Before this, didn't eldest senior brother say that he had a 50% chance of defeating Gu Chang'e? I also didn't expect his current strength to have reached such a level. Gu Chang'e has truly hidden his strength too well. Qin Wuya knew what Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was thinking. His expression became gloomier and more worried in his heart. Under such circumstances, it could be said that it was easy for Gu Chang'e to kill Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. Although he still had many methods that he hadn't used, he was still wary of many. When he entered the 9 heavens by mistake, he had obtained many divine items and learned many things. However, once those methods were used, it could cause unimaginable consequences. Once the 9 heavens item appeared in the upper realm, his ending wouldn't be much better than that of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Qin Wuya was very clear about the logic of a man's wealth being his own ruin. After that, Gu Chang'e's expression was calm and indifferent. He attacked again. His palm swept across and slapped down from the sky. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was sent flying while vomiting blood. His entire body was covered in wounds. His bones healed and then broke again. His internal organs were shattered. His entire body was tattered beyond recognition. At this moment, even if he had many divine medicines and pills, it would be difficult for him to recover. Because Gu Chang'e didn't give him any time at all. Gu Chang'e, stop. Qin Wuya's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was incomparably furious. Although he attacked from the side and wanted to delay Gu Chang'e, he still didn't have any chance. Gu Chang'e was even simpler. He directly took out the great seal of mountains and rivers. The supreme aura fluctuated. The aura of the great Tao rumbled and crushed through the sky. Qin Wuya gritted his teeth. He couldn't interfere at all. He used many methods but still coughed up blood. He was no match for Yi Shiwen. Then, he gritted his teeth and took out an ancient treasure. It was snow white and looked like an ancient scale. It was densely covered with ancient and natural Tao patterns. The moment this scale appeared, it broke through the void and appeared directly. It was as if it was going to reappear the supreme creature from before. Whoosh! 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 A strange sound suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This scale was incomparably strange. The patterns on it seemed to have come alive and shone brightly. In the end, it turned into a strange beast with the body of a dragon and a cow. Its body was surrounded by purple lightning. It roared at the sky, as if it could even shatter the sun and moon. Facing such power, even the great seal of mountains and rivers seemed to be affected. A terrifying wind accompanied by the rumbling of the great Tao blew from all directions. It was deafening. It was as if it could even shatter one's divine soul. An item from the 9 heavens? Gu Changa's gaze landed on the scale. He was a little interested. With just the power of this scale, it could fight against a supreme weapon. How strong was this strange beast when it was at its peak? However, he didn't care too much. After taking out the Great Seal of mountains and rivers, he directly attacked Qin Wuya. At the same time, he attacked Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. Gu Changa didn't plan to kill Purple Sun Heaven Monarch now. He was waiting for the elders to come. The experts of the Purple Mansion hadn't arrived yet, so Purple Sun Heaven Monarch couldn't die yet. Normally, when you're about to kill someone, the older generation will jump out and stop you. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch, you're about to die, but the experts of the Purple Mansion haven't arrived yet. Are they planning to give up on you? Gu Changa smiled faintly. He didn't care about Qin Wuya, who was fighting against the Great Seal of mountains and rivers. He slammed his palm down again. This time, he directly suppressed Purple Sun Heaven Monarch to the ground. Gu Changa. If you kill me, the Purple Mansion won't let you go so easily. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was covered in blood. Not a single bone was intact. At this moment, he couldn't help but roar. He was incomparably terrified and uneasy. He was afraid that Gu Changa would kill him here. You colluded with the inheritor of the demonic arts to kill the disciples of the college. Then, you colluded with your senior brother to kill the saintess, and tried to frame me. What are you trying to say at this time? If the Purple Mansion dares to protect you, so what if I destroy it? Gu Changa's smile was still as light as before, without any ripples. Gu Changa, you're slandering me. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was furious. He cursed loudly and was incomparably furious. His entire body was glowing. It was incomparably bright. At the same time, the primordial purple chi surged, producing chaotic and Taichu auras to resist Gu Changa. However, the difference in strength between the two was too great. No matter how extraordinary the primordial Tao bone was, it was difficult for it to resist the five-colored light and the supreme laws there. Soon, Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was sent flying while spurting blood. He was directly suppressed to the ground by Gu Changa. Soon, the aura of the battle spread. All kinds of divine lights illuminated the sky, instantly attracting the attention of many cultivators and elites in the distance. In an instant, many divine rainbows flew through the sky and rushed over. They all felt that something big was happening here and couldn't be missed. The disciples of the perfected immortal college also quickly rushed over. They rode on divine rainbows, artifacts, mounts and other things, afraid that they would miss something. It's Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. Young Master Changa found traces of Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. The two are currently fighting a great battle. Soon after, the cultivators who rushed over saw the scene from the distance. They couldn't help but directly shout out, feeling incomparably shocked and excited. When the cultivators behind them heard this, they were also incomparably excited. They quickly rushed over, wishing to personally witness everything. Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Ing Yu and the others who were waiting outside the mountain range also heard the disturbance here. Their expressions were different. Multicolored clouds surged beneath their feet, hurrying over. Not good. This place has already been discovered by someone. When he saw this scene, Qin Wuya's expression changed greatly again. He was currently resisting the Supreme Being Artifact's power, but he never expected the concealment formation patterns here to be broken at some unknown time. This led to this place's radiance surging into the heavens, attracting all of the cultivators in the distance. He knew that this was definitely done by Gu Changa. Gu Changa not only wanted to expose their whereabouts, he wanted to kill Purple Sun Heaven Monarch in the name of justice in front of all of these cultivators. This made him couldn't help but shiver. Just how vicious of a mind was this? Chapter 335. Senior brother, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. At this moment, Lord of Heaven Ziyang realized Gu Changa's intention and could not help but feel frightened. He did not want to implicate Qin Wuya. Moreover, if Qin Wuya continued to stay here and was noticed by others, he would never be able to clear his name. Junior brother Ziyang. Qin Wuya gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of anger and hatred as he stared at Gu Changa. He was in a dilemma. He also knew that he could not stay here any longer. This is the place. Lord of Heaven Ziyang is hiding here. It's him. He is the one who tried to assassinate Saintess Ziyen that night. He is indeed with Lord of Heaven Ziyang. Oh no, he is trying to escape. Stop him. Puff. However, among the cultivators who had rushed over, some were shocked and recognized Qin Wuya with a single glance. It was the masked man from that night. He became extremely shocked and furious. Seeing that Qin Wuya was about to escape, they roared and rushed forward. They took out all kinds of Dharma artifacts to stop him. However, Qin Wuya just waved his hand casually and his sleeves fluttered. A terrifying brilliance appeared in the white scale and knocked them all away. However, before the cultivators could react, they were hit by an unknown force and exploded in the air. Their flesh and blood collapsed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. This scene shocked the cultivators who had arrived later. They were terrified and then became even more furious. They were filled with killing intent and righteous indignation. Damn it! He still wants to commit murder at this time. He is simply courting death. Everyone was furious and used their divine abilities. Some of them even took out their sacred artifacts to stop Qin Wuya who was escaping. Gu Changa. You are so vicious. Qin Wuya was extremely furious at this time. His eyes were full of hatred. He only wanted to knock the cultivators away and did not want to kill them. What happened just now was all done by Gu Changa secretly. His purpose was to frame him. At this time, he did not forget to kill him and leave him no chance to turn the tables. However, Gu Changa acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to attack Lord of Ziyang. Qin Wuya glared at him hatefully. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure blurred as a tunnel appeared in front of him. He quickly left. At this moment, he could only hope that the Purple Mansion sex experts would arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Purple Sun Sovereign would be doomed. Looks like we're one step too late. That person has already escaped. Lord of Heaven Ziyang is still around. However, with his current condition, it seems that he won't be able to hold on for much longer. The Purple Mansion will not allow Heavenly Monarch Ziyang to die here. In the sky dome above, several figures appeared. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Yu, and the others hurried over, just in time to see Qin Wuya release an angry roar, and then quickly flee. These words came out of Yu's mouth. She looked into the distance with a complicated gaze. Over there, Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was covered in blood. He was pinned to the ground by Gu Changa and couldn't move at all. He didn't look as spirited as he usually did. What a pity. At this time, even your senior brother doesn't care about you anymore. Gu Changa smiled faintly as he looked down at Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. Although he was smiling, there were no ripples in his eyes. They were cold and indifferent. Gu Changa, there will be a day when the heavens will take you away. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's expression was firm as he coughed out blood again. He knew that at this time, no matter how he begged for mercy, it would be useless. Instead, he appeared to be incomparably unyielding. I hope that day will really come. I just don't know if the heavens will take me away or if I'll take them away. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He stomped his foot again, causing Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's bones to collapse and shatter. Boom! However, at this moment, the purple mark between Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's eyebrows suddenly shone with a strange light. Among them was his protective item. Normally, he couldn't activate it at all. It would only be activated when his life was in danger. The purple light was sparkling and it looked more like a seed. It floated in the void and was surrounded by purple light. Hongmeng purple cloud seed. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly as he recognized it immediately. It was a famous divine item in the Purple Mansion. It was said that since the establishment of the Purple Mansion, the founder found it in a mysterious place. It was inseparable from the origin of the Purple Mansion. It was mysterious and had indescribable uses. This item was actually in Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's hands. It was no wonder that the Purple Mansion cared so much about him. However, facing the Hongmeng purple cloud seed that suddenly appeared, Gu Chang'e's method was still very simple. He swept his hand across the sky and many rules circulated in it. It was as if it had turned into a world in his palm that could suppress all directions. The void froze as the Hongmeng purple cloud seed carried a terrifying power. It let out a majestic and heavy sound as if it was a world. It rumbled and crushed. This power was extremely majestic. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist would be frightened by it. However, under Gu Chang'e's palm, the void near the Hongmeng purple cloud seed immediately collapsed. The great Tao rumbled and the rules collided, releasing the sound of two worlds colliding. It was deafening, causing the expressions of many nearby cultivators to change. They found it difficult to endure and hurriedly retreated into the distance. The Purple Mansion's Hongmeng purple cloud seed is actually in Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's body. It seems like this is closely related to his immortal Tao Heavenly Eye. Six Crown King's expression changed slightly. He noticed how terrifying this power was. Before this, he didn't care much about Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. However, if he fought with him, he would inevitably suffer a great loss. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of all the cultivators, Gu Chang'e's large hand closed. It was as if chaos and myriad Tao appeared in his palm. Millions and millions of rays of light shot out, releasing the sound of heavenly drums. The Hongmeng purple cloud seed was forcibly trapped within. In the end, it was forcefully taken away by him. Seeing this scene, Purple Sun Heaven Monarch spat out another mouthful of blood. He was incomparably furious and unwilling. Even the Hongmeng purple cloud seed couldn't contend against young Master Chang'e. Isn't this too strong? Even those experts of the older generation are probably not young Master Chang'e's match. Many prodigies were incomparably shocked. They felt that unparalleled power. After waiting for so long, he should be here soon. This is the standard method. At this moment, Gu Chang'e sensed something. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards the sky. There was a faint smile on his face. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Stop! In the next moment, accompanied by a furious roar, a tyrannical and majestic pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Vast and boundless purple chi spread out, extending endlessly. It was as if some supreme existence was about to descend. Everyone looked over in shock. They saw a spatial passage being opened by someone with supreme magic power. There were many figures inside, all of them carrying powerful pressure as they appeared in the void. An old man wearing a Zenith Heaven Taoist robe appeared. His face was cold. His expression was very cold as he stared at Gu Chang'e, wanting him to stop. At the same time, many Purple Palace Realm cultivators appeared behind him. They walked out of the spatial passage with cold expressions. These people were the cornerstones of the Purple Palace Realm. The weakest among them was a great sage. The person in the lead had the pressure of a supremacy. After receiving the request for help sent back by Purple Sun Heaven Monarch, they rushed over without stopping. They even paid a huge price to open up a spatial passage and arrive at this place from a great distance. The moment the group of Purple Palace Realm cultivators appeared, it forced the expressions of all the prodigies to change. They felt deeply uneasy. There was a kind of fear that came from the soul. Their souls trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. A supremacy of the Purple Palace Realm had appeared. Martial uncle, save me. Seeing this person, Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was also happy and hopeful. Although his body was incomparably weak, he still shouted. After holding on for so long, he finally saw reinforcements arrive. Violet Palace Realm Supremacy, Gu Xian, who had been watching the battle between Gu Chang'e, Purple Sun Heaven Monarch, and Qin Wuya, had a slightly changed expression. He looked at Gu Chang'e worriedly. At this moment, the arrival of a Violet Palace Realm Supremacy meant that there was a huge change in the situation. It was developing in an unimaginable direction. Before this, it was still a competition between the same generation, and the older generation did not dare to interfere. But today, a Violet Palace Realm cultivator rushed here in front of all the prodigies and cultivators to order Gu Chang'e to stop. This undoubtedly broke the balance that had been maintained before. She was very clear that with Gu Chang'e's character, he had either expected all of this or was angered by the Violet Palace Realm cultivator and directly used his backer. But no matter which it was, today's matter wouldn't be settled easily. Even the Violet Palace Realm Supremacy before her wouldn't have a good ending. At that time, it wouldn't be a simple battle that could resolve this matter. The War of Immortality and the War of Immortality between the imperishable sects was simply indescribable. They wouldn't stop until the ocean was flowing and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were trembling in fear. It seems that your sect still cares about you. They even sent a supremacy over. Unfortunately, is this enough to save you? I've already said that if the Violet Palace realm dares to stop me, I'll destroy it too. But at this moment, Gu Chang'e still looked at Purple Sun Heaven Monarch with a smile. However, the words he spoke caused Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang to involuntarily feel a chill run down his spine. He knew that Gu Chang'e definitely wouldn't let him go easily. But to destroy the Violet Palace realm? What a bold claim! At this moment, the old man in the sky noticed Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's miserable state and heard Gu Chang'e's disregard of him. His expression turned even uglier. If it weren't for Gu Chang'e's identity, he would have already taught Gu Chang'e a lesson. He couldn't help but shout angrily with a pale face. Damn it! Gu Chang'e, you're the most powerful person in the younger generation. How could you be so ruthless? You don't care about the fact that you're also a disciple of the Immortal Academy and killed Purple Sun so cruelly. What's the difference between what you're doing and what the inheritor of the demonic arts is doing? His words immediately caused an uproar. Many of the Sky Prides were shocked and felt that the Violet Palace realm was definitely going to protect Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. Everyone could see that Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was colluding with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Not only did he harm the disciples of the Immortal Academy, but he also planned to send his so-called senior brother to assassinate the saintess of the Violet Palace, Lu Xian. Under such circumstances, the Violet Palace realm still pretended not to see it and insisted on going against all the orthodoxies. Wasn't that courting death? Could it be that the Violet Palace realm was so bold to go against everyone? What I'm doing is the same as what the inheritor of the demonic arts is doing. Senior, what is the difference between what Purple Sun Heaven Monarch is doing? What is the difference between what is the Violet Palace realm doing? Is it wrong for me to act on behalf of the heavens? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e raised his head and looked at the old man in the void. There was a faint smile on his face. His words immediately caused an uproar. Many of the Sky Prides looked at the Violet Palace realm supremacy and sneered. What Gu Chang'e said was almost exactly the same as what they thought. What a glib tongue! What nonsense! How could Purple Sun have anything to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Everything was set up by the inheritor of the demonic arts. You, on the other hand, are making fools of everyone without any evidence. Do you really think that no one dares to do anything to you because you have the Gu clan behind you? The old man in the Daoyuo Daoist robe didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say such a thing. His face darkened and he couldn't help but shout back. Oh, if that's the case, then there's no point in saying more. It seems that the Violet Palace realm is determined to be my enemy. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything else and continued to smile. It was difficult to guess what he was thinking. Be your enemy? Junior, you've overestimated yourself. The old man in the Daluo Daoist robe sneered as if he was mocking Gu Chang'e for overestimating himself. However, in the next moment, he was interrupted by Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, and she directly stepped on it. Purple Sun Sovereign groaned and his body exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Asking for fresh flowers, then, Gu Chang'e stretched out his hand and was about to dig out the mysterious primordial Dao bone in front of Purple Sun Sovereign's terrified and desperate eyes. Domineering. Stop. The old man in the Daluo Daoist robe was enraged. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so ruthless and decisive. He wanted to dig out Purple Sun Sovereign's primordial Dao bone in front of everyone. He directly made his move. His sleeves fluttered and the wind whistled. It was as if he had turned into a universe that could contain everything. The divine power of a supremacy was vast and unfathomable. He wanted to contain Gu Chang'e. Boom! In the next moment, the great seal of mountains and rivers awakened and released the aura of a supremacy. It wanted to overturn the mountains and rivers within millions of miles. However, it couldn't compare to a real supremacy. It was instantly sent flying by the old man's palm and smashed into the ground. Dong! Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was a scene of devastation. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Even Six Crown King and the others frowned. They didn't dare to approach in fear of being affected. The anger of a supremacy. Moreover, this Violet Palace supremacy's cultivation wasn't an ordinary supremacy. He was at least in the third or fourth heaven of the supremacy realm. He was far stronger than others in the same realm. However, what shocked everyone was that Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much in the face of such an attack. It was as if he had expected this. He was still attacking Purple Sun Sovereign and was determined to dig out the primordial Dao bone. Junior, I told you to stop. The old man in the Zenith Heaven Daoist robe was so angry that his eyes were about to split open. He didn't expect that Gu Chang'e didn't take his words to heart at all. Such a contemptuous attitude made him almost go crazy. He had been a supremacy for so many years, and no one dared to be disrespectful to him. Especially a junior like this. The other Violet Palace realm experts' expressions were also very ugly. Who could tolerate the supremacy of their clan being ignored like this? Immediately, a middle-aged man walked out. He was very heroic and tall, and his eyes contained purple chi. He was at the peak of the Great Saint realm, only a step away from the quasi-supremacy realm. 00 He had an unkind expression as he stared at Gu Chang'e and said, Ancestor, let me teach this junior a lesson on behalf of the Longevity Gu clan. I want him to understand the importance of seniority and etiquette. As a young genius, so what if his heart is higher than the heavens? It's still uncertain whether he can reach the supremacy realm. They were in a hurry on their way here, so they hadn't heard the previous rumors. They didn't know that Gu Chang'e had displayed strength that surpassed the Great Saint realm. Now that they saw their successor being bullied like this, their hearts were filled with anger. Especially when Gu Chang'e's attitude was indifferent. Even if he would be criticized for making a move and others would think that he was bullying the weak, at this time, who could care so much? After all, they had already offended Gu Chang'e. Who would care so much? Don't hurt him. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the Longevity Gu clan. The old man in the Zenith Heaven Daoist robe nodded when he heard this. In fact, he was very sullen. After all, the successor of the Violet Palace realm was in such a miserable state. Even his primordial Dao bone had been dug out. As the ancestor of the Violet Palace realm's bloodline, how could he not be angry? However, what made him feel strange was that the surrounding geniuses were looking at him with a playful and mocking gaze. It really is that brainless trick, even if you want to die, you can't do that. Gu Chang'e didn't expect that a Violet Palace realm expert would come at this time to help the Violet Palace realm lord. Moreover, it was in such a brainless way. For a moment, he was stunned. But soon, Gu Chang'e's face turned cold and he pushed his palm forward. Just like before, there was nothing fancy about it. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out as if the sky had exploded. The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. Before he could react, he was struck by the palm. Half of his body instantly exploded. If the old man in the Zenith Heaven Taoist robe hadn't reacted quickly and protected him, that palm strike was enough to take his life. The other Violet Palace realm experts were also shocked and they saw this scene. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They almost couldn't help but attack. Great Saint Realm Cultivation, the old man in the Zenith Heaven Taoist robe was also shocked. He stared at Gu Chang'e with a cold gaze. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to have such a cultivation base. It was no wonder that the Violet Palace realm lord couldn't resist at all. However, there was no room for negotiation. Even if it would offend the everlasting Gu clan behind Gu Chang'e, they had to protect the Violet Palace realm lord. This was an order from an ancient existence behind him. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. If he didn't do anything, the Violet Palace realm lord would really die in the hands of Gu Chang'e. When a supreme being attacked, its power was earth-shattering. It instantly covered everything and turned into a millstone that shocked all the cultivators and sky prides. They felt as if they were facing the might of the heavens. This wasn't a power that humans could resist. Then I'll have to trouble Aunt Qing. However, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change at all. He was still smiling as he looked at the primordial chaos Dao bone in his hand. He seemed to be saying this to the void behind him. Whoosh! In the next moment, a stunning sword light suddenly poured out from the void like the moonlight. It was gorgeous and beautiful, with a kind of flawless purity. A blurry and graceful figure in green swept across the void and then returned to the boundless void. Poof! The old man in the Zenith Heaven Taoist robe who attacked suddenly widened his eyes. They were filled with fear, despair, and disbelief. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a bloody plum blossom bloomed between his eyebrows. His divine soul was silently annihilated. His body and soul were destroyed. Suddenly, the surroundings were dead silent. The Violet Palace realm's supreme being insisted on being my enemy. I'll kill him as a warning to others. Gu Chang'e sighed helplessly as he looked at the group of people from the purple mansion in front of him. At this moment, everyone's faces were pale. They all realized that after today, the upper world would probably change. 1000. Chapter 336. Whoosh! Blood splattered in the air like a blooming flower. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Just like the sword light that lit up the sky and made everyone feel that it was beautiful. It was as bright and flawless as the moon, but its killing intent was enough to make one's soul tremble. It was as if a holy and transcendent fairy from the Moon Palace had descended to the mortal world. However, under such a beautiful scene, the Purple Mansion's supremacy was frozen in place. In his widened eyes, the shock and despair had yet to dissipate, but his vitality had already disappeared. His body and soul were destroyed. The bloody hole pierced through his forehead, and it was extremely shocking. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. The Purple Mansion supremacy who was extremely arrogant just a moment ago had his body and soul destroyed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the slight smile on Gu Chang'e's face, everyone couldn't help but feel terrified. Looking at this scene, the remaining experts of the Purple Mansion supremacy were horrified and filled with disbelief. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't say anything. The middle-aged man who was saved by the old man in the Zenith Heaven Taoist robe just now had a pale face. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and he was so terrified that he was about to collapse to the ground. The Purple Mansion supremacy is dead, some cultivators reacted and couldn't help but gulp. Their voices were trembling, and they already had a premonition that after today, the upper realm would change and something unimaginable would happen. So it turns out that Gu Chang'e had already anticipated all of this and had already arranged everything. I was worried for nothing. Gu Xian'er also widened her eyes in shock. She didn't know who attacked just now, but judging from Gu Chang'e's attitude, it should be someone from the Longevity Gu clan. He was so powerful. He's too strong. He didn't even say anything and directly killed a supremacy. That's a supremacy. Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Ingyu, and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. A terrifying chill ran down their backs, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, they also knew that today's matter would definitely cause a terrifying earthquake that would shock all the orthodoxies. One must know that a third Heaven Supreme Martial Artist was definitely an invincible existence in the current upper realm. He could be revered as an ancestor, and no one could rival him. In the orthodoxies behind them, even they would have to be respectful to the supreme existences, not daring to show any disrespect. To be able to reach the supreme being level, no matter the time, they were all extremely talented and proud people. Although their talents were strong, it was still hard to say whether they could reach this step in the future. And now, the Purple Mansion sent out a supreme being to deal with today's matter, to protect and bring Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun away. In everyone's eyes, this was already a foregone conclusion. No one could stop it. Although Gu Chang'e had a supreme weapon, it was still impossible for him to contend against a true supreme. When this supreme martial artist made his move, many people were still guessing why Gu Chang'e was so calm and fearless. And now, he finally understood. So there was a peerless expert hiding behind him. This peerless expert's strength was unimaginable. It was so terrifying that he could kill a supreme martial artist with just a wave of his hand. One must know that even for a supreme martial artist, it was impossible to kill the other in an instant. This could only mean that the mysterious person's strength was above that of a supreme martial artist. Could it be an emperor? When they thought of this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They were filled with shock and fear. An emperor was the guardian of every sect and orthodoxy's fate and foundation. How could they make a move so easily? Normally, they would only wake up from their seclusion when facing a life and death crisis. No one would have thought that this matter would actually alarm the Gu clan's martial emperor, who had actually been hiding behind Gu Chang'e all this time, waiting for the Zifu disciple to lose control and make a move. This also showed how much the Gu family valued and cared about Gu Chang'e. They obviously knew that the Purple Mansion cultivator would make a move, so they made this plan. Could it be that they wanted a reason to attack the Purple Mansion cultivator? In this way, no matter what the reason was, the Gu family was on the side of reason. After all, the Purple Mansion supremacy was bullying the weak and preparing to teach Gu Chang'e a lesson in front of so many people. It was no surprise that the supremacy would end up like this. The Purple Mansion cultivator could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. A supreme martial artist died here, and the primordial Tao bone of the Purple Mansion cultivator, Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang, was dug out. I'm afraid the Purple Mansion cultivator is going to go crazy today. That's right. Besides that, the Purple Mansion cultivator is declaring war on the Gu family. A supreme martial artist attacking the young master of the Gu family is no different from a provocation. The Purple Mansion supremacy could only be said to be killed because he asked for it. He should have expected this to happen when he was so arrogant just now. Some cultivators couldn't help but whisper as they thought of the consequences. How many years had it been? This was the first time they heard of a supreme martial artist dying, and it was in front of so many people. Just now, everyone saw the blurry figure who attacked. However, no one saw her face clearly. They could only vaguely guess that it was a peerless woman. Do you still want to fight? Gu Changa said with a faint smile as he looked at the Purple Mansion sect members, whose divine souls were trembling to the extreme. Or should I say, take back Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's primordial Dao bone. As he spoke, he gestured at the primordial Dao bone in his hand that was emitting a purple light. It was crystal clear and had divinity intertwined. Wisps of primordial purple chi wrapped around it and hung down. It was incomparably mysterious and beautiful, as if it could evolve into thousands of worlds. When Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang had his bone dug out by Gu Changa, he hadn't fainted yet. He wanted to hold on until his supreme martial uncle took him away. However, in the next moment, after seeing his supreme martial uncle being killed, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Under such a huge blow, how could Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang still hold on? At this moment, after hearing Gu Changa's words, the Purple Mansion cultivators' faces turned pale and they trembled. They looked at Gu Changa in fear, worried that he would suddenly attack and kill everyone. Even the ancestral patriarch, who was a supreme, was dead. What else could they do? Resist? That would only make them die faster. It seems that you know what's good for you. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Gu Changa looked at their terrified expressions, but the smile on her face did not diminish. However, when he said the last sentence, his tone suddenly changed and became cold. The Purple Mansion cultivators colluded with the inheritor of the fiend art and killed their peers. Everyone has the right to kill them. Someone, suppress the Purple Mansion cultivators and wait for my punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, streaks of divine light suddenly surged from the sky behind him. They rumbled as they passed by like an army of thousands of men and horses. They were dazzling and gorgeous. They were all wearing armor and holding heavenly swords, spears, and halberds. They were aggressive and murderous. Where did young Master Changa send these immortal guards? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Only then did he notice that Gu Changa had actually sent a group of elites over at some point. Every single one of them was at least in the heavenly god realm. It was as if they had killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gu Changa has indeed planned everything. Not only does he want to deal with Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang, he won't even let the Purple Mansion cultivators behind him go. What great courage! 6 Crown King's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Gu Changa should have known Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's whereabouts long ago, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he is waiting for the Purple Mansion cultivators to come. He has a logical excuse. Does he really plan to destroy the Purple Mansion? Hiss. At this time, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden also reacted. Even though she had seen many schemes, she still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the celestial guards' killing intent soared to the heavens. They rushed down and surrounded the people from the Z government, wanting to capture them. At this time, although the Purple Mansion cultivators were shocked and furious, they didn't dare to resist. They came very quickly, but they were also suppressed very quickly. Even a quasi-supreme expert had his spiritual C sealed. He was forcefully suppressed and didn't dare to resist. Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's spiritual C was casually sealed by Gu Changa and thrown to the group of immortal guards. He didn't choose to kill him at this time. To Gu Changa, Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang had another use. However, the small bottle that contained the reincarnation lake's water on Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's body was taken away by Gu Changa. At that time, he saw Qin Wuya pass the small bottle to Gu Xian. Gu Xian didn't take it, but Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang did. Why are you still in a daze? You will know Qin Xiaoyi's whereabouts soon. Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang is in my hands. He will tell you everything sooner or later. Then, Gu Changa's figure descended from the sky and came to the side of Gu Xian, who was still in a daze, and said with a smile. Yes. Gu Xian nodded. Her eyes were cold. She didn't say anything, and didn't ask anything. At this time, she didn't talk back to Gu Chang'e like before. Instead, she was unusually quiet, indifferent, and otherworldly. It was as if she was going to become an immortal at any time. Gu Chang'e knew what she was thinking. He couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about what just happened? Gu Xian was a little surprised to hear him mention it. She glanced at Gu Chang'e and didn't say anything. However, her attitude was obvious. She wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was smarter than many cultivators. Previously, she felt that heavenly monarch Ziyang and Qin Wuya had bad intentions. They wanted to sow discord between her and Gu Chang'e. That was why she was so angry. She didn't think deeper and directly concluded that heavenly monarch Ziyang and Qin Wuya were framing Gu Chang'e. However, from all the actions just now, Gu Chang'e obviously planned to deal with heavenly monarch Ziyang for a long time. He even brought along the martial emperors of the longevity Gu clan. These arrangements couldn't have been completed in a day. This could only mean that Gu Chang'e had planned this for a long time. Under such circumstances, heavenly monarch Ziyang was like an unlucky person. He didn't have any chance to turn the situation around. These things were terrifying to think about. Gu Xian knew that Gu Chang'e wasn't purely a bad person. However, he couldn't be considered a good person either. As for the scenes that heavenly monarch Ziyang showed her, Gu Xian didn't care about them at all. Although Gu Chang'e was shrewd and had terrifying methods, he had never hurt her. If Gu Chang'e was really interested in her origin, how could she have survived until now with her little tricks? However, if what heavenly monarch Ziyang and Qin Wuya said was true, how could she face Gu Chang'e in the future? If he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, then what was she? An accomplice of the demonic arts inheritor? Actually, Gu Xian didn't have much of a conflict with the inheritor of the demonic arts. This was because her teachers in the Peach Village were both righteous and evil existences. They had their own set of standards for doing things. However, she still hoped that those words were false. That heavenly monarch Ziyang deliberately said those words to sow discord between them. I think there are some things that I need to tell you. I don't want you to act like I owe you a lot of money. Gu Chang'e glanced at Gu Xian, who was deep in thought, and said. At the same time, he gestured for the immortal guards to take the people from the purple mansion away. Although the other prodigies in the distance wanted to come forward and compliment him, they tactfully stood in the distance and didn't come over. What they saw today was really shocking. There were many things that they wanted to ask Gu Chang'e about. Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also didn't come forward. They remained silent for a while, then turned into divine rainbows and left one after another. Soon, many cultivators left as well. They passed on what happened today to their orthodoxies and sects behind them. Gu Xian's thoughts were interrupted. She looked at Gu Chang'e in confusion. Although she wasn't happy with his analogy, she was still curious about what Gu Chang'e wanted to say to her. Actually, I've already found this place before you arrived. I've actually heard everything that Ziyang Heaven Monarch said to you, including how he said that I'm the inheritor of the demonic arts, that you were his junior sister in your previous life, and that you only need to drink the water of the reincarnation lake to recover your memories. Of course, I also saw those scenes. I even heard you say that if those scenes were true, you would be willing to do that. Then, Gu Chang'e said with a calm expression and confessed these things. However, towards the end, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Hearing this, Gu Xian opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him in shock. However, when she heard the last sentence, she couldn't take it anymore. She felt her face heat up. How could he suddenly say such words at that time, especially when Gu Chang'e had heard it? Facing Gu Chang'e's expression, she just wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Gu Chang'e, don't think too much. Those were just words I said in a fit of anger. Don't tell me you took them seriously. However, Gu Xian was very good at maintaining her composure. Very quickly, she regained her composure. She glanced at him calmly and even asked him a question. She had a look that said, "You're dreaming." Of course, she really didn't expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly say that. However, Gu Chang'e's confession made her feel much better. She realized that what she cared about wasn't Gu Chang'e's identity, but his attitude. Don't you think your reaction is a bit exaggerated? I'm telling you this because I want you to understand something. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. I know. You don't have to tell me this. Gu Xian said, although I can't hear anything good from you, I still trust you. No. Actually, what Master of Purple Sun and the others said is true. However, Gu Chang'e waved his hand and interrupted her. His words stunned Gu Xian. She was very stunned. For a moment, she didn't know whether Gu Chang'e was telling the truth or not. Gu Chang'e continued with a faint smile on his face. So you have to stay away from me in the future. Maybe one day, if you make me unhappy, I'll throw you into the dungeon, drink your blood, dig out your bones, and swallow your source energy. I'll let you know the consequences of trusting me. So you couldn't help but show yourself when you saw that I was injured by Master of Purple Sun? Gu Xian reacted. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. She was a bit angry and started to argue with him. Yes. After all, I said that other than me, no one can bully you. Master of Purple Sun sought his own death. He can't blame anyone else. Gu Chang'e nodded seriously and admitted. Then, he said regretfully, it's a pity that you're too weak. I thought that with your strength, you wouldn't be injured by him. Gu Xian was stunned. She suddenly remembered that the feud between Gu Chang'e and Master of Purple Sun seemed to be caused by her. Whether Gu Chang'e was dealing with Master of Purple Sun or the Zifu, it was all related to her. She was still thinking about Gu Chang'e's identity and his terrifying methods. You can't say that I'm weak. Gu Xian stared at Gu Chang'e and snorted. Chapter 337. Soon, what happened in the Hangyu mountain range spread throughout the upper world, causing an unimaginable commotion. It was no different from a huge earthquake. All the cultivators who knew about it widened their eyes in shock. They were stunned and couldn't react for a long time. Everything that happened spread at an unimaginable speed from the mouths of the cultivators who witnessed it. It was as if it had grown wings. One news after another was unbelievable. It was like a dream. First, Gu Chang'e went to the Hangyu mountain range to find Lord Purple Sun and suppressed him. The mysterious man who tried to assassinate the saintess also escaped during the process. In the end, no one knew where he went. Then, a group of overlords from the Purple Mansion broke through space and arrived. The leader was a supremacy who tried to save Lord Purple Sunday. His attitude was so domineering and arrogant that all of the cultivators and geniuses who witnessed it were deeply shocked. During the process, a peak supreme saint from the Purple Mansion stood up for Lord Purple Sun and tried to teach Gu Chang'e a lesson. However, he was severely injured by Gu Chang'e. If the supremacy from the Purple Mansion didn't save him, he would have died on the spot. After this matter, the Violet Mansion Paragon flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ignoring morality and justice, he directly attacked Gu Chang'e. However, in the next moment, a mysterious overlord appeared and attacked fiercely. A sword chi pierced through the supremacy's forehead and destroyed his divine soul. He died on the spot. The fall of a supreme martial artist, and in such a shocking manner at that, truly left everyone dumbstruck. One had to know that the upper world hadn't seen a battle between supremacies for many years, let alone the death of a supremacy. Apart from the normal 5 decay of heavenly beings, it was rare to hear about the death of a supremacy from any orthodoxy. Today, the death of a supremacy of the Purple Mansion was like the beginning of a great era. Many cultivators had a premonition that the upper world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Something big was going to happen. The Purple Mansion would definitely be furious and wouldn't let this matter go. As for the longevity Gu family behind Gu Chang'e, its foundation was mysterious and unfathomable. Even the oldest aristocratic families and great sects were incomparably wary of it. A supremacy who seemed to be in the emperor realm was now beside Gu Chang'e to protect his safety. This also showed the longevity Gu clan's attitude towards this matter. They were domineering. So what if he was a supreme being? He did not care at all and directly killed them. The relationship between the Purple Sun Monarch and the inheritor of demonic art 21 was hard to explain. The Purple Mansion's actions were tantamount to walking together with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Many of the orthodoxies were beginning to have discussions. This included the immemorial Yi clan, the Endless Fire Nation, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and many other orthodoxies. All of them had once had their successors killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to find any trace of the inheritor of the demonic arts, so they didn't have a target to attack. The Violet Palace's actions were like a slap to the faces of the other orthodoxies. In the various orthodoxies, the higher-ups began to discuss their plans to join forces with the Gu clan to attack the Purple Mansion sect and bring justice to the world. For a moment, the entire upper realm had a feeling that a storm was coming. At this time, the Immortal Academy also quickly ordered all the disciples to return to the academy to avoid being involved. The Sky Prides who were still in the ancient nations also left and stopped their training. This was because they had a premonition that Gu Chang'e's location would not be peaceful for a while. At the same time, the Purple Mansion was not peaceful at all. The mountain range was surrounded by clouds and mist. The vast and mighty purple chi lingered in the air, creating a majestic atmosphere. In the middle of the palace was a magnificent palace. Many figures with terrifying auras stood there. Their faces were blurred, and they were shrouded in chaotic chi. They were discussing something. Lu Xian's expression was cold as she stared at the white-robed old man. She couldn't help but ask, "Great Elder, what you are doing now is no different from pushing the entire Z Palace into a pit of fire, into the abyss." Now that the Purple Mansion sect has angered the public, the other orthodoxies are discussing about a crusade. Not only do you not want to solve this matter, you even want to take revenge. Do you really want to bury the Purple Mansion sect? The white-robed old man sat in the middle of the palace. His eyes were deep and vast like a boundless starry sky, and various scenes were occurring within them. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Behind him was a majestic and heavy aura, like a rumbling world. It was extremely terrifying. Hearing this, he only looked at Lu Xian indifferently and shook his head. "You don't understand. Xiang is the future of the Purple Mansion sect. He cannot be lost. If something happens to him, the Purple Mansion sect's fate will be cut off within 100 years. Now, the Purple Mansion sect's only chance is on him. 100 years later, a fish will soar, or a dragon will soar. We need to choose." The faces of the many figures behind him were still calm and indifferent when they heard this. It was as if they had known about this for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Xian gritted her teeth and said, "If that's the case, then why did you put my father under house arrest? Now, as long as there is a voice in the Purple Mansion sect, it will be suppressed by you. This is the reason you are talking about?" Her words were forceful, filled with righteousness, anger, and unwillingness. She didn't expect to see such a situation after returning to the Purple Mansion sect. All the disciples and elders who opposed were locked in the dungeon. The great elder's cultivation was unfathomable. When her father was still an ordinary disciple, he was already the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect. He had been overlooking the world for countless years. If the great elder took action, even if her father was the sect leader of the Purple Mansion sect, he would have no chance of winning. Lu Ming only cares about the benefits in front of him. He doesn't know about the long-term changes in the future. The great elder's expression didn't change. Now that the orthodoxies are joining forces to suppress us, if the great elder insists, let alone 100 years, he won't be able to survive even a year. Lu Ziyan gritted her teeth. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. Why couldn't the great elder understand such a simple principle? Come, send the saintess to rest. During this time, the saintess can cultivate in peace. You don't have to worry about the sex matters. However, the great elder didn't let Lu Ziyan finish her words. He waved his hand and ordered someone to take her away. His expression was still calm. Great elder, what about the Gu family? Then, after Lu Ziyan was taken away, a terrifying existence with a blurred face stood on the other side. When he opened and closed his eyes, there were billions of intertwining lights. Mountains and seas rose and fell, and the sun and the moon collapsed. He was testing the waters. The Gu family has been standing for a long time. They are indeed mysterious and their foundation can't be underestimated. However, since the beginning of the Purple Mansion sect's existence, we have been through so many hardships. When have we ever been afraid? It's impossible that the Gu family didn't know about Gu Changa's framing. However, they still didn't do anything. How can they say that the Purple Mansion sect is biased? The blood of the Purple Mansion sect supremes can't be spilled in vain. The great elder's expression darkened when he heard this. He decided to seek justice for the supremes. Yes. When the terrifying existences heard this, their expressions became serious. They already knew the great elder's attitude. Then, their figures flashed and directly opened a space tunnel to leave this place. Their cultivations were all supremes. They were much stronger than the supremes who rushed to save Lord Xiang. Now that they had received the order, they naturally had to start making arrangements. At the same time, they had to think of a way to save Lord Xiang's life. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. After 100 years, if the Purple Mansion sect no longer exists in this world, so what if the world changes? After seeing that everyone had left, the great elder sighed faintly. His expression became very cold. Then, he waved his sleeves and stood up. He flew through the void and arrived at a very dark cave. Here, divine lights gushed out. The three colors of white, black, and gray filled the air. It was surging and vast, and it looked even more strange. One of them was wearing a loose robe and his limbs were stiff. His face was haggard, his eye sockets were sunken, his skin was like scales, and there were white hairs on his arms and other parts of his body. He seemed to have lost his vitality long ago. He was motionless. Brother, I need you to do another divination. Facing the Gu family's calamity, how much of a chance do we have to survive? When the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect arrived, his expression was solemn and fearful. He was afraid that he would be infected. However, he thought of something and still asked after pondering for a while. Very few people knew that the reason why the Purple Mansion sect was able to develop until now was inseparable from the strange person in this cave. Even the Grand Master of the Purple Mansion sect had relied on the strange person's divination to find a place of opportunity. There, he obtained the Tao and established the Purple Mansion sect. Hearing this, the strange person's eyelids opened. It seemed that he was about to open his eyes, but his eyelids were as heavy as the boundless blue sky. He could only open a small gap. Seeing this, the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect's face darkened. In the past, the strange person could open his eyes a little, but now, even opening his eyes was very difficult. If he could not open his eyes, it meant that he could no longer perform any divination. After all, how could he use the power of prying into the heavenly Tao so easily? The backlash on the strange person's body was the best proof. Thinking of this, the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect could not help but sigh. Back then, according to the strange person's divination, he had used various secret techniques to attract the souls of the experts of the Forbidden Era. In the end, he had paid a great price and even burned the providence of the Purple Mansion sect to allow Heavenly Lord Zi Yang to be born with the primordial Dao bone. He had poured too much effort into Heavenly Lord Zi Yang. It was not only for the Purple Mansion sect, but also for himself. If Heavenly Lord Zi Yang could attain the Dao before he passed away, the Purple Mansion sect would be able to prosper for thousands of years. If he could not, then he could only use a heaven-defying forbidden technique before he passed away to possess Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's lifespan and everything else. He could live another life and continue the Purple Mansion sect's legacy. If the strange person did not owe the Grand Master of the Purple Mansion sect a favor, how could he help him so many times? It was because of this that Heavenly Lord Zi Yang could not afford to lose, even if he had colluded with the inheritor of the demonic arts. 10. At this moment, the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect frowned. He suddenly heard the strange person's words. It was very vague. If he did not listen carefully, he would not be able to hear it clearly. 10%. The great elder of the Purple Mansion sect was overjoyed. He could not help but ask. However, when he heard the next few words, his face suddenly paled and lost all color. His entire body stiffened on the spot. 10. Death without life. Aunt Qing. On the other side, in a quiet side hall in the Black Tortoise ancient country, Gu Chang'e stood by the window with his hands behind his back. His robe fluttered in the wind. He raised his head and looked at the dark mountain range in the distance. There was a faint smile on his face. Thank you for today's matter. In the void in front of him, a blurry figure appeared. It was a peerless beauty. Her face could not be seen clearly. It was as if she was standing in another world. Her green robe was like jade. Her hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were calm and peaceful. They were like warm and clear jade. They were also like the bright and flawless moon. It's no trouble. You're just a supreme being. How dare you be so arrogant? The woman in green shook her head. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. It had the power to calm one's mind. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Aunt Qing is still as beautiful as before. Nowadays, even supreme being experts can be killed with a flick of a finger. Gu Chang'e smiled and casually chatted with her. Aunt Qing's original name was Gu Qingyi. In terms of seniority, she was not actually a member of the current generation of the Gu clan. In fact, she could be traced back to a very long time ago. She was an ancient freak of the Gu clan. However, she was born in the same era as Gu Chang'e's father. When Gu Qingyi was born, she was actually much younger than Gu Chang'e's father. Because of this, she was treated as a younger sister by Gu Chang'e's father. He took good care of her. That was why Gu Chang'e called her Aunt Qing. As for why she became Gu Chang'e's Dao protector, there was actually a lot of twists and turns in this story. When Gu Chang'e was 3 years old, he showed his talent. His brilliance overshadowed his peers in the Gu clan. Even the clansmen who were slightly older than him seemed incomparably dull. During this process, many of the Gu clan's elders were moved. They felt that Gu Chang'e's future was limitless for him to have such a talent at such a young age. Choosing a Dao protector was naturally of the utmost importance. However, to everyone's surprise, at that time, Gu Chang'e only said that he did not need a Dao protector to dominate the world. When a 3-year-old child said this calmly, it really shocked everyone in the Gu clan. Some people felt that Gu Chang'e was a little arrogant and conceited at such a young age. After all, no matter how amazing a prodigy was, before they grew up, they would encounter danger. A big tree attracted the wind, and too hard was easy to break. However, this matter could not be dissuaded by Gu Chang'e. Even his father could not do anything. However, in the end, Gu Chang'e suddenly asked Gu Qingyi to be his Dao protector. Gu Qingyi was very strong in both talent and cultivation. However, no matter what, she could not be the Tao protector of a 3-year-old child. However, she actually agreed. This caused a lot of waves at that time, making many disciples of the Gu clan envious. After all, Gu Qingyi was worthy of being called a peerless talent. Some people even said that she would reach the Tao before Gu Changa's father. Many elders guessed that Gu Qingyi agreed because of Gu Changa's father. However, Gu Changa knew that he was just coveting her source energy at that time and planned to take it slowly in the future. As for why Gu Qingyi agreed, perhaps it was because of his father. However, it was more likely that Gu Qingyi seemed to have sensed something. This was because she had an innate 9 orifices immortal heart. This was not a secret among the upper echelons of the Gu clan. You haven't called me for many years. I thought you had forgotten about me, your Tao protector. Gu Qingyi replied calmly. It was as if nothing would change in her eyes no matter how many years had passed. Her figure was very blurry, like a floating light or a jumping shadow in another boundless and distant world. Aunt Qing, are you complaining about me? Gu Changa still had a smile on his face. To be honest, Gu Qingyi was the first person that he couldn't see through, including her thoughts, cultivation, and so on. He even suspected that Gu Qingyi was already very close to the immortal emperor realm. She was probably not far from achieving the Tao. However, Gu Qingyi ignored his teasing and just shook her head. You seem to be different from before. Oh. What's different? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows in surprise. You seem more human, Gu Qingyi said. Chapter 338. The palace was completely silent. The mountains in the distance rose and fell like long black eyebrows. Smoke and clouds swirled around them. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Even further away, some multicolored rays of light could be seen soaring into the sky. Mist flowed, illuminating the sky. It was exceptionally magnificent. When Gu Qingyi said this, her gaze seemed to be slightly dazed, as if she had thought of something. However, her figure did not appear in this space. It was as if she and Gu Changa were separated by mountains and seas. Her face was blurred and her robes fluttered lightly. Even Gu Changa could not see her expression clearly. Aunt Qing, are you saying that I didn't look like a human in the past? Gu Changa was not surprised at all. He walked to the table, picked up the white jade teacup, and leisurely blew on it. Then, he unhurriedly asked with a smile. No. You weren't human at all in the past. Gu Qingyi tilted her head, her gaze piercing through the layers of space and landing on his face. She slightly shook her head, her voice carrying no ripples. It seems that Aunt Qing really has a big opinion of me. Gu Changa smiled. Although he had long since understood her tone of voice, it still felt strange to hear it like this. Most people would really kill the conversation when they talked to her. However, considering that Gu Qingyi had very few interactions with outsiders and usually cultivated in seclusion, he did not mind. With this kind of personality, could he still expect her to have good relations with others? But speaking of which, in the entire Gu clan, even his parents did not understand him as well as Gu Qingyi did. This was a strange intuition. That was why Gu Changa allowed Gu Qingyi to stay in the Gu clan and not have to protect him. Of course, on the one hand, he was worried that the existence of a Tao protector would affect some of his plans. On the other hand, it was also because Gu Qingyi knew him too well. Being secretly watched by her always made Gu Changa feel very uncomfortable. Gu Qingyi had been with him since he was 3 years old. Although she did not appear most of the time, only hiding in the dark. However, she knew Gu Changa's every move. Towards the end, Gu Changa requested that Gu Qingyi no longer be his protector. For example, right now, Gu Qingyi's true body was actually not in this space. Instead, it was endlessly far away. To her, killing a supreme being was something that could be done with a single thought. Gu Chang'e had no idea how strong she was. But the way you are now is pretty good. After that, Gu Qingyi spoke again. Her figure became more and more indistinct as she walked into the distance. As she walked, her skirt fluttered in the wind. Her bare feet were whiter than snow, and her fine black hair was like jade. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared without a trace. Gu Chang'e stared blankly at her disappearing figure. He then shook his head, not taking it to heart. He couldn't see through Gu Qingyi's thoughts, and he didn't feel any threat from her. Gu Qingyi was a trustworthy person. Then, in a flash, he left the palace and headed for the dungeon where Zi Yang was locked up. Next, he had to prepare to deal with the Zi Mansion sect. It wasn't the immortal battle or the imperishable tribulation. After all, the Zi Mansion sect was not worth the Gu clan's attention. Before that, Zi Yang was still of some use to him. Other than that, the orthodoxies such as Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Immemorial Yi Clan, Endless Fire Nation, and White Tiger Clan were also discussing how to deal with the Zi Mansion sect. Gu Chang'e felt that he didn't need to use too many tricks. Just the power of the immortal ancient continent should be enough. Black Sky Eagle, Divine Crocodile, Ancient Soaring Serpent, Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan. The power of these clans was not to be underestimated. He had already ordered these clans to send people over. When the time came, he would first think of a way to let Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the other forces take the lead. Then, he would send an army to attack the Zi Mansion sect directly. Gu Chang'e could also see if He Yenyu had followed his instructions and trained this army. At the same time, in a boundless space far away, a peerlessly beautiful woman in green seemed to have walked out from the void. She stood on the peak of the mountain and looked down at the clouds and mist below her. She seemed to be the only one in the entire space. The sea of clouds overlapped and the sky was a line. Looking from afar, the sky seemed to be reflected in the clouds. Magnificent and lofty. Gu Qingyi sighed faintly. At this moment, his gaze seemed to have penetrated the boundless space. It was extremely complicated. Immortal Palace, destroying 8,000 prefectures with one palm. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, will it happen again? In the depths of the Xian Wu ancient country. Underground. In a dark and damp dungeon. A man in a purple robe who was covered in blood was thrown here. There was moss everywhere and a foul smell filled the air. Gu Chang'e, at this moment, the man in the purple robe let out a roar and woke up from his coma. It was a terrifying sound. It was like the roar of a beast when it was in a desperate situation. The pain from his wounds and the broken bones made Heavenly Lord Zi Yang grit his teeth. His face was pale and cold sweat the size of beans covered his forehead. After losing the primordial Dao bone, he couldn't even heal these injuries. A type of terrifying power, extremely strange, able to devour everything, currently nibbling away at his magical force and soul. The Soul Palace was on the verge of collapse. The soul light dimmed as if it was about to collapse. Gu Chang'e. I'll fight you to the death. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang couldn't help but let out a low growl. He clenched his fists and his bony fingers turned white. Then, he noticed his current environment. His face was as cold as water. Then, he forced himself to calm down. He felt like he had a long dream. He became a lonely soul wandering between heaven and earth. In the end, he didn't know why but he saw the collapsed mountain gate. He saw the purple palace that was devoured by flames and turned into ashes. He also saw senior brother Qin Wuya and junior sister Dao Xian. They looked terrified and were covered in blood. They seemed to want to say something to him. But in the end, he didn't hear what they were saying. The flames devoured everything. Then, he was awakened by the pain. Everything he saw in the dream was bloody. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang felt that was the future he was about to encounter. His sect, family, and friends would all be killed by Gu Chang'e. No one would be spared. This made him extremely angry and hateful. However, he suffered from his weakness and felt deeply uneasy. "You're awake." At this moment, a soft laugh came from the side, causing Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's expression to change drastically. He suddenly turned his head. His pupils constricted, and his expression was incomparably cold. "It's you. Gu Chang. Gu." He gritted his teeth and spat out those 3 words from his throat. They were filled with hatred and anger. A figure walked out from the darkness. He was tall, and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. "Brother Zi Yang, did you have a good sleep? But I see that you seem to have had a nightmare. I guess you've done too many bad things. You can't sleep well." Gu Chang'e smiled casually. When the prison guard behind him saw this, he quickly brought over a stone stool and placed it behind him. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's expression turned even colder. He didn't say a word and stared coldly at Gu Chang'e as if he wanted to turn him into ashes. However, Gu Chang'e had no intention of sitting down. He waved his hand and asked the prison guard to leave. Then, he calmly sized up Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's current state. "What a pity. Compared to your eldest senior brother, Qin Wuya, you're still far behind." He shook his head regretfully. After all, Heavenly Lord Zi Yang wasn't the son of Providence. At most, he was a person with great providence. Therefore, the rule of losing providence points couldn't be triggered on him. This made Gu Chang'e feel a little regretful. He was such a good leak, but it was wasted. Heavenly Lord Zi Yang didn't understand Gu Chang'e's words and didn't know why he was here. There was only anger and hatred in his heart. If looks could kill, he would have killed Gu Chang'e thousands of times. "Gu Chang'e, there's no enmity between us. Why are you doing this to me?" Heavenly Lord Zi Yang couldn't help but shout angrily. Gu Chang'e smiled and shook his head. "Brother Zi Yang, you can't say that. You're the one who wants to deal with me. What do you mean by there's no enmity between us?" As he spoke, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent. Even the bones and blood within it were clearly visible. Strands of purple mist coiled and floated within it. It was incomparably mysterious, as if it could evolve into a myriad of worlds. The primordial Tao bone, Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's expression became colder and his body trembled. He was extremely angry. That was an item that came with him when he was born. The primordial Tao descended and the sound of Tao filled the air. At that time, the golden lotus bloomed and took root in the void. There was an auspicious scene within 10,000 miles. With the primordial Tao bone, he had once dominated an era and was undefeatable. Even the ancient monsters of the other eras were defeated by him. In this era, if he hadn't met Gu Chang'e, he wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. Now, even the primordial Tao bone was dug out by him. The primordial Tao bone was mysterious and powerful. It could even allow a cultivator to control the power of evolving worlds. Gu Chang'e sized up the primordial Tao bone in his hand. To be honest, this thing was far inferior to the transcendence bone that he had exchanged with the system. The primordial Tao bone was precious because of the primordial Tao it contained. It could transform into chaos, grand primordial, and chaos essence. Of course, the connate Tao laws in this primordial Tao bone wasn't complete. At most, it was just a prototype. He took it out just to test if Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's heavenly eye of the immortal Tao was related to the primordial Tao bone. However, apart from Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's expression becoming colder and angrier, he didn't have any other reaction. Looks like it has nothing to do with the primordial Tao bone. Then it must be related to the primordial purple vapor seed. Then, Gu Chang'e waved his sleeve. With a buzzing sound, a seed surrounded by purple chi suddenly appeared in the void. It seemed to be extremely heavy, and it was bobbing up and down. It contained some kind of terrifying power. Although it hadn't been awakened, his divine soul was terrified. One had to know that this primordial purple vapor seed was strong enough to fight against a supreme artifact, and that was when Heavenly Lord Ziyang hadn't activated it. If it was fully awakened, it would be comparable to a real deity seed. Primordial purple vapor seed, Heavenly Lord Ziyang gritted his teeth. His voice couldn't help but tremble because of extreme anger and unwillingness. The primordial purple vapor seed was a divine item of the Purple Palace. Even he had to spend a long time to fuse with this Tao seed, and when Yang had failed several times in the process. Besides, the primordial purple vapor seed wasn't docile. On the contrary, it was extremely violent. If he didn't have the primordial Tao bone, it would be difficult for him to even get close to it, let alone fuse with it. Then, with the power of the primordial purple vapor seed, he could use the immortal Tao heavenly eye to see the future. It could be said that the primordial purple vapor seed and the primordial Tao bone played a big part in his current achievements. His memories of his previous life had become useless. He had fused with the primordial purple vapor seed for many years. Although it was difficult to fully activate it, he could still feel its many emotional changes. Fear, horror, those were the emotions that the primordial purple vapor seed was transmitting to him. In Gu Changa's hand, the primordial purple vapor seed became docile and fearful, as if it was facing a peerless evil. This was something that he didn't dare to imagine before. It had to be known that even when facing the great elder of the Purple Mansion sect, whose cultivation base was exceedingly high, the primordial violet energy seed would not have such emotions. In front of Gu Changa, it was even more docile than a kitten and trembled. What exactly did Gu Changa have? It seems that your immortal Tao heavenly eye is related to the primordial purple vapor seed. Gu Changa smiled and noticed the change in Purple Sun Heaven Lord's reaction. The purple divine mark in between Purple Sun Heaven Lord's eyebrows glowed faintly and a strange wave spread out as if it could reflect everything. Gu Changa, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Purple Sun Heaven Lord's expression changed drastically. He vaguely guessed Gu Changa's intention. His expression became extremely fearful and his face turned pale. He even became desperate. Gu Changa didn't just want to dig out his primordial Tao bone. Now, he didn't even want to let go of his immortal Tao heavenly eye. If I refine it, I might be able to create a secret treasure that can help me predict the future. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes and said to himself. He didn't care about Purple Sun Heaven Lord's fearful expression at all. Buzz. Under the guidance of the primordial purple vapor seed, a mysterious power appeared. Time fragments danced in the air and dazzled brilliantly. A river appeared with traces of time. The mountains and seas turned to ashes and the lightning dried up. In the void, there was a strange buzzing sound. The divine talismans intertwined and turned into a sharp longsword that fell with a swoosh. Ah! Purple Sun Heaven Lord let out a scream. No matter how strong his will was, he couldn't bear such pain. In the next moment, he fainted. Gu Changa waved his sleeve and a wooden box appeared. He put the glowing immortal Tao heavenly eye into the box and took it away. After that, he didn't care about Purple Sun Heaven Lord's life or death. For now, he wouldn't die. Before the Purple Palace realm experts arrived, Purple Sun Heaven Lord couldn't die. After all, he had to give the Purple Palace realm an illusion. No, it was a hope. A hope to save Purple Sun Heaven Lord. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much to fight with so many orthodoxies after knowing that Purple Sun Heaven Lord was dead. Outside the dungeon, Gu Xian had been waiting for a long time. After rushing back to Black Tortoise Ancient Country, she didn't follow the other disciples back to Immortal Academy. Instead, she wanted to give Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng an explanation. Before she found Qing Xiaoyi, she wouldn't be at ease. Gu Changa assured her that Qing Xiaoyi would be fine. However, Gu Xian was still worried. Before she saw Qing Xiaoyi, she wouldn't be at ease. Now that Gu Changa came out, she was curious. However, she didn't ask. She just said, I think I heard Purple Sun Heaven Lord scream just now. Gu Chang'e smiled and said calmly, nothing much. I just asked him about Qin Xiaoyi's whereabouts. But Purple Sun Heaven Lord refused to admit it. I had no choice but to use some other methods. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded. She looked at him and asked, do you have any clues? Gu Chang'e replied casually, although Ziyang Lord of Heaven refuses to admit it, it's not like he can't deny it now. Don't worry, I already know where Qin Xiaoyi is. After Purple Sun Heaven Lord kidnapped Qin Xiaoyi, he didn't hand her over to the inheritor of the demonic arts immediately. He seems to have other plans. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded again and heaved a sigh of relief. She had actually guessed Purple Sun Heaven Lord's motive. After all, Qin Xiaoyi had an extremely rare immortal demon body. Her origin was very precious. Purple Sun Heaven Lord could use Qin Xiaoyi to make a deal with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Naturally, he wouldn't hand her over so easily. It's good that Qin Xiaoyi is fine. Chapter 339. At this moment, Gu Chang'e glanced at Gu Xian. He suddenly took out a small white bottle and handed it to her. This is the reincarnation lake's water that Qin Wuya mentioned. I took a look and there doesn't seem to be any problems. The reincarnation lake's water? Gu Xian was thinking about Qin Xiaoyi's matter. Hearing this, she didn't take it. She just stared at him blankly and lowered her eyes. After drinking this water, will I be able to regain my memories from my previous life? If what Qin Wuya and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said was true, then after she regained her memories, how would she face Gu Chang'e? After all, from what Qin Wuya said, she was Qin Wuya and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang's junior sister in her previous life. And Qin Wuya and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang were Gu Chang'e's enemies. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure about this either. Gu Chang'e said. Then, do you want me to drink it? Gu Xian looked up and stared at him. There seemed to be a different meaning in her eyes. She didn't know why she suddenly asked Gu Chang'e this question. If she really regained her memories, would she become a different person? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. After you drink it, won't you be Gu Xian anymore? Or will you be able to defeat me? That's not what I meant. Don't change the topic. Gu Xian glared at him a little angrily. She knew that Gu Chang'e was deliberately changing the topic. There are some things that you have to decide for yourself. After all, this is your own choice. Also, I think you are also very curious about whether what Qin Wuya and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said was true or false. Gu Chang'e's smile disappeared. At this time, it was rare for him to be so serious. It was as if he was thinking about Gu Xian. Hearing this, Gu Xian looked at him deeply. Just as Gu Chang'e had said, she was also very curious as to whether or not Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others were telling the truth. Did reincarnation really exist in this world? She didn't accept the reincarnation lake because she was worried that there was something wrong with it. But now, even Gu Chang'e had said so, which meant that there should be no problem with the reincarnation lake. After thinking for a while, Gu Xian pursed his lips and seemed to have made up his mind. She finally took the small white bottle. But in the next moment, her actions were very decisive. Without any hesitation, she turned the bottle upside down and poured the contents onto the ground. Voila! Along with this sound, silver light, as bright as the Milky Way, poured out of the mouth of the bottle into the void. Just like the saying goes. It was suspected that the Milky Way had fallen from the ninth heaven. The lake water was gorgeous and dazzling. It contained mysterious symbols, but in the blink of an eye, it dissipated in the air as if it had evaporated. Very soon, no trace of it could be seen. Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little stunned at all this, and then said with some regret, "You poured it out just like that?" Gu Xianer coldly rolled her eyes at him. What else can I do? Do you really want me to drink it? Wastrel girl. Gu Chang'e sighed slightly. If you don't want to drink it, can't you just return it to me? You wasted a perfectly good reincarnation lake water just like that. That Qin Wuya probably paid a huge price to obtain such a small bottle of reincarnation lake water. Did you get the main point wrong? You're actually feeling sorry for this lake water. Hearing this, Gu Xianer looked at him with dissatisfaction. She originally thought that after she made this choice, Gu Chang'e would show a different attitude from before. For example, he would be gratified, happy, or praise her. But he didn't. He was actually feeling sorry for such a small bottle of reincarnation lake water. Could it be that in his heart, she wasn't even worth this bottle of water? Gu Chang'e looked at her expression that seemed to say, hurry up and praise me. He couldn't help but laugh. You poured out my reincarnation lake water, and now you want me to praise you? Gu Xianer, you don't look that good, but your imagination is pretty good. Gu Chang'e, you only know how to speak against your conscience, you're a despicable scoundrel. Don't think that I'll pay attention to you in the future. Gu Xianer was extremely angry. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Unfortunately, her body was made of bamboo and didn't have any undulations. After leaving behind such a vicious sentence, her figure flashed, her skirt fluttered, and she disappeared. What did he mean by she didn't look that good, but her imagination was pretty good? Was she not beautiful? Gu Xianer originally wanted to say that she would teach Gu Chang'e a lesson in the future. But after seeing Gu Chang'e's strength with her own eyes, she didn't have such thoughts. After thinking for a long time, the only threat she could think of was this. Gu Chang'e shook his head and watched Gu Xianer walk away. The smile on his face finally disappeared. Actually, even if Gu Xianer drank this bottle of reincarnation lake water, it wouldn't have any effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so assured to give this bottle of water to her. With Gu Chang'e's personality, he wouldn't do anything that was beyond his control. If Gu Xianer recovered her memories and couldn't let go of her two senior brothers from her previous life, what would she do? Was he going to confront Gu Chang'e again? Or Gu Xianer would take the initiative and personally cut off her relationship with her two senior brothers from her previous life? But to her, this was too cruel. Gu Chang'e didn't want her to do these things either. These bloodstained things and killing fellow disciples were not suitable for someone like her who was floating in the air. Gu Xianer pouring away the reincarnation lake water was actually the best choice for her. Of course, if she drank it, the result would be the same. Because a long time ago, Gu Chang'e already knew that the bone of Tao contained some innate bone scripts that didn't belong to this era. They were incomparably mysterious and complex. They had a significant impact on his cultivation, and he took the initiative to erase them later on. And those innate bone scripts were obviously fragments of the soul's memories. So if his guess was right, the reincarnation memories of a Tao immortal were actually contained in the bone of Tao. But Gu Xianer's bone of Tao was dug out by Gu Chang'e when she was very young. Now, the bone of Nirvana rebirth was very pure and didn't have any traces or imprints of her previous life. This meant that Gu Chang'e had actually helped her cut off her connection with her previous life. After that, Gu Chang'e didn't care about Gu Xianer anymore before the Purple Mansion realm experts came. He brought Qin Feng with him and planned to bring Qin Xiaoyi back. Back then, he casually found a mansion and threw her in. With Qin Xiaoyi's current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for her to be locked up for 3 to 5 years. Gu Chang'e wasn't worried about her safety. He had already obtained the source of Qin Xiaoyi's immortal demon body through the guidance of the Tao fruit. So, he didn't harm her. Soon, he and Qin Feng arrived at this desolate and quiet mansion. It had been abandoned for many years and no one lived in it. When he saw Qin Xiaoyi again, she was much paler and more haggard than before. Her delicate face was also much thinner. She was like a clean little white flower, soft and weak. Young Lord Chang'e, big brother, Qing Xiaoyi widened her eyes in shock when she saw the two of them. She couldn't believe it. Over the past few days, she had gradually calmed down from the panic, uneasiness, worry, and despair she felt when she was kidnapped. The mysterious person who kidnapped her didn't reveal his true appearance. Qing Xiaoyi didn't know the other party's motive. "I'm here to save you." Gu Chang'e smiled and removed the restriction on her body. Xiaoyi, Qin Feng was so emotional and excited that his face turned red. He was so emotional that he almost cried. Young Lord Chang'e suppressed Heavenly Lord Ziyang and came to save you. He was so emotional that he couldn't speak coherently. Seeing Qin Xiaoyi's confusion, he told her everything that had happened over the past few days, including how she was kidnapped by Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Heavenly Lord Ziyang planned to hand her over to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Then, Gu Chang'e told her in detail how he suppressed Heavenly Lord Ziyang, found out her whereabouts, and came to save her. After hearing it, Qin Xiaoyi was shocked. She was even more grateful to Gu Chang'e. She had always admired Gu Chang'e. Now that Gu Chang'e had saved her from the demonic claws, she felt that there was an inexplicable fate between Gu Chang'e and her. Naturally, Gu Chang'e waved her hand and declined, saying that it was his duty. Then, he brought Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng back to Black Tortoise Ancient Country. There were already elders there, including the elder who had given Qin Feng the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. They were naturally happy that Qin Xiaoyi could return safely. However, considering that something big was going to happen soon, they quickly left with the two. They didn't want to stay any longer. Black Tortoise Ancient Country had become a place of trouble. It was the same for the other ancient countries. Sensing that something big was going to happen, many cultivators left in a hurry. Gu Chang'e was here. If the Z Mansion wanted to take revenge, they would definitely send powerhouses to kill him. A battle between such experts could destroy the heavens and earth in an instant, let alone a small ancient country. Even if hundreds of them came, they would be annihilated in the aftermath. With that in mind, Gu Chang'e decided to leave Black Tortoise Ancient Country first. It wasn't that he didn't want to get involved. To him, the life and death of these small ancient countries was not worth his attention. He planned to go to Black Tortoise Ancient Country. After all, that was the home of another child of destiny, Chu Hao. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be implicated. How could a small country like Black Tortoise Ancient Country withstand such a big fire? Would Black Tortoise Ancient Country dare to chase him away? "Master, the people I sent seem to have lost track of Qin Wuya. He seems to be very good at hiding. We don't know where he is now." After that, Yin Mei rushed over. Her charming face was filled with confusion. She reported another matter. After Qin Wuya escaped from Hengyu Mountain, Gu Chang'e ordered Yin Mei to keep an eye on him. After suffering a loss once, Qin Wuya would not allow Gu Chang'e to leave any mark on him. He was very smart and had many tricks up his sleeve. Yin Mei did not expect to suffer a loss in the hands of Qin Wuya. In the end, she actually lost track of him. No harm. Qin Wuya will appear again sooner or later. Hearing that, Gu Chang'e only waved his hand and said indifferently. As long as Tang Wan was under his control, Qin Wuya would not be able to escape. During this period of time, this place will not be peaceful. You go back to the Merchant Union first. Help me look up some information about the reclusive Ji family. Gu Chang'e instructed Yin Mei to leave first. There was no need for her to stay here for long. Yin Mei gave a light grunt. She wasn't worried that anything would happen to Gu Chang'e. In the following days, Black Tortoise Ancient Country was not peaceful at all. Every day, cultivators and Heaven's favorites could be seen leaving. They either returned to their homeland or to the Immortal Academy. Even some of the cultivators who lived in Black Tortoise Ancient Country had to leave their homeland with their people. The ruler of Black Tortoise Ancient Country was always worried. He did not dare to take the initiative to talk to Gu Changa about this. He could only pray that the aftermath of the battle would not affect this place. Otherwise, even 100 black tortoise ancient countries would not be enough to destroy this place. During this time, Gu Changa received a message from Yu Mingkong. She asked if the peerless celestial dynasty needed to help. To this, Gu Changa only replied that there was no need. Yu Mingkong also knew that a mere Zifu was not worth Gu Changa's attention. Hence, she did not continue to ask after receiving this reply. She also had things to do. Among the 7 heavenly sovereign artifacts, she already had the heavenly sovereign mirror and heavenly sovereign seal. Now, she also knew the whereabouts of the heavenly sovereign sword. She was planning to obtain it. After gathering all 7 heavenly sovereign artifacts, she could open the immortal palace's treasure that had collapsed in the long river of time. While Gu Changa was in Black Tortoise ancient country, the other orthodoxies in the upper realm were not peaceful either. Outside Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a divine lake suddenly emitted a dazzling divine radiance, illuminating the surrounding water blue. A blurry and tall figure soared into the sky. He held a trident that seemed to be able to destroy everything. His eyes were like heavenly blades as he looked at the Zifu. In another place, amidst a blood-red mountain ridge, a figure with a terrifying aura took a step forward. Blood-red clouds appeared under his feet. The Zifu has harmed the successor of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This is an irreconcilable grudge. These terrifying existences' voices were cold and murderous. Rays of divine light soared into the sky. One could see the majestic ancient beings gathering. Their blood surged into the sky, and their murderous aura soared. The clouds rolled, and it was as if dark clouds were pressing down. Ing Yu's figure was among them. After listening to Gu Changa's words, the first thing she did after returning to Heavenly Emperor Mountain was to persuade the terrifying existences to wash away the humiliation that Heavenly Emperor Mountain had suffered recently. It was obvious that these terrifying existences had been suppressing their anger for a long time. This was even more so at this time. They did not hesitate at all and appeared from their seclusion to seek justice. Even if the Zifu dared to protect Zi Yang, who was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, it was equivalent to protecting the inheritor of the demonic arts. In other words, it was equivalent to protecting the enemy of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. How could this grudge be resolved so easily? Soon, the supreme beings among these beings made their move. They directly opened up a space passage to break through the boundary and arrive at the Zifu. At the same time, the immemorial Yi clan, the Endless Fire Nation, the Golden Qilin clan, the White Tiger clan, and other forces also reported great changes. An army began to gather. It was vast and majestic, covering the sky and the sun. The warships in the middle were majestic and ancient. Scales flickered, colorful feathers flowed, and devil wings covered the sun. The space passage opened and directly arrived at the territory of the Zifu. In an instant, the upper world was in an uproar. They had a feeling that this was the sign that the immortal battle was about to begin. Outside the Zifu, many orthodoxies' armies began to appear. They were bound to suppress the Zifu. However, the Longevity Gu clan was rather quiet. Clouds rose, and the scene was magnificent. Many celestial mountains were surrounded by chaotic fog. It was as if they had arrived before the opening of the sky. A mere Zifu. What a joke. How dare you challenge the dignity of the Longevity Gu clan? I'm afraid you're tired of living in a majestic hall. An old man with yellow teeth who looked like an old farmer and was smoking a pipe chuckled. He looked rather disdainful and contemptuous. The Zifu must have forgotten how their ancestral master was tainted with misfortune and how he came to the Gu clan's mountain gate in the end. It seems that time waits for no one. I'm afraid that those little fellows who knew about this have all been tortured to death by us. Accompanied by a faint voice. An old man with an earthy aura slowly walked in from outside the hall. His face was hale and hearty. He had a rusty iron sword at his waist, but he seemed to be in good spirits as he walked. In the hall, the current Gu clan leader, Gu Changa's father, Gu Lintian, was rather respectful. In front of these old men, he had no right to speak. The Gu clan's ancestral masters were different from the other orthodoxies. They were not ranked according to seniority, but according to strength. However, this ranking had not been done for a long time. This was because no one knew whether the ancestral masters were dead or alive, whether they were in seclusion, or where they were buried. Over time, even the Gu clan members did not know how many ancestral masters they had left. In any case, if they could not make up their minds, they would just dig up their ancestral graves. Over the years, except for Gu Xian's ancestral master, Gu Nanshan, who came out to take a breather, the Gu clan rarely had any ancestral masters appear. Almost all of the Gu clan's affairs, big or small, were handed over to the clan leader and the clan elders to handle. Now that the ancestral masters in the hall had made breakthroughs in their cultivation, they were in a good mood and came out to take a look at their juniors. Gu Lintian would not disturb them over a small matter like the Zifu. Chapter 340. As this hale and hearty old man walked into the hall, his robes fluttered in the wind, and he was in high spirits. One could see that when he was young, he was elegant and refined. His entire person carried a sense of being one with the Tao, as if he was standing at the center of the Tao. The rhythm of the Tao was natural, and the laws were intertwined. As he walked, even the heavens and earth seemed to be one with his breathing. Even the old man who had been smoking like an old farmer just now stood up and seemed to be quite respectful to him. Greetings, ancestor. In the hall, Gu Lintian didn't know which ancestor had entered, but his tone was respectful as he bowed. Other than Gu Lintian, there were many elders of the Gu clan in the hall. They came from various branches of the Gu clan. There was no need to talk about their cultivation. The weakest was a quasi-supreme, and they were discussing the matter of the Purple Mansion this time. To them, this was just an insignificant, trivial matter that did not hurt them at all. If it didn't involve Gu Changa, they probably wouldn't care so much. Greetings, ancestor. The group of elders also bowed. Some people were already guessing the identity of the ancestor who had entered the hall. However, there were too many ancestors in the Gu clan. Some ancestors had never been seen even once in their millions of years of cultivation. The ancestor in front of them was one such ancestor. Many elders were unfamiliar with his face, but they didn't dare to disrespect him. One had to know that even as supremes, they were deeply trembling and had a natural desire to worship him from the bottom of their hearts. This could only mean that this ancestor's cultivation was already unfathomable. My name is Gu Lang. While everyone was guessing, this ancestor spoke. There was some chaotic fog lingering in his hair. As if he had just climbed out of a graveyard, his voice carried a faint smile. He sized up the group of juniors in front of him and was somewhat satisfied. Hiss. Ancestor Lang. The one who almost broke Heavenly Emperor Shen's Tao heart. Hearing this, all the elders of the Gu clan, including Gu Lintian, couldn't help but gasp slightly. Then, Gu Lintian came forward and bowed slightly. I am the current head of the Gu clan. Greetings, 18th ancestor. Even as the head of the Gu clan, his attitude was much more respectful than before. Gu Lang. This person was none other than an ancestor of the lineage behind him. There was no way to verify his age, and no one even knew which era he was from. The only battle he ever fought was against Emperor Kamikaze from Emperor Mountain countless years ago. When Heavenly Emperor Shintian ruled the world and ruled over the ancient races, his ambition grew. One day, he rode the Great Golden Path and arrived before the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate, attempting to provoke them. He wanted to see how deep the Longevity Gu family's foundation was. In the end, before he could step into the mountain gate, he was sent flying by a slap from the Gu clan's patriarch who had come out to take a breather. This matter shocked everyone. Naturally, this became the greatest stain on the brilliant heavenly Emperor Shen. However, as time passed, many orthodoxies who had witnessed this incident were also buried in the river of time. By now, there were very few cultivator orthodoxies who knew about this secret. However, in the Gu clan, as long as there was a clansman who had studied the secrets of ancient history, they would know of this matter. Naturally, the people from Sky Emperor Mountain also knew about this. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an incident wherein you came to the longevity Gu family to visit Gu Chang'e. In the end, she waited bitterly outside for half a month without seeing anyone and left in anger. How could an ordinary imperishable sect or longevity orthodoxy cause Emperor Mountain to be so wary of Emperor Ying's daughter? Not bad, not bad. But 18th ancestor. How long has this title been? Now that I've been slacking in cultivation for so long, I'm afraid I can't even become the 20th ancestor. Gu Lang was in a good mood. He shook his head slightly and smiled. He sensed the aura of his lineage on Gu Lintian. In terms of cultivation, he was not far from achieving the Tao. This made him feel quite relieved. In the past, when the Gu clan head was at this age, his cultivation was far from this level. This could only mean that Gu Lintian was quite talented. Hearing this, the elders in the hall were even more embarrassed. What did he mean by slacking in cultivation and not even becoming the 20th ancestor? Gu Lang was called the 18th ancestor because of his strength. He was ranked 18th among the Gu clan's patriarchs. But this was a very long time ago. Now, no one could say for sure what level his cultivation had reached. As mentioned before, the Gu clan's patriarchs rarely appeared in the world, not to mention the parts in the immortal world. Just the parts in the upper realm were enough for the Gu clan to ponder and guess. I already know about the Purple Mansion. One can survive a heavenly disaster, but not a human's. You don't have to worry about it. Instead, I'm very interested in the successor of the Gu clan. While everyone was speculating, Gu Lang spoke again. His eyes were deep, and many terrifying scenes appeared in his eyes. The ages had turned to dust, and the present had been destroyed. It seemed to have penetrated through many dimensions and landed in the Purple Mansion domain. His words were even more direct. He did not care about a small matter like the Purple Mansion domain. Before he walked out of the graveyard and came to the hall, he already knew about many things that had happened in the longevity Gu clan during this period. He was not interested in any of the matters, big or small. The entire Gu clan was well organized under the leadership of the younger generation and was extremely prosperous. However, he was very interested in the successor, Gu Chang'e, who had almost caused a disaster. Speaking of which, this was a descendant of his bloodline. How could he be so vicious and merciless? At such a young age, he had made a move on his own cousin and dug out her Dao bone. Although the follow-up remedies were not brilliant, they had more or less solved the problem from the root. After hearing about this matter, Gu Zisheng suddenly wanted to meet this junior. Of course, he would not blame Gu Chang'e. The matters of the younger generation were left to the younger generation. He was purely interested. Chang'e is now in the Black Tortoise ancient country, planning to suppress the Purple Mansion domain. If the 18th ancestor wants to see him, I will send a message to tell him to return to the clan. The matter of the Purple Mansion domain should not take up much of his time. Gu Lintian said when he heard this. After all, it was not easy for the ancestor to come out. If the ancestor took a good look at them and dropped something from his fingers, it would be enough for the younger generation to benefit greatly. Although Gu Chang'e was talented, he was still a junior in the end. They were also aware of the many rumors out there. Contending against a quasi-supreme. To be honest, even as a father, he was stunned for a long time. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to have hidden such terrifying strength. Of course, he was more happy and gratified. Some of Gu Chang'e's plans during this period of time had actually been explained very clearly in the communication amulet. This time, the longevity Gu clan did not need to interfere in the suppression of the Purple Mansion domain. Gu Chang'e could easily deal with it with his own strength. Moreover, he had Gu Qingyi by his side. With her cultivation, even other ancient existences would have to think twice before making a move against Gu Chang'e. Therefore, Gu Lintian was not worried about Gu Chang'e. According to Qingyi's words, Chang'e has obtained many opportunities during this period of time. His cultivation has improved rapidly. This suppression of the Purple Mansion domain can be considered as a form of training for him. In addition, Gu Lintian was deeply impressed by his adopted sister. He could no longer see through her cultivation. He still remembered that when Gu Qingyi was born, she was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. But in the blink of an eye, her cultivation had become unfathomable. As her adopted brother, he could not help but feel ashamed. Oh, since that's the case, then there's no need. I came out this time to meet some old friends. I won't be going into seclusion for a while. Let's wait for the good news from this little guy. Hearing this, Gu Lang only waved his hand and smiled faintly. He did not intend to let Gu Chang'e return. In this way, it might interfere with Gu Chang'e's plan. He actually admired this kind of brave, resourceful, and ruthless younger generation very much. He did not want to interfere too much. After saying this, Gu Lang did not say anything else. His figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. At his level, he could travel hundreds of millions of miles with a single thought. It was only an instant, but it was very likely that he would have already gone to an infinitely distant place. According to the information recorded in the legends, the 18th ancestor's personality is like this. Although he said that he did not intend to interfere, in fact, he is probably rushing to the Purple Mansion domain now. If the Purple Mansion domain does not have a strong foundation, I'm afraid it will not be able to last until Chang'e sends his troops. After Gu Lang disappeared, one of the elders said with a wry smile. I didn't expect this matter to alarm the 18th ancestor. If it was him, the Purple Mansion domain would not be able to cause any trouble. Many elders discussed spiritedly, but their words were full of admiration for the 18th ancestor. And from what they said today, it could be seen that the 18th ancestor had a very high opinion of Gu Chang'e. Thinking of this, the elders looked at Gu Lintian, their eyes shining. Patriarch, this time, the Gu family will send 5 martial emperors and 10 supreme martial artists to help the young master. What do you think? Before this, they had all heard Gu Chang'e's message and knew his plan. He said that the longevity Gu family did not need to interfere. Gu Chang'e intended to use this opportunity to train his army in the immortal ancient continent. But now, even the 18th ancestor had rushed over. The longevity Gu family could not let the ancestor take action while the younger generation watched from the side. Gu Lintian nodded. That's settled then. But this time, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the immemorial Yi clan, and the Endless Fire Nation have all rushed over. At most, we will only be there to hold the line. 5 martial emperors. But to be precise, it should be 2 martial emperors and 3 quasi-emperors. After breaking through the 9th heaven supreme martial artist peak, one could enter the martial emperor realm. Those who had just entered the martial emperor realm were generally known as quasi-emperors in the upper realm. After becoming a quasi-emperor, the cultivator began to undergo Tao Nirvana. If they succeeded in Tao Nirvana, they would be known as the martial emperor realm, which was also commonly known as the martial emperor realm. That was the true martial emperor realm, invincible in the universe. It was almost impossible to find an opponent in heaven or earth. In the lower realms that the upper realm relied on, only a world with a complete heavenly Tao could produce the heavenly Tao mark. Merging with the heavenly Tao mark would allow one to become a martial emperor. But in the upper realm, there were not many restrictions, because the heavenly Tao was complete and included countless lower realms. As long as a cultivator broke through the quasi-emperor realm and succeeded in Tao Nirvana, they could become a martial emperor. That was why there were many prodigies in the same era who achieved Tao Nirvana. Many orthodoxies called it the quasi-emperor realm to better distinguish between those who achieved Tao Nirvana and those who did not. Below the immortal realm, there was the immortal realm, sage realm, supreme realm, martial emperor realm, and above that, the immortal realm. These were the 6 realms that everyone in the upper realm knew. Then, orders were sent out, causing a sensation everywhere. The Gu family's higher-ups began to mobilize powerhouses to suppress the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion is courting death. On the Divine Mountains, terrifying powerhouses snorted and began to put on armor. The power of chi and blood rushed out from the top of their heads like true dragons. At the same time, ancient horns were blown. They were made from the horns of various terrifying beasts. As the sound shook, the Gu family's immortal guards were summoned. Boom! Brilliant doors of light pierced through, and celestial sound spread. Celestial chi filled the air, as if it was connected to another world. Immortal armor and divine soldiers riding ancient pure-blooded beasts walked out. Their murderous auras shook the heavens, and their auras were cold. Every one of them was wearing armor that shone with celestial light. It was as if they had experienced countless battles. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, causing the void to become unstable. Without a doubt, this was an invincible team of the Longevity Gu family. Normally, they would train and kill enemies in the other world, but when a war broke out, they would rush to the front line. In other directions, there were also doors opening. The divine light disappeared, and the momentum was monstrous. Soldiers began to rush out, riding all kinds of terrifying beasts. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. At the same time, the heavens trembled. Domain-breaking ancient warships broke through from various small worlds. They were stained with blood, and they were surrounded by chaotic energy and immortal mist. They carried an unparalleled divine power. Obey the order, suppress the Purple Mansion. In the endless territories where the Longevity Gu family was located, countless subordinate forces were shaken. Without any hesitation, they began to gather powerful forces. They had a strong belief in the Longevity Gu family. The battlefield, flying ships, and war beasts gathered into a terrifying force that stopped under the starry sky. There were hundreds of millions of them. The shocking changes at the Longevity Gu family's side immediately shocked many orthodoxies who were paying close attention to this matter. Many orthodoxies wanted to know how deep the Longevity Gu family's foundation was, and what kind of attitude they would have toward this battle. This was because the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and other orthodoxies had already rushed to the territory where the Purple Mansion was located. However, the Longevity Gu family did not make any moves. This made many people wonder if the Longevity Gu family really did not intend to interfere. However, soon, the surging waves shocked everyone. Domain-breaking ancient warships that were incomparably majestic and ancient like continents rushed out from the territory where the Longevity Gu family was located. Carrying dense chaotic energy in immortal mist, they directly broke through space and arrived with a great momentum that shook the heavens. In addition, many dazzling immortal guards rushed out, riding all kinds of terrifying beasts. Their murderous auras were monstrous, and they covered the sky. As for the combat strength of the subordinate forces, it was needless to say. Like locusts, they covered the sky and the sun. They were so majestic that they seemed to be boundless dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, only endless darkness was left. The dark clouds pressed down on the city, and directly descended on the territory where the Purple Mansion was located. Flatten the Purple Mansion. Show the might of the young lord. The terrifying momentum reverberated under the starry sky, and it almost made the sky explode. This scene directly made many orthodoxies who were skeptical about this to lose their voice. They were extremely shocked. To put it bluntly, this formation alone made many orthodoxies tremble in fear. Asking for fresh flowers, compared to the army sent by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and other forces, this was more than several times more terrifying. Moreover, many Orthodoxy spies noticed that the Longevity Gu family had at least 10 supreme beings at the same time. Their auras covered the sky, and it made people's hearts palpitate, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. There were even no quasi-supreme beings among them. One had to know that the heavenly Emperor Mountain had 3 supreme beings, and the immemorial Yi clan also had 3 supreme beings. This was already considered an invincible force among many orthodoxies. The scarcity of supreme beings was not empty words. In the current True Immortal Academy, there were only a dozen or so known supreme beings. However, the Longevity Gu family sent a total of 10 supreme beings. This was a kind of attitude, and it was also a display of their terrifying foundation. The Violet Palace actually sent a supreme being to rescue their successor. Very well, the Longevity Gu family will send 10 supreme beings today. This made many forces tremble to the extreme. They knew that the Longevity family's foundation was terrifying and unfathomable. They had been standing tall since the most ancient times in the immortal domain, and they dared not imagine it. Now, many orthodoxies were asking themselves if this force suddenly came to their territory, would they be able to stop it? Perhaps apart from those orthodoxies that had existed since before the Forbidden Era, almost no one could stop it. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but shiver. Before this, many orthodoxies were guessing how deep the Longevity Gu family's foundation was, why they were able to stand tall and undying. Now, they finally knew a part of the reason. Then, domain-shattering ancient warships covered in primal chaos energy and immortal mist smashed through the sky dome one after another. There were traces of ancient supreme beings' blood on them. Gates of light opened one after another. Knights and soldiers with heaven-overflowing auras slaughtered their way out, numbering in the thousands. Immortal armor shone resplendently, as if they had experienced endless slaughter. Experts with fiery tempers rushed into the heavens one after another, their blood and chi surging into the heavens. They were all like robust men, holding all types of weapons in their hands, riding on pure-blooded vicious beasts, entering the gates of light. Kill. Today, we will flatten the Purple Mansion. Show our Longevity Gu family's might. The ancient warships were simple and majestic. They rumbled through the sky dome, smashing through the horizon, directly forcefully opening up a spatial passage. That type of immortal might was just too vast, unimaginable. It suppressed countless cultivators, making their souls tremble, unable to help but kneel on the ground. 0. Moreover, some cultivators seemed to have noticed that in addition to the Supremes, the Longevity Gu family had also sent out an Emperor Realm existence. An Emperor Realm existence was already an invincible existence that suppressed the foundation. Now that the Immortal Realm had not appeared in the Upper Realm, the Emperor Realm represented invincibility. For a moment, everyone's scalps went numb. Then, after the Longevity Gu family sent out their army, in a distant place, ancient warships also began to rush over from the territory of the primeval divine sect. They were majestic, carrying endless killing intent, shattering the sky. The entire upper realm's attention was attracted by this battle. Many experts from various orthodoxies also rushed to the Purple Mansion immediately. Although they did not participate, they did not want to miss this terrifying battle. At this time, how could the Purple Mansion resist? However, because of this, Gu Chang'e of the Black Tortoise ancient country appeared to be very leisurely. Many cultivators had their attention on the Purple Mansion. On his side, there were fewer people paying attention to him. This made Gu Chang'e feel that some of his schemes might have been overthinking. He did not even need to make a move. Just this force alone was enough to suffocate the Purple Mansion. How could they resist? That was simply impossible. However, this way, he would lose the opportunity to test the immortal ancient continent's army. With the Purple Mansion as an example, which orthodoxy would dare to be tricked by him in the future? At this moment, in the courtyard, a few green bamboos rustled. It was very quiet and elegant. Gu Chang'e's robe was clean and spotless. Ji Qingxian was grinding for him beside him. On the other hand, he seemed to be writing something with interest. Tang Wan was wearing a plain gauze dress. Her face was gentle and beautiful. She did not wear any makeup, and her figure was graceful. She stood in front of him respectfully and uneasily. In fact, she was not as calm as she looked. The more she understood, the more she felt that Gu Chang'e was terrifying. Previously, when Tang Wan read the ancient books, she guessed that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of demonic arts. Now, it seemed that this guess was probably true. Just as the upper realm was in an uproar because of his actions, and the Purple Mansion was on the verge of being destroyed by many orthodoxies, he, as the person involved, was still leisurely practicing calligraphy. He was calm and indifferent, and there was a sense of transcendence. Such a huge difference made Tang Wan's heart tremble. She was terrified to the extreme. All right, this word is really difficult to write. At this moment, Gu Chang'e smiled and put down the brush in his hand. Young master's handwriting is really beautiful. Ji Qingxuan's beautiful eyes lit up. The word kill was supposed to be filled with killing intent. However, when Gu Chang'e wrote it, there was a sense of transcendence. It was as if this word could stop the war. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that this word contained a supreme mystery. The word kill could leave the paper at any time and turn into an iron-blooded weapon to kill everything. She was extremely impressed by such a state. You flatterer. Gu Chang'e smiled and looked at Tang Wan, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Greetings, master. At this moment, in front of Gu Chang'e, Tang Wan did not dare to be as stubborn as before. She was deeply afraid and uneasy. This was because she was worried that after the Purple Mansion, the Tang family behind her would become the second Purple Mansion and follow in their footsteps. Although the Purple Mansion had not been destroyed yet, she felt that it was not far away. Even if Chu Hao took over the position of the future sect master of the Taishan Grotto Heaven, he would only die if he faced Gu Chang'e. Not to mention Gu Chang'e's hidden strength, just the many methods that he displayed on the surface was enough to make one tremble in fear. Before this, although Tang Wan knew that the Gu family was powerful, she never thought that it would be to such a terrifying extent. The entire situation in the upper realm had changed because of the longevity Gu family's army this time. During this period of time, Chu Hao seems to be discussing how to deal with me. I've said before that if he didn't provoke me, I wouldn't be bothered to do anything to him. To me, crushing him to death should be much easier than destroying the Purple Mansion. Gu Chang'e raised her eyes and glanced at her with a smile. She looked as gentle as a spring breeze. Hearing this, Tang Wan's face turned pale and a chill ran down her spine. She did not know how Gu Chang'e found out about this matter. However, what he said was true. During this period of time, Chu Hao did not listen to her advice. Instead, he still planned to deal with Gu Chang'e and did not give up. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation that day. Her voice could not help but tremble. She could not suppress the fear in her voice. I've already advised Chu Hao. Master, can you give me a little more time? Chapter 341. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze blew, causing the green bamboo to rustle. The environment became even more tranquil. Is that so? However, I feel that Chu Hao still wants to kill me wholeheartedly. Is this my misperception, or is this Chu Hao's arrogance and confidence? If I give you time, how many days do you think would be suitable? Or do you want me to do it myself? Actually, I hate trouble, but Chu Hao doesn't seem to be in the same category. In front of the stone table, Gu Chang'e gently blew on the steam in his teacup. His eyes were calm as he asked casually. His words seemed to be understated, as if he did not take it to heart. Ji Qingxuan's beautiful glass-like eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She stood by the side and obediently massaged Gu Chang'e's shoulders. She was already very competent in her role as a servant. In her opinion, with Gu Chang'e's status, how could he care too much about Chu Hao? The reason why he said that was purely because he felt uncomfortable being offended by an ant. Master, please give me some more time, at most half a month. I will definitely let Chu Hao understand everything and let him give up. Chu Hao does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he has offended you, I hope that you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Tang Wan's voice was trembling and her eyes were filled with fear. She was obviously extremely frightened. From the meaning of Gu Changa's words, could it be that he was planning to attack Chu Hao? She did not dare to imagine that at this moment, if Gu Changa really attacked Chu Hao, how would Chu Hao survive? He would most likely die. Before this, no matter what she said to Chu Hao firmly believed that he would get back everything from Gu Changa sooner or later and wash away the humiliation that day. Chu Hao turned a deaf ear to Tang Wan's persuasion and ignored it. With this thought in mind, Chu Hao had actually come up with many schemes during this period of time. In Tang Wan's opinion, these schemes were stupid and would not affect Gu Changa in any way. After all, Chu Hao was just a little prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Compared to the entire longevity Gu clan, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was far inferior to even the smallest of its subordinate forces. With such a huge gap between them, did Chu Hao still think that he had any hope? Especially when even she had no choice but to help Chu Hao. How could he not understand? Tang Wan was very disappointed in Chu Hao now. She had already tried her best to help Chu Hao. However, not only was Chu Hao unwilling to help, he was even digging his own grave. If Gu Changa had truly intended to destroy the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, it would have only taken him a few words to do so. Gu Changa didn't even need to do it himself. Countless orthodoxies and forces who wanted to curry favor with him were more than happy to do so. Hoping that Chu Hao's Taishan Grotto heaven would protect him. Could it be that he couldn't see the end of the Zifu? There's no need for that. You don't have to worry about Chu Hao. I have something else that I need you to do. At this time, Gu Changa waved her hand and interrupted her. She indifferently said, during this period of time, a person called Qin Wuya might come to find you. At that time, no matter what you encounter, don't be alarmed. Just do as I say and it will be fine. Qin Wuya, Tang Wan was stunned. She didn't know why, but this name gave her a very familiar feeling. It was as if she had heard it somewhere before. Is this the senior brother of the heavenly sovereign Ziyang? Master's enemy? Suddenly, she came to a realization. Her expression changed slightly as she remembered. During this period of time, she had heard the name Qin Wuya. At that time, she felt that she was very familiar with this name. However, why would Gu Changa say that Qin Wuya would come looking for her? It's him. After all, you were his Taoist companion in your previous life. He knows of your existence and will definitely come looking for you to rekindle our relationship. Gu Changa glanced at her and said calmly. Taoist companion in my previous life? Hearing this, Tang Wan suddenly opened her eyes wide. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her face turned pale. During this period of time, a few vague images had faintly appeared in her mind. It was in front of the grand and ancient mountain gate. It was an era that was incomparably far away from today. The sky was high and the earth was far away. The mountains were majestic and the immortal mountains were magnificent. It was incomparably vast and boundless. She had a benevolent and well-respected father, the head of the sect. She also had a mature and steady senior brother as her Taoist companion. She also had junior brothers and junior sisters who bore the heavy responsibility of reviving the sect. Although she comforted herself by saying that it was only a dream. However, she couldn't help but wonder if reincarnation really existed in this world. Now that she heard Gu Changa's words, she was completely stunned. It was as if there was a huge explosion in her head, buzzing and trembling. However, how did Gu Changa know all of this? And how did he say that Qin Wuya was her Taoist companion in her previous life? This caused Tang Wan to be completely stunned. She simply didn't dare to believe it. Who exactly was Gu Chang'e? How did he know these things? Ji Qingxian also heard Gu Chang'e's words. She was also very shocked, but she didn't show it on her face. She could only pretend that she didn't hear anything. However, in her heart, Gu Chang'e became more and more mysterious. He even knew about the reincarnation of her previous life so clearly. How does Master know all of this? However, Tang Wan had been tempered in the Merchant Alliance and had been through a lot. She quickly regained her calm and couldn't help but ask. However, her voice contained a trembling fear that even she didn't want to admit. Gu Chang'e glanced at her and shook his head. You don't need to know these. You just need to remember what I told you to do. Yes. Tang Wan nodded. Her heart was filled with sorrow. She recalled Gu Chang'e's other identity, the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara. It wasn't strange that he could understand the path of Samsara and know all of this. However, she couldn't understand why all the men who were related to her would end up opposing Gu Chang'e. Whether it was Chu Hao or this man named Qin Wuya, who was suspected to be her Taoist partner in her previous life, it was the same. In the end, she was the one who had to deal with them personally. This feeling made Tang Wan feel like she was about to die. Go back to the ancient kingdom of Phoenix first. If there's anything else, I'll tell you. Gu Chang'e said calmly. He knew what Tang Wan was thinking, but he didn't care. Yes, Master. Tang Wan lowered her head. Her expression was gloomy. After Tang Wan left, Gu Chang'e gestured for Ji Qingxian to leave as well. He looked at the piece of paper in his hand. His gaze was deep in thought. At this time, there's no way the Purple Mansion would give up on Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Although they're being besieged by the major orthodoxies, they'll definitely send powerhouses to rescue him. If the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven knows what to do, they should know what to do. If they don't blame me for taking action again, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but murmur softly. His gaze was deep. At this thought, Gu Chang'e began to order his subordinates to imprison everyone from the Purple Mansion, including Heavenly Lord Ziyang, in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. In any case, he planned to divert the trouble. If this could incite conflict between the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven and the Purple Mansion, it would save him some trouble. If he couldn't, then he could just let the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird be caught in the crossfire and destroy them. Although Gu Chang'e wanted to target Chu Hao and the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, he would be criticized if he acted without a reason. After all, on the surface, he was the young leader of the Orthodox faction. He had to be careful. Moreover, the Longevity Gu family was showing their power. If his actions were too domineering and arrogant, the other orthodoxies would inevitably become wary of the Longevity Gu clan and develop other intentions. After much consideration, Gu Chang'e felt that it was more appropriate to use someone else to do the dirty work. As for Chu Hao, Gu Chang'e did not really care about him at the moment. After all, Chu Hao's background was far inferior to Heavenly Lord Ziyang's. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with Chu Hao. As the son of fate, Chu Hao was much more useful than Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Before this, he had not squeezed Chu Hao dry. It would be a waste to kill him like this. After all, such leaks were hard to find. Only Chu Hao and Qin Wuya could be harvested by him. If this is the case, things will be much more logical. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix will be destroyed by the enraged Purple Mansion. When the time comes, I'll just say that I didn't expect the Purple Mansion to be so vicious. At this thought, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile. Then, he set off for the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. The king of Black Tortoise Ancient Country and the others who were paying close attention to Gu Chang'e's every move smiled. They couldn't wait for the whole country to send off firecrackers and drums. Many families of Black Tortoise Ancient Country heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the fight between the Purple Mansion and Gu Chang'e would implicate them all. Now that Gu Changa had left, Black Tortoise ancient country was much safer. They didn't need to worry like before. Martial uncle, after left, did she go to see Gu Changa? At the same time, in the imperial capital of Black Tortoise ancient country. In a grand and imposing mansion. Two people were discussing something. The man who asked the question had a handsome face and a tall figure. He had an extraordinary temperament. He was Chu Hao. The old man in front of him had a sage-like demeanor and 3 strands of white beard. He was his martial uncle, Bai Yang. The two of them left the ancient kingdom of Phoenix and followed Tang Wan. Chu Hao was eager to know the purpose of her visit and why she wanted to see Gu Changa. If he couldn't get to the bottom of this, Chu Hao felt that he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He couldn't even enter a meditative state and his mind would be filled with demons. Wan won't betray me. She has her reasons. She was threatened by Gu Changa. Chu Hao couldn't help but murmur. He felt as if a thorn was stuck in his heart. Thinking that Tang Wan had secretly come here to meet Gu Changa without telling him, he felt very aggrieved and annoyed. He knew that with Tang Wan's character, she wouldn't do anything to betray him. But this kind of thing, if it were any other man, how could he tolerate it? However, he had to choose to forgive Tang Wan and pretend that he didn't see it. Hearing this, Bai Yang's expression turned ugly. He frowned and sighed. If Tang Wan didn't change her route, she should have gone to see Gu Changa. Gu Changa lives in that mansion now. He looked at Chu Hao with pity and sympathy. At this time, he couldn't think of any words to persuade him. Martial uncle, didn't you follow her? Although Chu Hao had guessed it, he still looked terrible when he heard what his martial uncle said. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Gu Changa is protected by a mysterious martial emperor. If I went there recklessly, the martial emperor might misunderstand and think that I'm with the Z mansion to assassinate Gu Changa, Bai Yang explained with a tinge of fear on his face. He knew a little about the supreme martial artist who was sent by the Z mansion to rescue Lord of Heaven Zi Yang. Although he was stronger than the supreme martial artist, he wasn't that much stronger. At this time, if he met the mysterious martial emperor, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? Martial uncle, you're so considerate. I was reckless. Hearing this, Chu Hao clenched his fists tightly and a sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. He had been cultivating since he was young and had a smooth journey. He had obtained many opportunities and hadn't encountered any setbacks. He was only a few hundred years old and he was already at the peak of the quasi-supreme martial artist realm. His future was bright. As long as he didn't die in the future, he would definitely stand at the peak of the upper realm. However, now that Gu Changa had dealt him a huge blow. Even if his martial uncle who had the strength of a supreme martial artist showed up, he couldn't do anything to Gu Changa. He didn't even dare to show up to investigate. But how, you don't have to worry. From what I saw, Tang Wan went to see Gu Changa and came out. It was only the time to drink a cup of tea. Nothing should have happened between the two of them. Moreover, Tang Wan's aura is pure. She is still a virgin. Seeing Chu Hao in such a state, Bai Yang was a little worried and helpless. He patted Chu Hao's shoulder, afraid that such a good seedling would be ruined. Therefore, he couldn't help but advise Chu Hao. She was just a woman. Chu Hao didn't need to care so much. However, he didn't say these words. I know. Martial uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chu Hao had already calmed down. He knew that it was impossible to blame Tang Wan at this time. However, he had to find a way to stop this kind of thing. Gu Changa was so deranged. Who knew if he would suddenly do something reckless one day? When that time came, Tang Wan would be a weak woman. How could she resist? However, at this time, Chu Hao's expression changed again. He felt a message from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in his Sumera ring. If it wasn't something serious, the Emperor of Vermilion Bird wouldn't take the initiative to contact him. What happened? Bai Yang noticed the change in Chu Hao's expression and couldn't help but ask. Something happened to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Damn it. Gu Chang'e and I are irreconcilable. Chu Hao took out the sumaru ring and quickly read the message. His expression changed drastically. His expression turned gloomy and ugly. He gritted his teeth and spat out these words from his throat. His hatred was monstrous. Martial uncle, let's return to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird first. With that, he planned to leave. He didn't expect that Gu Chang'e wouldn't forget to scheme against the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird when he was fighting with the Purple Mansion. How ruthless. Could it be? Bai Yang's expression changed slightly. He knew the severity of the matter. He vaguely guessed something. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he saw Gu Chang'e's methods. While Chu Hao was discussing how to deal with Gu Chang'e had already made his move. His methods were terrifying and swift. It was hair-raising as he killed without spilling blood. During this period, the entire upper realm's attention was focused on the territory of the Purple Mansion. There wasn't a single cultivator or orthodoxy who wasn't paying attention to this. Even sects like Buddha Mountain and the Human Ancestors Palace were paying close attention. How many times had the immortal battle and the immortal tribulation happened since ancient times? Everyone's blood was boiling and their hearts were in turmoil. A majestic army arrived on ancient warships. They came from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the archaic Yi clan, and other orthodoxies. They came under the banner of suppressing the inheritors of demonic arts and Heavenly Sovereign Xiang. If they could destroy the Purple Mansion, they would be able to share many benefits. The Purple Mansion had been established for countless years and had accumulated many resources and foundations. In everyone's opinion, the Purple Mansion would definitely be destroyed in this battle. There was no other possibility. The battle caused an extremely terrifying commotion. The starry sky within 100 million miles was shaken. It was unimaginable. Kill. Destroy the Purple Mansion. Billions of cultivators and living beings crossed the void ocean in chaotic turbulence. Their momentum was monstrous and their killing intent almost drowned out everything. Countless forces along the way were terrified. They hid in their own territories and didn't dare to make a sound. They watched as the orthodoxies and their affiliated forces flew across the sky and covered the sun. The army of millions and millions pressed forward like a peerless blade forged with the might of the heavens, slashing apart everything with a loud bang. Boom! In the Purple Mansion, all the disciples and elders had solemn expressions as they activated all kinds of powerful techniques. Divine light shot into the sky as the protective mountain array was activated. Beams of various colors shot into the sky and intertwined between heaven and earth, forming an endless net to resist. However, there were too many cultivators. The thousands of races ruled by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had all sent their elites. Thick clouds rolled as they fought until the sky and earth were turned upside down, and the sun and moon were no longer shining. It was rare to see such a scene in all of history. In the other direction, all the living beings could only feel a shocking supreme aura sweeping across the sky. Great stars trembled one after another, shaking like a sieve. The heavens were shaken, the universe distorting. Roars and shouts of killing could be heard from there, shaking countless forces. One could imagine what kind of terrifying battle was happening there. A battle between supreme beings. Many peerless avatars appeared. Purple energy extended continuously, transforming everything. They were indomitable and surrounded by countless divine lights. They were going to fight all enemies, as if they were standing at the peak of the universe. Vaguely, one could see a cauldron shrouded in endless light, a golden bell, a green seal. They were all floating. That was a supreme artifact. The moment it was awakened, it blurred all the laws. Many stars exploded and instantly turned into dust. All the cultivators and orthodoxies were dumbfounded at the sight. The Purple Mansion's foundation is so terrifying that it can directly block the attack of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Archaic Yi clan. I didn't expect the Purple Mansion to be so hidden. However, those supreme beings should have come from the Ancestral Hall. Their auras don't belong to the current generation. Many powerhouses of the orthodoxies were watching this battle closely. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the situation that they thought would be one-sided would be in a stalemate. The strength of the Purple Mansion was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Many people finally realized that the Purple Mansion dared to do this because they were confident. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distant star domain. Everyone trembled as if their divine souls were about to shatter. The simple and unadorned flag swayed, supporting everything. The ancient battleship that was as majestic as an ancient continent cast an endless shadow. Then, it blasted open the void, covered in chaotic energy, and crushed everything in front of it, crushing the sky. A large, Gu character swayed in the sky above. In front of it was the territory of the Purple Mansion. The Longevity Gu clan has arrived. This time, the Purple Mansion is doomed. He can withstand the alliance of several clans, but can he withstand the Longevity Gu clan's momentum? Looks like the Purple Mansion mountain gate is about to be breached. All the orthodoxies and forces were shocked as they watched the endless army of hundreds of millions of soldiers arrive, covering the sky and the starry sky. This was an unparalleled power that made people tremble in fear. Destroy the Purple Mansion. Show the Gu clan's might. An elder on the ancient battleship blew a horn, and then a terrifying wave of energy instantly descended. This battle instantly erupted. On the ancient battleship, runes filled the air and turned into divine swords that struck forward. In the depths of the starry sky, a sky full of glowing runes suddenly appeared, shaking the 9 heavens. The void trembled like a sieve as it was pierced through by strands of light and aura. The array in front of the Purple Mansion mountain gate was almost destroyed, and it couldn't be defended. This scene shocked the powerhouses who were watching this battle from afar, and they felt a chill down their backs. This was only one attack. If there were a few more, would the Purple Mansion mountain gate still be able to defend? Boom! At this moment, the Gu clan's supreme being made the first move. With a raise of his hand, the power of a supreme being swept in all directions, causing many stars to tremble. Kill! At this moment, 3 supreme beings rushed out from the Purple Mansion. Their auras were even more powerful than the supreme beings who were fighting against the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The Gu clan has gone too far. You colluded with Gu Changa to obtain my Purple Mansion inheritance and suppressed my successor. This enmity is irreconcilable. The Purple Mansion inheritance is guarded by us, and outsiders are not allowed to covet it. The 3 supreme beings appeared under the starry sky. Their faces were cold and full of hatred as they directly cursed. Do you think you can offend my Gu clan with just the 3 of you? You know that you will die, but you still want to stop us. Your courage is commendable. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. It's not a bad thing to have someone accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. At the same time, within the Gu clan's army, a terrifying aura filled the air, and divine light covered the land. 10 supreme beings appeared in all directions of the star field. Their faces were blurry, and their majesty overflowed into the heavens. Their words were cold and domineering. 10 supreme beings appeared, and their chi and blood pierced through the sky. They were determined to kill the 3 from the Purple Mansion. Everyone was shocked. Previously, they had vaguely sensed that the Gu clan had sent 10 supreme beings, but many people only felt that their auras were so and didn't appear. It was very likely that there were many half-supreme beings among them. Now that they personally witnessed it, it was truly horrifying. The 10 supreme beings were all at their peak. They were all upper-level supreme beings, definitely not lower level. Supreme beings were in the 9 heavens, and only those whose cultivation reached the 7 heavens could be called upper-level supreme beings. It was clear how terrifying this power was. No, this was a scene that made everyone feel despair. When the countless disciples and elders within the purple mansion saw this, they couldn't help but feel grief and hatred. Anger rushed into the heavens. Dong! Soon after, this terrifying great battle erupted. It affected everyone's minds, making them tremble to the extreme. The Purple Mansion's 3 supreme beings' attitudes were extremely domineering. They pressed forward courageously, not fearing death as they displayed their most powerful methods. Within the rumbling sounds, it was as if stars exploded. With a dong sound, everything in front of them collapsed. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The universe shook violently, and primal chaos surged. A heaven and earth splitting aura appeared, submerging everything. However, in the next moment, they almost immediately coughed out blood, and their bodies almost exploded. They were continuously sent flying, and along the way, countless stars were destroyed. They were instantly turned into fine powder. 10 supreme beings took action, looking down on everything. Unless an emperor-level existence took action, who could face them? All of the orthodoxies were shocked, and felt their scalps go numb. With such a powerful Gu clan, even if the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and other powers didn't take action, they could still easily destroy the Purple Mansion. This was a completely one-sided situation. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.